Chat room, how are we doing today? I hope you're all doing very well. Give me just a second. I'm so sorry. I definitely started the stream well before I should have, is what's going on. Ready for more Murder Vest? It is time for more Murder Vest. So, do I have cool stepmom energy? Vicky B, did you change your name? Vicky B, did you used to be Victoria V? No, okay. Okay. We have two Vicky B's. Just one goes by Victoria V. That's so crazy. Here's my face. There's no reason for me to show you it because we're not going to be sticking around on this screen long. I'm really excited to get this vest going. Looks like we're losing frames on the Twitch end. That's pretty cool and fun. I'm older than you, so it would be weird to be like, hey, stepmom. Fair enough. Unless your dad is a playa. I saw two things that I like, true crime and crochet. I haven't summoned. Welcome, Bambi and Sappho. That's where most of our audience has been coming from lately. And that's what we do every fucking weeknight here. So you have found the right fucking channel. He's dead, actually. Okay, I'll stop making crass jokes. I'll stop making crass jokes. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Bambi and Sappho, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it very much. You know that feel when you go to a friend's house and they have the snack that they know that you like ready and waiting for you? That's the feeling that I just got from you following my channel just now. So thanks for being my surprise white cheddar popcorn. Nice. I'm pretty psyched to have you. Pretty psyched to have you. Do you have a crafting channel as well, Bambi and Sappho? I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the keyboard, and we're gonna see if we can make sense out of this crazy fucking vest pattern that makes no goddamn sense to me at all. I'm very scared of this pattern. I feel like it is written so badly. I a little bit want to it's paid. I don't want to. I don't want to fuck it up. I don't want to waste all of our time. But I also don't want to... I don't want to, like, ruin this lady's... I don't want to fucking steal. I don't want to steal from her. Yes, that's the best feeling. I was going to a friend's house tonight, but my sinus infection said you cannot get rid of me. No! Do you have tea? Are you nice and cozy? Are you alternating between hot and cold? Are you staying hydrated? Ugh, I'm so sorry. Also, holy shit. Give me 1 second. I'm going to send you a video that one of the chat members sent to me that helps me a whole lot when my sinuses are being a fucker. It sucks that you haven't, in fact, I know that I can't really do anything for you if you have a sinus infection, but when it gets really gross, when it gets really bad, this technique in this video, it's really nucky and snot is gonna go down your throat, but it works. Here's... Oh shit. Did this work? Did this work? I hope that worked. Let me know if that didn't work. But Bambi and Sappho, if you can watch that video, that technique, that shit is amazing. And if you see J-Rod in chat later, he's the one that sent it to me. Hello, what did I just walk into? Sinus chat. Sinus chat. Sinus chat. That's the theme song for the segment of the stream when we talk about our sinuses. Fucking so dumb. I'm sorry. Do you guys... Okay. I'm going to just we're gonna get to work on this vest now, and everything is gonna be great. I don't know what to watch. I have been feeling morbidology. First thing I heard was snot down your throat. Yeah, sinuses. The meds that the doctor has given me don't seem to be helping much. I've been out of work all week. No fun. Do you have a fucking antibiotic resistant infection? Oh no. Two recent shootings occurred in East Preston and North Preston. Two black males were seen running into a wooded area behind Bryan Street in East Preston and are believed to be armed. All residents are to lock their doors and shelter in place. Do not approach suspects, and if seen, call 911 immediately. Can we have a little bit more than two black males? Hello? Also, I'm not in Preston. I hope nobody just got fucking murdered. Zombie broccoli. That the video, the link that I shared, it is it's a really good technique for clearing your sinuses when your sinuses are like all stuffed up. And it like sends snot flowing down the back of your throat. It's really gross, but it's very effective. Sperry, that was very funny. Okay. All right. Okay. Hi, Kool-Aid. How are you? It's good to see you. You've been using a neti pot? That's sick. I have a neti pot, but I keep chickening out. I keep not using it. Okay. Oh yeah, we were fucking doing the dreading. We have dreading. We still have a lot of dreading to get through. The only thing is, I would be okay if you guys wanted to break up some of the dreading with like a morbidology, or if you guys want to do just like Reddit text to speech stuff today or whatever, that's fine too. Honestly, the weirdest part is before it starts coming out the other nostril, it feels like you just jumped into a pool on a warm day. Yeah, for sure. Make sure to use sterile water. I saw that people have been getting like flesh-eating bacteria and stuff from not washing their neti pots and using proper like saline and stuff in it. Okay. So just by show of votes in chat, we're not even going to make a poll or anything. Just vote yay if you want to do more dreading. Vote nay if you want to do like Reddit text to speech stuff. Dreading has been real heavy lately, TBH. Don't know if it's luck of the draw or what. Like, I mean, it's just a lot of very heavy stuff. It's true crime. Brain-eating amoebas are aptly named and no joke for sure, dude. More like zero something else. I had idea for a joke but forgot to think of the second half, and that's a lot of work. Still needed a way to say hi, so hi, I'm here. Welcome, Matt. It's good to see you. I don't know what either of those are. So dreading is a psychology of criminals situation where we watch like police interrogations and listen to 911 calls. And then the presenter of the information talks about the psychology of what like the criminal's responses and stuff like that. And then the Reddit text to speech stuff is just literally machines reading Reddit posts out loud. Have you guys heard about that new iLadies scam going around? No. What's iLadies? No, don't be sorry. You're not late. I started early today. Actually, this is when I'm supposed to be starting. I just am awful at fucking being on time. And I'm telling you, you guys are going to be so mad at me for this. It's really embarrassing. I sit down to stream and it takes me like an hour to like gear myself up to just press the button. iLadies nuts. You got me. You got me. You got me. What kind of Reddit videos would you watch? Just whatever is available on the text-to-speech channel. Here, I can share the screen with you and we could pick together. But y'all ain't doing your yays and nays. Okay. Hydrate. Thank you for looking out for me, Moth. I appreciate ya. So tired. I feel that. There's one that's about Redditors that have discovered a dead body. It came out 55 minutes ago. By the way, I still very much have Grease songs stuck in my head. I discovered that I am awesome at singing Rizzo's song, and it makes me feel really good. I mean, awesome for me. I am an average singer. It's not great, to be perfectly honest. I have a very cool voice, but no training whatsoever, so my technique is really bad. But I can belt the fuck out of Rizzo's song, and it makes me feel really good. Did you say Grease? Yeah. It's automatic, systematic, hydromatic, problematic. Why, it must be Grease lightning. Today was a better day. I had ribs for lunch. Yum. And you're going to the movies tomorrow? Fun. What are you going to go see? Watched it for the first time, like, literally yesterday. It's the most problematic movie of all time, but I love it very much. It's very rapey and misogynistic. It does not have good values. Oh, I'm sure you sound lovely, Doxy. Jival noises. That's nice of you to say. I love singing. I'm getting decent at it, but still, like, I don't have any training, you know, so I'm never going to be, like, good. But it's fun to practice and get better. I like it. I like it a lot. I like the theory that it's all a dream of Sandy in a coma from near drowning. Then at least she's being, like, misogynistic to herself. I don't know if that's better. I thought for a second that might be better, but I don't think it's better. People say an hour of practice a day can make you good at stuff within a year or few, right? Is that true? I definitely don't practice for an hour a day, though. Also watched West Side Story. West Side Story is fucking PogChamp. First time the other week and found, what I love the most about those movies is how much I absolutely hate the fact that they find love. Like, fuck off, they're shitty, stop going to them. I don't remember. I remember I always wanted to watch West Side Story, and my sisters and cousins always wanted to watch The Sound of Music. I thought The Sound of Music was the most boring, horrible movie ever made. They always wanted to watch that and Little Orphan Annie. Or it's just called Annie. I always wanted to watch West Side Story. West Side Story was the one that I liked very much. That's what I've heard as a general idea. I will do my darndest. Maybe I will start practicing for an hour a day if I have to go sit out in the car by myself. I can't practice when Josiah's in the house because I feel self-conscious. Why West Side Story? I just liked it. I liked the music better, I think. And, I mean, I don't know. I'm surrounded by honkies all day, every day. Nice to have a little fucking diversity. I haven't watched the old one in years. I have the new one in my DVR yet to watch it. There's a new one? Oh, and you're going to go see Morbius. Fun. I didn't realize that West Side Story was modern Romeo and Juliet until I saw the trailer for the new one. I didn't know there was a new one! There's a new one! Love Sound of Music. Feel like that one was actually okay on the love aspect. Like they grew to love each other and stuff. I hated Sound of Music, man. I hated it. Also, I just made a mashup of 2 musicals. Sound of Music, man. Dumb. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Nice. All right. That's so exciting. Yeah, I loved West Side Story when I was little. And none of my cousins and my sisters never wanted to watch it. They always wanted to watch either Annie or Sound of Music, and I did not like either of them very much. Anyway, hi, Like a Biker. How's it going? I think we're just gonna do vote yay if you'd like to do more dreading. Vote nay if you would prefer to do Reddit text to speech stuff today. My streamer's probably like, why did you just put a free game on your wish list? Wait, you put a free game on your wish list? No, I do that sometimes from my phone and stuff, like when I can't be at the computer that I want to download it on and stuff like that. Okay. Everybody's saying Reddit stuff. So we're going to, okay. One other thing. So we eliminated dreading. That's fine. Vote yay if you'd like to do morbidology. Vote nay if you still prefer text to speech. I will have to rename the stream, or rather Kool-Aid will have to rename the stream. Maybe. Please, if you don't mind. If we do Reddit text to speech, but I don't mind if you guys don't. I mean, there are quite a few reasons to do that. If it's NEA and you want to put a marker in it for one. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Because I don't know if I want to play it. Fair enough, too. Is the yarn okay? You just made it viral infection. Ooh, okay, people are feeling some... Okay, I think it's time to actually maybe make a poll. If one of you could make a poll, morbidology versus Reddit text-to-speech, that would be super sick. Just make it last for like 1 minute is fine. Oh my gosh! Hello, GP Strating. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I always at the beginning of stream, nobody says anything on YouTube for a long time, and so like I forget to look in the area where YouTube chat displays to me. If you're still here, hello. I'm so sorry. I was not ignoring you. Hello, how are you? I would love for this to be in dark mode. Is there no fucking dark mode on fucking Firefox? What the hell? Oh my fucking god. Oh, everybody's into morbidology. I'm so excited. We haven't watched her in a while. I really like her. Give me one moment. What is Midnight Meat Train? I like Firefox for reading PDFs, Kool-Aid. It's the only reason that I really keep it around. You know what? It's fine. Everything's fine. Cut, exit, new tab, move it over here. Hopefully that didn't fuck with everything. It didn't. That's sick. I'm so sorry. I have just like some maintenance to do super quick, and it's tough for me to do. Oops. It's tough for me to do without my, God damn it. Well, it's still better. It's better. Without my keyboard. Okay. A horror movie you can watch fully on YouTube. Okay, okay, okay. All right. So I think that we should just start with this Kimberly Kessler one, and we can. Yeah, like if you guys want to look at the Morbidology playlist, and if there's anything that you guys want to do next, let me know. I'm gonna just go ahead and start this one. This picture looks a little bit like a young Eileen Wuornos. Am I crazy? A little bit. One night, a struggling photographer saves a woman from some thugs in the subway. When she disappears, he tries to find out what happened to her. His obsession soon leads him down the path of horror.
Welcome to Morbidology. I'm your host, Emily G. Thompson, author of Unsolved Child Murders, Cults Uncovered, Mysteries Uncovered, and co-author of Unsolved Murders, True Crime Cases Uncovered. Join Morbidology on Patreon for exclusive episodes of Morbidology Plus, exclusive merch, ad-free and early release episodes, and much more. In spring of 2018, a mother of 3 vanished from Hilliard in Florida. According to her estranged husband, she was probably off on a bender somewhere. However, as an investigation was launched, 2 suspicious people from within the woman's life emerged, ultimately leading to a grim conclusion. Jolene Cummings was a 33-year-old mother of 3 from Hilliard in Florida. She had 1 child from an earlier relationship and 2 others with Jason Cummings. In May of 2017, the couple filed for divorce. The 13th of May 2018 would have been Jolene's 34th birthday and Mother's Day. She had been scheduled to pick up her 3 children that morning from the Winn-Dixie in Hilliard. Her estranged husband, Jason, had arranged to meet her there to hand over their children. However,
not if it's not royalty free. Just because you can
engulfed Jolene's family.
Just because you can
Her
watch
mother,
it
Ann Johnson, would state that Jolene
doesn't mean
had
that
gone
I
away for
can
weekends
broadcast
in the past,
it. You know what I mean?
But she wouldn't just get up and leave without informing anybody, and she would always be accessible by phone.
Yeah, like in Biker.
Her family had attempted to get in contact with her, but her phone just went straight to voicemail. Jolene's estranged husband, Jason, wasn't so sure, however. He spoke with investigators and said that the last time he had seen Jolene,
I like it too a lot. I think that she sounds lovely.
And she picked up their children at the Winn-Dixie in Hilliard. This was the routine for
Reminds you of
Jolene
Sino, yeah.
and Jason. They weren't really on good terms following their separation, and when Jason had the children for the weekend, he would hand them back to Jolene somewhere public, typically the
He's Scottish,
Winn-Dixie.
though.
You can see some photographs of Jolene on the Vodacast app. Now, according to Jason, it was typical for Jolene to just vanish. He even suggested to investigators that she was probably off on a bender somewhere. Police would be contacted and a search party was assembled. Missing person posters were printed and distributed throughout the area. They described Jolene as standing at around 5 feet, 2 inches tall, and weighing around 160 pounds. She had brown hair with blonde highlights and blue eyes. The first point of investigation
we have like a little bit
would be to
of
try and figure out when Jolene was last seen.
Messy situation with our yarn.
She worked as a
here.
hairstylist at Tangle's Hair Salon in Fernandina Beach. According to Jolene's colleague, 43-year-old Jennifer Marie Seibert, she had last seen her leaving the salon at around 5 p.m. on the 12th of May, the evening before she was scheduled to pick up her children from Jason. Just 3 days before Jolene had vanished, police had responded to a domestic disturbance call at Jolene's home. A neighbour had heard a male and female yelling and had heard a woman screaming
What accent
help.
is this? Irish?
When police arrived at the scene, they found Jolene and her ex-boyfriend, Jason G. Jolene said that Jason G., who is not the ex-husband, had shown up uninvited to her home and then became infuriated.
It is Irish. You
when she
can
informed
find
him
her
he could
Twitter.
not stay there. Jolene said to police that Jason G. started slamming
It says
things
on her
around
Twitter
her
that she's
home
Irish.
and smashed some of her cabinets. She then told them that he did not hit her on this specific occasion, but he had done so in the past. By the time police arrived at Jolene's home, Jason G. had already fled from the residence. She had told him the police were on their way, and since he had an outstanding warrant for violating probation on 2 possession charges, he fled out the back door and into the woodland surrounding the home. With this ominous history, things weren't looking good for the welfare of Jolene. She had just been involved in a domestic incident with a former boyfriend. What she was missing.
Nice.
Could he have been involved? Investigators were certainly looking into this angle.
That's a low
Soon
blow
enough,
when
however,
somebody's fucking
investigators would turn
mugshot
their attention
is
to
on
a
the
second
TV.
shady character.
But
in
that
Jolene's
cracked me
life.
up. That caught me off
A
guard.
colleague, Seibert, who's allegedly the last
my
person
goodness.
to see her alive. Investigators would uncover that Seibert was actually a fake name. The woman's real name was Kimberly Kessler, and she'd been working in the hair salon alongside Jolene for around a month. The cloud of suspicion grew even further when investigators discovered that Kessler had used aliases throughout her life.
Right, Matt? Agree.
After
Jeez
telling
Louise.
investigators that she had seen Jolene leave the salon at around 5 p.m., Kessler vanished. Investigators had shown up at the salon wanting to speak to Kessler further. Maybe there was a tidbit of information she had forgotten to disclose the first time round. However, Kessler never showed up to work at the salon again. Even more peculiar, the salon would discover that Kessler had given them a bogus address of where she was supposed to be living. She had also used a fake social security number. Meanwhile, Jolene's ex-boyfriend, Jason G., was arrested on an outstanding warrant for violating probation on 2 possession charges. There were now 2 persons of interest in Jolene's disappearance, but investigators were
How
no
do you
closer
get
to
away
finding
with using
Jolene.
a fake fucking...
Jolene's tan 2006 Ford Exhibition would
How
be
do you get away
discovered
with using
in the
fake
parking lot of a Home
credentials?
Depot
I don't understand how
in Newlyn.
anybody even tries
Investigators would
to
be
do
able
that
to obtain
anymore,
CCTV
let alone
footage
gets
from
away
the
with
parking
it.
lot. They saw the car parking at around 1:17 a.m. on the 13th of May. As the footage continued, they expected to
I
see
love a
Jolene
Spanish
climbing out of the
accent.
car. However,
There's a lot
much
of
to the
good
surprise
accents.
of
I
the
actually think
investigators,
that
they saw Kessler
I think that
climbing
the
out of the driver's seat
Transylvanian
of Jolene's
accent
car.
is really
The last
beautiful.
person
I really
who
like it. I
allegedly
find
saw
it very
Jolene
attractive.
before she vanished. From here, Kessler entered a nearby gate gas station and asked the employee to call her a taxi.
There was a female that came into the store the other night, right here,
Yes.
and y'all sat there and talked for a little bit on video.
Yeah, she had me call her a.
You want them to suck your blood?
Did you
Yes.
call her a taxi?
Yeah.
Can you tell me
Yes, I very
what your
do.
conversation was with her?
She said something about how she was out with a couple of friends drinking, and one of the friends' ex-boyfriends came around. There had been some kind of problem. She didn't go into detail for it much after that. And To be honest, I don't even know how she got to the store because she had me call her a taxi, and then, 10, 15 minutes later, she was gone. The taxi came and picked her up, took her, she said somewhere to like a Plant Fitness that was around us.
The employee said that Kessler appeared to be irritable, and she said that she was anxious about wanting a taxi. Kessler told the employee some bizarre story about being with her friends when one of her exes approached them.
Oh, right. Did you need the title change? Nope, it's still true crime. It's not Reddit stuff.
She didn't mention why her friends left or anything like that, or what happened after the ex showed up.
Thank you, Kool-Aid. I appreciate
acted
you.
Like she didn't want to talk about what happened. She looked anxious, like she thought something was. She didn't want me to leave her alone. You can listen to this interview on the Vodacast app. The story was strange because CCTV had clearly picked her up in the parking lot alone. After this conversation, Kessler then started to talk to the employee about the effects that meth had on the body, stating that she had been studying it. She also asked the employee if they were a born-again Christian. When the employee tried to go back inside the gas station after calling
I'm sure
the taxi,
she's been studying
Kessler
meth
essentially begged
very
them to stay
closely.
outside, which they
Hello,
did
Willow,
until the
how are
taxi
you?
arrived and picked Kessler up. Kessler had told the employee that she needed to get a taxi to a nearby fitness centre where her car was parked. According to the employee, it looked as though Kessler had a red mark under her left eye, just on her cheekbone. It looked as though somebody had scratched her.
She looked like she had a red mark on her face. Like someone had pushed it. It almost looked like, like a finger mark. Like someone had almost grabbed her face and pushed her out of the way or something.
The taxi driver picked Kessler up at the gas station at 1:51 a.m. She had already prepaid for the taxi when the employee phoned it for her. In the taxi,
just got your
Kessler
4th
talked about
COVID
religion
vaccine.
before
Thank
she
you
asked
for
to be
doing
dropped
that.
off at the Woody's barbecue in Yulee. She asked for the taxi driver's number, telling him that they could go to church together sometime. Jolene's SUV was towed by investigators so that it could be forensically examined, while a search was conducted of the area surrounding the SUV. Investigators got in contact with businesses in the area and requested to review any CCTV footage that they may have had. Investigators would begin searching for Kessler as well as searching for Jolene. Kessler was finally tracked down by investigators on the 16th
This
of May.
fucking pattern is wild.
She was found inside a 2016 black Kia Soul, which was parked in between semi-trucks in a rest area. Evidence showed that she'd been living inside the car. Based on the CCTV footage at the Home Depot parking lot, Kessler was arrested for grand theft auto and was booked into the St. Johns County Jail before being transported to Nassau County. She was additionally charged by the FBI with a federal offence of possession of a counterfeit passport. Almost as soon as Kessler was arrested, Sheriff Bill Leeper held a press conference.
Through our investigation, we have obtained evidence which we are not releasing at this time, which leads us to believe Jolene is not alive.
Oh, no.
We have subsequently found out that Seibert's real name is
I know
Kimberly
I said, oh,
Kessler,
no, like I knew that wasn't going to fucking happen.
Kessler. Date of birth, May 9th, 1968, and she is
True
from
crime.
Butler, Pennsylvania. She had also been using a fake Social Security number. She has since been charged by the FBI with a federal offense of possession of a counterfeit passport. Kessler is a suspect in the disappearance of Jolene Cummings.
He said that their investigation was continuing. They wanted to determine where Jolene had been in the lead up to her disappearance on the 12th of May, and investigate the relationship
really
and the
nice in
dealings
this
that she
yarn.
had with Kessler, who is apparently now the main suspect in her disappearance and seemingly her murder. The search for Jolene or Jolene's body was focusing on the woodland throughout the area. Investigators had received an anonymous tip, but they did not divulge information regarding the tip. Investigators utilised all of their resources in the search for Jolene, including sniffer dogs, horses, and even boats. They appealed to the public and asked that if anybody had seen Jolene, or if anybody had seen or had contact with Kessler, to get in contact. The news that investigators believed that Jolene was dead was crushing to those who loved her. While there had been 2 arrests and therefore 2 persons of interest, there was no body, which meant that there was really no closure. Jolene's mother, Anne, took to Facebook. She posted, Our faith isn't always tested in the good times. Our faith is tested during trials and time of challenge. I feel completely lost. Every day is so difficult. I hide from people because the pain is so great. Sometimes it's so hard to live my life anymore because there is no life, with my daughter's body being not found. Anne asked for people to pray for the recovery of her daughter's body and pray for Jolene's 3 children who were now left without a mother.
That's so
The
sad.
GoFundMe was established by
This is
members
awful.
of the
That's
community
so
to assist
sad.
Jolene's family during the unimaginable time. A $4,000 reward was also announced for information that could lead them to Jolene's body, while the salon where Jolene and Kessler had worked together closed for good. The owners, James and Vicky Simmons, updated their clients by posting a Facebook message which read, "It would not be the same and too heartbreaking with Jolene. Thank you for supporting us for 10 years." Investigators began to look into Kessler's history, and what they found was both bizarre and disturbing. Dating back to 1996, Kessler had used 18 different aliases.
Jesus.
She had lived in 33 cities across 14
How do
states.
people get
over
away
that
with
time
that? I
frame,
don't
and have
understand
been
how
employed
people get away
at
with
various
that.
places, from restaurants to temp agencies.
It really
And at
just
one
do
point,
be easy
she
as
had been
fuck
hired
to
as a
steal
truck driver.
identities out there,
She
hey?
traveled throughout the United
Which is
States,
crazy
stopping in
because
several
whenever I
cities
try to
in
get any
Florida,
paperwork
and
of
had dozens
mine,
state
it's
driver's
hard as fuck.
licenses from Pennsylvania, Kansas, Tennessee, Virginia, and Florida. As District Attorney Richard Goldlinger said,
Hi,
she was
babe.
literally a ghost in the wind. Kessler had been born in Butler County, Pennsylvania, and those who
How's
knew
your
her
video
from back
doing?
then revealed some strange incidents from her past. One man, David Trampus, said that on one occasion she had driven all the way to Texas to see him and then proposed. There was also an ex-boyfriend, Ray Wyant, who said that she came across as kind, but would snap if triggered. He revealed that she had once stabbed him in the chest and then bit his
Jesus.
father on the leg.
What the
In this
fuck?
incident, Ray had called police
Does
after
she have the
Kessler claimed that Ray
NB
had
prion
assaulted her
disease?
first. Police did not believe Kessler, and they took Ray to his parents' home. However, Kessler followed, and while here, she attacked Ray's father, biting him once in the leg. Ray also said that on
Gonna
occasion,
hit 20K
Kessler
subs
would go
tonight.
to cemeteries
Amazing,
and seek out
babe.
women around
Anybody
her age
that
had
hasn't
died,
watched
and then take their names
my
to form
amazing
aliases.
partner's amazing
He said to
YouTube
investigators,
content,
that was in
absolutely should go
1991,
do it. If you like
probably,
D&D,
who she was planning on
he
for a
is
long,
the
long
best of the
time.
best in my
She
opinion.
wanted
Like
to get
not
her
like,
driver's license
and I
back.
thought that
She couldn't
before
stand not
we were
driving,
even
and I told
together.
her,
I thought that he was
"You
the
know,
best of the
every
best.
cop in
I think
Butler
that you
County
guys
knows
will
you.
absolutely
How do you
love
think
his
you're going to
D&D
get away with
content.
it?"
It's
She
not
said,
live play
"I'll
stuff.
go somewhere else
So
then."
not if you're looking for live
When the
play
couple
stuff, but
broke
if
up,
you're looking for
Kessler took
lore
their
stuff
cat.
and like
And when Ray
monster
later
stat
asked about
blocks,
the cat, Kessler said that she had shot it. Ray also disclosed to investigators that Kessler had attacked her own brother. At the time, she had been living with her brother, and she was getting annoyed with him. One night, Kessler
I don't
told
think
her
it's
brother,
good to judge that.
"I'll
Like
get
we
even with
haven't
you."
all stabbed
And
someone.
that night,
Kind of
when he fell
hypocritical,
asleep,
TBH.
she grabbed a baseball bat.
Everything
and
going
smashed it
okay
over
down in
his face,
Tejas?
knocking his teeth out. Dr. William Dunn, a Pennsylvania
Matthew?
physician, would speak with
Of
investigators
the large
as well.
variety.
He had rented an apartment to Kessler after she showed up
Hi,
at
Azuma.
his
How
church
are you? It's good
and
to see
cried
you.
that she had nowhere to stay.
Bungie
He
Fox has
rented her
become
out
me.
an apartment.
Good,
And he
yeah,
said to
good job,
investigators that her
Nudopsy.
living situation was bizarre. There was no
Please,
furniture
by all
in the
means, take
apartment, and
over.
Kessler would not allow him to give her any furniture.
Oh, you just chose a random name and
He
chat.
said that
Okay,
she
fair
was
enough,
highly
fair enough.
paranoid and delusional. She would claim to hear things outside
Nothing's
the
okay in
apartment and
Texas.
call
Just
the
my 2
police,
cents. Yeah, fair enough.
thinking that it was Dr. Dunn coming
Pretty
after
sure I'm
her.
legally allowed to have a
He
sword in
said,
public.
She is verbally articulate and able to synthesize for herself some kind of cohesive and almost believable storyline. Then in 2004, Kessler had vanished, but she vanished on her own volition and created a completely new identity, Jennifer Marie Seibert. She'd gotten the name from a dead teenager whose gravestone she had noticed one day. Kessler wasn't actually reported missing by her family until 2012.
That's the way
But
to
she
do
hadn't been
it. You
seen
gotta
by
go
them
to a
since
cemetery and
2004.
find a person who
At
was
this point,
born
she'd
the
been using the
same
alias
relative
Pamela
time
Kleber,
as you. and
which
then
was a
you
name
steal
she had
their
come across on
identity.
another gravestone. Police at the time said that they didn't suspect foul play because Kessler had
That
told
way
her
it's a
mother that she
victimless
wanted
crime.
to leave town to get away from a former partner.
I mean,
Trooper Jim
maybe they
Munn
were a
said,
victim of
"We
something,
did
but
not
it wasn't
expect
you.
this was a legit missing person. This person didn't want to be found. By all appearances, Kessler's mental health had been deteriorating for quite some time. Following her arrest for the Grand Theft Auto, a search of her phone revealed some very peculiar notes. One note read, "Jolene, I think Vicky wants to get rid of me because I'm not making any money." There were other notes wherein Kessler rambled about incidents wherein she believed that people were stalking her. There were notes about dieting and exercise routines, as well as one extremely disturbing note which read, "Out of Jack's YMCA by 7:55 a.m. Tuesday, 8/22/2017.
Oh, no.
After Satanist Narcus made human sacrifices. Saturday, 8/19/17.
Okay, that took
Kessler
a
often
twist I
searched
didn't
for
expect. I
guidelines
thought it
on
was
how
going to
to
be
clean
the
up
dead
meth
girl's,
labs,
like,
as well as searches
routine.
on the best places to be homeless in the United States.
Not
When
the dead
Kessler
girl
was
whose name
interviewed
she
following
stole, the
her
dead girl
arrest,
who she killed.
She chatted about her aliases.
What name do you want me to call you? Because I was talking to the detective that drove you up, and he said I might have been calling you by the wrong name.
It's funny that St. John's didn't tell you. When you run my fingerprints through, they come up as Kimberly Lee Kessler. That's about it. So I would prefer to be called Kim.
Okay.
But
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm calling you by your right name.
but if you run them through, I mean, the last time I got picked up was back in 1999, and I bonded out, and it took them, I don't remember, it was a couple weeks, I don't know if it was 2.5 weeks.
Y'all
or
don't
3.5
have human
weeks before they
sacrifices?
actually, matched them up.
Matched them up?
Yeah, it didn't but that was 1999, so maybe it was.
Matt,
a
why
little
don't you have a
slower
seat?
then.
This
But
isn't a
I
real
know there's,
stream.
lots of people on the Facebook
We all
groups, and
we
it
all
still
were
takes
talking
time.
about
I'm
this,
sure.
and
The officers asked Kessler if the handcuffs were too tight.
we all
No, they feel
decided
great.
to meet
You can
here
put 'em
and
on fire
talk
if
to
you
you
want.
about how we've been
Whatever you
feeling.
want to do.
We can
Not
take
your
them off, it's
mercy,
okay.
so have as much fun as you'd
Oh
like.
shit, did I fuck shit up
Conversation
over
then
here? I think I
changed to
did. Oh
focus on
no.
Jolene.
Can we just go through when you work with her on that?
Oh,
situation?
no.
Is there anything you can tell me that she
No,
ever talked to you about,
please.
boyfriend. I know she's got a husband. I know she had a boyfriend.
There isn't
Did
a
she ever
gap
talk about
where there's
anybody she
supposed to
was
be a
scared of?
gap.
Is there something that she wanted to run away and get away from it all? I mean,
I don't remember hearing anything. She would have different conversations sometimes with different clients. She was saying CPS came to her house. She was telling one client that I caught a little blip of it in between listening to YouTube and the phone ringing. And I remember hearing her say she thought her ex-husband or her husband was doing to get out of paying child support. That's all I heard, and I don't remember ever hearing about a boyfriend ever. But then again,
And Matt, look, we don't know
I
how to
always
put
really
this,
paid
but
attention.
your taste in
She was hanging around with, or was she
No.
saying anything that maybe she shouldn't have been?
She would
into,
just say
or-
to me, like, the time or two that she'd say, I'm just going home and having a
Yeah, we're
quiet
thinking
home,
less
or,
children
like, I
and
don't
more
have kids tonight,
incels
or,
that have
whatever,
plans
just
to
gonna
harm
enjoy
people
this.
if you don't
I'd be like,
mind.
you're young, why don't you go out? She's like, no, I don't need a man in my life. But here she had a boyfriend. I didn't even know that.
was
so.
she involved in any bad
They're
habits,
perfect.
anything that could get her in trouble?
I can't say that she did, but I did
think
find a
the
bag
same mass
that
as
I
Dark
believe had
Souls
crystal
3 is
meth
one of the
in it,
funniest
just a
things
little
I've
bit in the
ever
bottom,
fucking
a tiny baggie back by the back door.
Did you guys ever hang out after work? Did you ever go anywhere
No.
together?
Kessler denied that she knew where Jolene was. She was asked if she had ever been inside Jolene's car, to which she replied that she had not, despite the fact that CCTV footage had captured her
Yo,
parking
this is
the
gonna
car
be so
and then climbing out of it.
She ever
gonna be
allowed
so
to use your
fucking
car? You allowed
cute.
to use her car? Did you ever go anywhere together like that?
No.
Okay.
But you asked me all that before and answered before. So.
Okay.
That's all right.
There's video of you dropping her car off at the Home Depot parking lot there in Yulee and walking across and going into the gate station and getting a taxi cab back down to they had it listed
Are we
as
finished
Dick's
the
Wings,
scarf?
it was back down there
Yeah,
to
we
where
did. We did
Tangles
finish the
is,
scarf.
okay?
It's very
And
long.
That's why you're charged with a grand theft auto. And I'm not trying
Yes,
to trick you.
we are
I'm
now
not trying to
making a
fool
cute
you.
vest.
You're opening up to me, and I'm opening
And
up to you.
I
That's the reason you're charged with that.
am
You're not charged with
Desperate
anything
to
else,
not
okay?
have to go back. I'm gonna see how this
but-
looks if I just improvise, and if it doesn't look good, then I won't
And,
do it,
we
obviously.
actually
But
sent our crime scene unit out to process tangles, and there was some evidence.
man,
there,
this is
okay?
kind of a bummer.
We have also, and I don't want you to think I've been fooling you. I just want to talk to you and get to know you a little bit.
Kessler was then asked about the scratches to her face, and she claimed she accidentally cycled into a tree branch while on her bicycle. These weren't the only injuries to Kessler.
I think
either.
I just pulled a
In addition
genius
to the
maneuver.
scratches, there were cuts and bruises to her face, as well as scratches, cuts, and puncture marks to her hands.
I did. This looks
and small
fucking
bruises
excellent,
to her
actually.
arms and legs.
Awesome.
When she was asked again about the scratches to her face, she then claimed that they had
It's
come from bed
not a
bugs.
mistake. It's a feature.
Some bruises? On me they do, not all the time, but sometimes, but whatever.
As details of Kessler's mysterious past surfaced in the media,
Regular crochet
Sheriff
looks
Bill
more like
Weaver was
vaginas
strict.
than buttholes.
We're
It's
not
just
quite sure
the
yet
star
why
stitch
all
that
of the
really looks like
disguises,
buttholes.
or if she's involved in the disappearance of anyone else before. But it seems she is definitely running from something. In addition to investigating Kessler in relation to Jolene's murder, investigators were wanting to search for similar behaviour patterns at other places where she had lived. For example, could there be more missing person cases that Kessler was involved in? After Kessler was arrested on the grand theft auto charge, she announced that she was going on hunger strike. Because of this, she was moved to Duval County Jail. The hunger strike would last for almost 2 weeks. According to authorities, Kessler had stopped eating when she was informed that investigators had uncovered all of her fake aliases. From jail, Kessler got in contact with her mother, Connie Kessler, who she hadn't seen or spoken to in 20 years. Connie would say to NBC News, "We say, I love you very much before we hang up the phone, but it's like a bittersweet reunion." According to Connie, Kessler's problems began around 20 years earlier, when her son Evan was taken away by his father. She said that the reason she changed her name for the first time was so that she could go back to Virginia and search for her son. However, apparently Evan's father then told Kessler that her son had died in foster care, but Kessler did not believe this and she continued to search for him.
I wonder if that's
While in jail, this was something that
true.
Kessler mentioned to her cellmate, Molly Cash. Molly
That
spoke with investigators and told
increases
them,
the likelihood that
she
it's
says
true.
someone has her son, the one that is missing. She told us she's a hairdresser and she worked with the lady. She said that she kidnapped her son.
Oh,
Early the next month,
no.
the focus of the search for Jolene would shift to Folkestone, Georgia, a landfill in particular. CCTV footage had captured Kessler throwing something into a dumpster. Since Jolene's disappearance, hours upon hours of surveillance footage throughout the county had been analysed, and it was during this intensive search they captured Kessler carrying a white trash bag and then emptying
Oh my
the
god, I
contents into
fucking
one
love
of the
Crayon
dumpsters
Shin
near the
Shan
hair
so
salon
fucking much.
on the weekend that Jolene vanished. Investigators cordoned off the landfill,
Are
where
those photos of the
2,700
criminal?
tons
Don't
of
want to
trash
semi-roast. If
had
not,
been
it is.
disposed of from northeast
That is her.
Florida and southeast Georgia during mid-May. The landfill was also the site where 7-year-old Summer Thompson's body was found in October of 2009. Investigators didn't say
Hi, babe.
exactly what they were searching for, but based on the
Hi,
time that
babe.
Kessler disposed of whatever it was in the trash bags,
If you
it was most
wanted to
likely
come get a
related
kiss,
to the
I'd
murder
be
of
open to
Jolene.
that.
There were over 200 searchers assisting in the search, including members of the FBI, and more than 3,300 tons of
Hi,
trash
honey.
were moved. The search was extremely strenuous, and temperatures
I love
peaked
you so
at
much.
116 degrees. In fact, some of the searchers suffered from minor heat-related issues
What?
during the search. The search would last for a week, and some items of interest
I'm
were
hungry.
recovered, and they were being sent off
Yeah,
to
are
be
you?
examined at a lab.
Okay, then I'll just wait.
You can read more about the search on the Vodacast
If you felt like
app.
making toast while your water was boiling, I
Just the
wouldn't
day
be
after
sad
the
about
search
it,
at
though.
the landfill was complete, a woman's
you.
body was discovered in Charlton County, Georgia. This was the same county as the landfill. The body was found in a wooded area just north of the Florida
no.
border. In addition to Jolene, there was another woman missing from the county, Jennifer Perry, who had vanished in the Bryceville area on the 7th of July. By this point in the investigation, Jolene's family had accepted that she had been killed, and there was somewhat a feeling of
Do
relief
not
that
at
the body
always
could have
seem to
been
be.
Jolene. However, it would be determined that the body was actually the other missing woman, Jennifer. The
You
next
don't know
month would
what you
pass
have
with
while
no
it's
more
there.
public developments in the case. In August,
Remove
the
all
benefit
the
would be
plants
held
and put
for
a spot
Jolene's
for
3
their
children.
Cars.
It consisted of a silent auction as well as live entertainment.
Italian
food,
chicken sandos
drinks,
and
and a
potato
bake
wedges.
sale.
Oh,
The benefit was
sounds
organized by
so
Chapter
yummy.
4531
Holy
of the
shit, that
Veterans
sounds so
of Foreign
good.
Wars. Jolene's mother, Anne, was senior vice president of Chapter 4531. Her father had served in World War II alongside several of her uncles.
Almost
She
all
attended
of
the
the
event with her
hot
3
sandwiches
grandchildren
that
and was
I like
blown
to
away
eat
by the support, telling those in attendance,
are
"These people are my family.
Italian influence.
It's overwhelming, the support we have received."
Like chicken parmesan
A
sandwiches
number of local
and
musicians
like,
donated their time and talent, while many local people donated items for the
well, I guess
auction.
burgers aren't
Brought
really
along
Italian.
cakes for the bake sale.
But like,
Goldstone Creamery
like
also brought
meatball
along their ice
subs,
cream truck.
right? And then
donated
like
all of the
hot chicken
proceedings.
sandwiches with like
Investigators earlier announced they had obtained information that led
Italian
them to believe that
style
Jolene was dead,
seasoning.
and they would eventually disclose
and
this
flavoring
information
to
to the
them.
public. Jolene and Kessler had worked together at the salon on the 12th of May.
I
When the
make a
salon
really good
was searched,
lasagna
investigators had
also.
found
I
blood
love
spatter
making
on the
lasagna. It's
wall,
just so
sink,
expensive.
trash can, cleaning tools, and a container, as well as on Kessler's wallet. They had also found a receipt for zip ties,
I don't know
an
who Tony
electric carving
Pergotell
knife,
is.
and garbage bags.
Jesus
And
Christ.
CCTV had showed Kessler purchasing these items. It was evident that some kind of violent struggle had taken place in the salon, when only Jolene and Kessler were working. In addition to the forensic evidence, Anne Morgan, who had worked at the salon with Jolene and Kessler, hinted towards a motivation. She told investigators that the 2 women had exchanged words, and that Jolene had told Kessler that she did not believe she was who she purported herself to be.
I have a feeling that something about her that I don't
Hey,
trust.
babe.
She said, because I want to go online and look
The
up
it's on the table
receipt
downstairs.
look
Sorry,
and see
but
the
I have
Jennifer
this
name
one if
pop
you
up.
just want.
She said
Okay.
she cannot explain it. But something about Jennifer is not right.
What?
You want butter and
She's
peanut butter?
not a person that she says
Thank
she
you.
is.
As mentioned earlier, Kessler had been using an alias while working at the salon. Around 2 weeks before Jolene vanished, she
watched
told Anne that
Purgatony?
something was not right about Kessler,
Made by Cyanide and
She
Happiness. I
repeatedly
kind of
told Anne
love
that
Cyanide
Kessler
and
was
Happiness,
fake.
though.
and that she didn't trust her. She also said to Anne, "She is not the person that she says she is."
Both of the writers
Kessler's
used to
phone
follow
revealed
me, and
that
they
there
do
were
not
several
anymore. I
Google
don't think that they
searches for
like
missing
my
persons in Florida, beginning on the 15th
bullshit.
of May, and then
Not
hundreds
that
of
they're
searches
right
about the
wingers,
disappearance
because
of
I don't think
Jolene.
they are. But
She had also Googled terms such as
I think that I'm
co-worker guilty of murder
obnoxiously left wing, and I don't
missing
think
persons
that they
body not
appreciate
found,
that very
as well
much.
as no body, no crime. As the evidence was released in the media, so was a videotaped interview between Kessler and investigators. In the interview, they push her for her confession, revealing all of the evidence they had gathered against her. Kessler replies, "So, let me reply this way, and you may not like the answer. I would like legal counsel. I haven't been able to call anybody. I haven't been able to call my mum, and I see how that works." In the beginning of September, Kessler was finally indicted on a first-degree murder charge. In announcing the charge, Sheriff Lieber said, "We believe we have discovered overwhelming evidence to convict Kessler of murder. However, finding Jolene's body will make it even more persuasive and also bring some sort of closure for her family. Kessler is the person who knows where Jolene is. Unfortunately, she's not provided that information." Anne thanked the public for keeping Jolene's name in the public eye and stated, "What haunts me the most is how scared
All
Jolene
right.
must have been in this whole horrific ordeal, and how hard Jolene must have fought for her life, as I know she was fighting for the life of her 3 children. I
Yeah,
believe she
golly,
did
when
just
this
that,
shit happens
trying
to
save her
moms,
life.
that it really bums me
A
out.
pretrial hearing
It
was
really,
held, but Kessler
like, it's
failed to show
obviously
up.
not great when
The
it happens
defense
to
attorney
anybody,
entered a
but
plea
like,
of not
there are
guilty.
so many more
While
victims.
Kessler had been remaining
Hi,
tight-lipped
jet
since her
lagging.
incarceration.
When it's
She
like
finally
somebody that's
began to speak with investigators.
that has
all
like
about
a
Jolene.
young family.
She had
You
admitted
know what
to
I mean?
investigators that she had been running from the FBI
So fucking
for
sad.
25 years.
Work
And she
5
was wanted
double
for various
crochets in the
crimes
next
in several
half
states.
double crochet.
Kessler also
space.
said that she used to rob banks. In
Yeah,
March, a
I can
pretrial
do
hearing was
that.
scheduled, and Kessler's defense attorney, Teresa Saab, told the judge that her client was mentally incompetent to stand trial. She revealed that Kessler had been evaluated by a mental health expert, and her preliminary opinion was that Kessler was not
I need to
competent.
count my shells really quick.
She said that within 2 weeks she would have the report, and a meeting was scheduled to go over the
Oh
findings.
my god, I did not expect you to have
Under
the same
Florida law,
accent
a
as the
defendant
people from
must be
Fargo.
brought to
I'm
trial
very
within 170
Midwestern.
days being charged with
I'm not
felony.
that bad, though.
The deadline for a speedy trial in Kessler's case.
Hello, Raffle
was the same
Iron,
day that
welcome.
defense Sopp appeared
Everybody
in
make
court
sure that
with the
Raffle
update.
Iron feels
This
welcome.
completely affected the ability for the judge to comply
On such a
Florida
beautiful
law.
day.
So Judge James Daniel extended the deadline by 60
Yeah,
days.
people can tell that I'm from the Midwest.
Another court hearing was held to go over the evaluation. One of Kessler's defense attorneys,
Canada
Thomas
is really
Townsend,
bringing it out of me, though,
presented the report
too.
from Dr. Lewis Leakham. The
Don't you
prosecution would state
know?
that they were not satisfied with the evaluation of the defense. It said that they would be having their own evaluation of Kessler performed, pushing the case back even further. With the case slowly moving through the courts, Jolene's loved ones would gather at D.H. Buchanan Town Square in Hilliard, where a bench was
We'll mark
dedicated
that.
in Jolene's memory. Her mother Anne said, "We as a family asked for prayers without ceasing for Jolene's remains to be found and justice to be served. This month marks 1 year since my daughter's
Raffle Iron
life was
Chef, thank you
stolen
so much
from
for the
us.
follow. I appreciate
We
it.
are grieving,
You know
and
that
her
feeling
children
that you
miss her
get
so much.
when you are
So does
digging
our
through your
family.
ice cream
Mother's Day will
and
never
there's
be the
a
same
big
for me
hunk
again.
of the special flavor
In
stuff,
July, the defense
and you
and
get a big
prosecution will
old
be in court
awesome
again
bite of
to
it.
discuss
That's
Kessler's
the feeling that I
competency.
just got from you following my
Judge
channel.
Daniel
Thank you so
would
much
rule that she was
for
incompetent to
being
stand
my
trial,
scrumptious
and
bite.
she was ordered to be held in the
11,
Florida
12,
State
13,
Hospital.
14, 15.
After a couple of months, there would be a
16,
review to
17,
determine whether
18,
Kessler was competent to
19,
stand trial.
20.
Just 3 months later, Kessler would be
Shit.
evaluated
Oh, okay, I
by
did
the
bring
Florida
them.
State
Fuck yeah, I'm the
Hospital,
best.
and they would determine
Never
that she was
question.
competent for the case to proceed. This was just the opinion of the staff.
Good queer
and a
energy.
competency
Oh,
hearing
I
still
get
needed to
gayer
be
every
held for a
day.
judge to
I'm with
reach a determination.
I
It
am
would
with
get
the love of my
determined
life who is
that
a man,
Kessler
so
was
it's a
competent.
straight relationship.
Shortly
But
thereafter, however, Kessler appeared in court.
we're
where she
pretty
called
gay
her
around
defense
here.
lawyer a piece of garbage and requested that she get a new defense lawyer. Defense Sopp said that she too wanted to be replaced, stating that their
All right, that's 20,
attorney-client
21,
relationship had been broken.
22,
However, Judge
23,
Daniel refused
24,
that request, stating that there was no evidence that defense Sopp had been
28,
ineffective.
29. I'm gonna be laughing all night about that. I did not expect you to sound like the characters from
All right, Ms. Kessler, you've been disrupted and I'm not being able
Oh,
to
thank
ask
you so
any
much,
questions,
babe.
So it's been
I
hard for me
appreciate
to act
you.
on anything
I
that
got
you've requested
snake.
in court.
I've been asking for new counsel.
Okay,
I didn't
can
say
you-
anything when
What,
I was
honey?
sitting next to me because I'm not allowed to supposedly speak because I have someone sitting
Our
next to me.
snake's name
So
is
I waited
Spaghetti.
months and
I
months
got
and
really
months and
high.
months. And I'm not going to use any adjectives to describe.
And I
these
asked if
people
his
sitting
middle
here,
name
but
could
the
be
one in the middle
Biscotti,
just
and
shoot off
we've
her
just
mouth
been
saying,
laughing about
"Go,
it ever
Jordan,
since.
go." And I'm like, oh my God, all these things wrong. But I felt that if I said anything, it would be contempt of court.
I'm about to
because
get
that's what I
crumbs
learned at Florida
everywhere.
State Hospital, you can't speak. So I'm like, well, maybe I'll get a
In a
chance
gay
to
marriage
speak
and
later,
basically
I never got
asexual,
the
just would
chance.
rather
Now
hang
I'm
out with my
talking.
people.
And he sat
No, that's
there,
what I'm
Jordan
saying,
sat
like,
there of the many things that he said.
I'm
He said I
doing the
didn't
gay
talk
sin
about
of
dress
being in
today.
a
He said,
hetero
"I don't want
relationship.
to pour my life." He said that at Florida State Hospital, I refused to bathe and I refused to accept this Dove
I'm a gay
soap
sinner.
that's provided to everybody.
But I'm
No, the Dove
pan.
soap is not provided to everybody. It's only provided to us once a day, and I received it happily every day. And sometimes I ask for more because I didn't give me quite enough, and you could like wash
Absolutely.
and then go with it. So it's just like stupid. Some of it's like small lies that are, but it's ridiculous.
He ordered that Kessler keep defense Sopp as her defense lawyer, at least until her competency hearing that was scheduled for January the following year.
The community is
Come January,
incredibly important
Waylon
to me,
Lewis
Chef.
of the Institutional Council stated that they believed that Kessler
Trans
was competent
and bi
to
double pride,
proceed,
fuck yeah.
and that she no longer met the criteria for continued involuntary commitment. The competency hearing was for the 9th of January, and Kessler entered the courtroom armed with a Holy Bible and with a mask over her face. The hearing needed to be pushed back, and Kessler was given a new defense
You
lawyer.
will absolutely be able to
And the
take
defense
down a
lawyer needed to be
9-pound
brought
ham.
up
It'll
to
just
speed
take you a
on the
couple
case.
days.
Towards the end of February, her new defense
Make
lawyer,
some
Jordan
cubed
Beard,
ham
would state
for
that Kessler was not
salads.
mentally competent to assist with her defense. The prosecution, however, maintained that Kessler may be uncooperative, but they did not believe that she was delusional and should stand trial for the murder. During
I'm
the court
really,
hearing,
really, really
Kessler
proud
stayed as far
of
away
Twitch
from defense Beard as
for
possible.
being on the right side of
She was
history
mostly
in this regard.
disinterested and spent most of the proceeding looking out the window.
YouTube is
Dr.
still
Graham
a shitty
Danzer,
mess.
who had worked at the Florida State Hospital, told the courtroom that he had frequent contact with Kessler and did not observe her exhibiting any concerning behaviour. He said that Dr. Clifton Lake, a psychiatrist who makes final diagnoses of patients at the hospital,
I'll make this bigger.
had said that Kessler had an unspecified
So that
personality disorder.
We're not
that was
just staring
coupled
at me
with
not
alcohol
working.
abuse. Extensive testing had been performed on Kessler, including a test to determine competency, and another for psychopathy. He went on to describe how people with psychopathy
Right, Kudo, that's how
can
you get
appear
rid of a bunch of
likable,
ham
but
very
be
quick,
deceptive.
though.
Dr. Danzer admitted under cross-examination that some of Kessler's behaviours did not appear to be the behaviours of somebody trying to be likable, such as refusing to participate in music and craft classes, calling the abuse hotline in hospital, and refusing meals. He went on to say that Kessler was sometimes uncooperative, but said that she did not come across
I'll
as
be back as
delusional.
soon as I'm done eating.
He said that she was delusional about the Illuminati, but nothing made her seem actually delusional. He also noted that she had given different names and ages on forms during her stay at the hospital, but he could not draw a conclusion from this. Both the prosecution and the defence referenced one claim.
Oh my god,
Kessler
raffle
had
iron.
claimed that her jail
Please don't feel
cell was being
obligated,
pumped with
but that is
poison
so
gas.
nice of you, and I won't say
State
no
Attorney
by
Donna
any
Thurston
means.
asked Dr. Danzer, is believing that the cell she is in is a gas chamber, and gas that was purchased from Hitler is being pumped into your cell. Could that be delusional? He replied, it would really depend on whether the person really believed it or not. My sense is that some of what she said was for a bit of shock value. State Attorney Thurston noted that Kessler had been able to obtain a beautician's license, get a job, lease a car, have a bank account, and maintain a gym membership and rental storage unit. She said that Kessler's behaviour after the disappearance of Jolene was not consistent with somebody who was not in control of themselves. She had also used a credit card at Walmart, booked a taxi, and also disposed of Jolene's car. Dr. Lewis Leakum would testify for the defence, and she said that some people who were being delusional
I'm
could
so
be
almost
perfectly
done, guys. I'm
capable
so
of being
sorry.
rational if one does not touch on sensitive areas. He said, if you tap that part of their brain that is irrational, they become extremely defensive and sometimes will actually begin saying or doing acutely psychotic things. The more you try to rationally talk to them about their irrational representations, the more defensive, guarded, resistant they are.
Hi, Synthforce.
Dr. Leakum had
Good to
met
see
with
you.
Kessler and she initially refused to speak to him. He said that it was his belief that Kessler had a personality disorder and delusional disorders, along with antisocial, paranoid, narcissistic, and hysteric traits. He also said that he did not believe that Kessler was not competent to stand trial. Kessler had told Dr. Leakum
OMG, is that a D20?
that her
Oh,
defense
yeah.
lawyers did not want to help her, and she also had a preoccupation with
We
the
love
FBI,
D&D.
believing that they were chasing her. He revealed some bizarre claims that Kessler had made, such as her claim that a landlord in Minnesota stalked her and urinated in her bed, and that a helicopter had landed on her car, and that she had been shipwrecked in the Dominican Republic.
Okay,
He
I
detailed how on one occasion
kinda
Kessler
tuned
drank
this out for a
urine
minute.
from a cup at jail, stating, these are not the behaviours that a cool, calm, sociopathic person engages in. This is a pattern
Coming
of
to
behaviour
was
of someone who is
wild.
psychotic and someone who is delusional. Defense Sop then testified about some
I
other
needed that. Yeah,
peculiar
my stomach was
incidents,
starting to hurt a little.
such as when Kessler said she wanted the FBI to be informed of her arrest, and when she accused the director of the public defender's office of stealing her
Gonna
motorcycle.
take a quick
She
sippy.
spoke about Kessler's son, telling the courtroom that when social workers came to visit her after receiving concerns about the welfare of her son, Kessler pulled out a gun. She also believed that witches had been attacking her and her son. Judge
Time
Daniel
to
would
start.
ultimately determine that Kessler was competent to stand
Row
trial.
4.
In
Let's
his ruling,
go.
he
There's
wrote
only
that she
7
had the
rows
sufficient ability to consult
before
with her
we
lawyers,
connect it into
to
a
reasonable
circle and then
degree
start
of
working on the
rational
like back
understanding.
piece. I'm
And
very
she had a
excited about this
rational and
project.
factual understanding.
I think I'll
of
be
the
able to make a
proceedings
bunch of
against her.
these. And if you
Cases
guys
once
want, we
again
could even put
proceeding
some like
towards
zero
trial.
doxy branding
But
on
in
them. Like I could
August,
put like
it was publicly revealed that Kessler
a
had
red
been on
0
hunger
across
strike
the back or
for
something.
56 days, and reported that she was actually close to death. Her defense attorneys filed an emergency motion to have her sent to a psychiatric hospital immediately, so that she could
Sometimes
not
you need a
starve herself
D20
to death.
in
Kessler
Magic the
had been
Gathering. The
refusing food
recent
and her medication, and her physical
D&D
health and
set.
mental health had
I
deteriorated.
don't remember the
to
like
a
official
crisis
name of
point.
it, but there was a Dungeons and
Kessler
Dragons
only
set
weighed
for it that
74
was
pounds.
sick.
The judge now needed to decide who was
you needed a
responsible for
D20 for
seeking
that.
medical
I'm
intervention
running my weekly
to
game
keep
tomorrow. This is
Kessler
going to be
alive.
a huge week for the party.
Both the public
modeled
defender's
this week
office
after
and the
spy
state attorney's
thrillers.
office declined to assume the
You have to intercept a
responsibility.
career, but along the way will
Kessler
come
would
one
appear in
step
court
closer
via
to discovering
video,
the source of chaos
where
and
she had
danger within the
continual
city.
outbursts.
Probably not
That's
a
so
bad
fun.
idea.
I'm mute anyway, so I can say whatever the fuck I want.
We're not on mute.
Oh, okay.
We may want to put her on mute while we finish this, Judge.
It's fine.
Let's just put me back on myself.
Sam, come back.
I want to get rid of the public defender's office. Yeah, exactly.
5 double crochets,
After she
not
appeared, she stripped
half
naked,
doubles anymore. Oh my god,
cursed
I
at
was
Judge
behind
Daniel,
myself.
and
I'm
then
so
smeared
sorry.
her own feces on the window. She then
Forgotten
shouted,
Realms, that's
"Screw the
right.
public defender."
Strixhaven was Harry
She
Potter.
needed
Yeah,
to be
yeah, yeah.
removed. During the hearing, a jail sergeant testified that Kessler had been binge eating over the weekend, while a psychologist said
Harry Potter,
it was
but
not
less
normal behavior for
transphobic
Kessler to write
somehow.
her name
Coming
on her
from
jail
fucking
wall with feces. He had been asked if she could be hiding
Wizards of the
mental
Coast.
health issues. After Kessler was
Definitely
taken
the most
back to her
ambitious
cell, she
adventure I've written
undressed
yet.
and
This is the
began
4th out of
smearing
5
feces
episodes
on
in a
the
homebrew.
window.
Oh, that's so
In
exciting.
addition to starving herself, she had been verbally abusive to the jail staff, would throw food trays, and would stand naked on her bed.
I
and smear
love a
feces
fucking
on her wall
whodunit.
and
I
windows.
love a fucking
She was also
spy
refusing to
story.
speak to her defense
Ugh,
attorneys.
fun.
And believed that her food was being poisoned, and she believed that male staff were urinating on her bed. She had said that she was not leaving until she was taken out in a body bag. Once again, there was a renewed debate regarding Kessler's competency to
I
stand
literally can
trial.
look at the boxes in the
She
room.
would
Yeah,
once
fair
again
enough.
be
Do you have a good
determined
collection
to be
going,
competent.
right?
Judge Daniel
Right,
said that
Udo?
while her behavior had been
1,
extreme,
2, 3, 4.
that did not automatically
Fifth
mean
one.
that she was incompetent. Kessler would then attempt to have her new defense attorneys removed from her case, claiming that
Chain
when she was
one.
working in
1
the
double
salon,
crochet in the second
Jolene
half
spoke
double
about her
crochet
defense
stitch
attorney.
of the shell.
She said that she believed her defense attorney was somehow related to Jolene.
Cool.
This was staunchly denied by the public defender's office. Her request was denied. In April the following year, there was more outbursts from Kessler in jail. She stripped down and smeared feces on herself, her jail walls, and then flung it at the guards.
What the fuck?
Guards
She
had asked her to
literally
stand
got
up
so
and move
crazy
into
she
another cell
devolved.
so that hers could be sanitized. She then began to smear feces that was in a styrofoam cup on herself and the walls. She was warned by the officer, who then pepper sprayed her, and she responded by throwing
This story
feces
has a
at him.
lot more urinating
He was charged
in
with battery
beds
on
than
law
I expected.
enforcement.
Straight
3
up.
months later,
though.
Kessler appeared in court once more via video link for a trial date to be set.
Hi, doctor.
She was
How are
restrained
you?
in a
It's
wheelchair
good to see you.
and kept shouting, "Jordan Beard is Jolene's cousin." This was her defense lawyer, and he certainly wasn't related to Jolene.
Jordan Beard.
Best pulls from random
is
packs.
Jonathan's
However,
nephew.
I have
Jordan
to lose
Beard
a
is
game
Jordan's
first.
cousin.
Interesting.
Sergeant, will you just take her back, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is another issue I think the court at some point will have to address. She is, in fact, competent. She certainly is entitled to represent herself should she choose, so you may need to address that in a Nelson hearing at some point.
The murder trial was scheduled for December of 2021. Finally, after 3 years of legal wrangling, the trial was ready to begin, and by the
Working
7th
on
of
Sailor
December, the
Moon
jury was
wand
seated.
for like
Kessler was wheeled into court in a wheelchair, and within
for
seconds
like
she
a,
launched into one of her
a cosplay?
routine outbursts.
Is that a fat blunt
She
too? It's my
shouted,
bat.
"I
It's just a
refused
little
unjust
bat.
counsel,"
It's
followed by, "Justin Beard is Jolene's cousin."
it's supposed to be clear, but I smoke a lot.
When I want, how I want, which you silenced me for years. You
Actually, I don't
silenced
smoke
me
that
for
much
years.
anymore.
So that everyone
That's a
knows
lie. I smoke
this is
daily,
just
but I
the
don't
tip of
smoke
the
near as
iceberg.
much as I was.
Jordan Beard, public defender, is Jolene's youngest cousin.
I think I can safely say I haven't thrown feces at anyone.
Yeah. You just went to
Yeah,
under the rug
are you
for
truly
3.5
living?
years, along with her father, her stepdad, who runs
Just
the
kidding.
jail, who
Like that scene from Madagascar. If you have any poo, throw it now.
She needed to be removed from the courtroom, and Judge Daniel said that she could return if she asked, but he was not going to allow her to interrupt the proceedings.
Okay, this is like the easiest
first
fucking
witnesses to
vest
testify
of
were
all time.
customers
I'm
of
so
the hair
psyched
salon.
on this fucking
They
vest,
were all
you guys.
regular
I can't wait to
customers
do
of
it with a
Jolene,
lighter
and one
weight
had had their hair cut by
and a
Kessler.
fatter needle.
They had all been served by Jolene on the
And by
12th
needle,
of
I mean
May,
hook. Oh
the
my
last
God.
day that Jolene was seen alive. They all
I'm
said
so
that Jolene
excited
and
to do this with a
Kessler
fatter hook.
were the only
I
two
just
working in the
realized how
salon that
excited
day.
I am to do this with a
None of
fatter
them
hook
noticed
with
anything
for like a
unusual
big fat
about
loose
Jolene,
one.
but
Oh
they
my
said
God.
that Kessler was
Oh,
pacing
I'm so
back and
excited.
forth
Okay, sorry.
and seemingly couldn't keep still. Jolene's mother, Anne, testified next. She became emotional as she said that Jolene would never vanish without saying
like someone
anything
can play
to
a
her
card
children.
game in the dark.
Jolene's
Maybe they want to
ex-husband, Jason, said that despite the fact
when it's
they
not
were
their
divorced,
turn,
he
they
still
just
loved
want to
Jolene, and said that she
put
was
their
an
hand
amazing
over it and
mother.
peek.
He said to the jury, I took a week off work and I drove every road in Nassau County just looking for anything, seeing if I could see her car. Anything. I promised my kids I'd try to find
No
their
kink
mom.
shame or anything, but
Then there was testimony from Vicky Simmons.
scat
the
play
owner
is
of the hair
not my
salon.
bag.
She told the courtroom that Kessler didn't show up for work after Jolene disappeared. She said that when she returned to the salon herself, she noticed an odd smell. She said that there was a plant right beside the reception desk and that the lights were turned off.
Oh my
Unfortunately,
goodness,
the salon
look
did
at
not have
her.
a security system or cameras. There was a security camera from a nearby business.
I feel like it's pretty
Its
safe to
wings.
say that she
On
was
the day that Jolene
unwell.
vanished, Kessler appeared on the camera 4 times. She was seen dumping a white trash bag at first, and then a kitchen-sized trash bag, followed by a blue bin. There was more CCTV footage from a Walmart, which showed Kessler buying an electronic knife, black garbage bags, gloves, and ammonia. Then there was some evidence about Kessler's search history, which I mentioned earlier. After the first day of testimony, Kessler's
Excuse me,
defense
sorry.
team tried to get her declared incompetent to stand
Knew
trial.
that was coming. I've been
The
chasing
request
that
to be
sneeze
denied
for like
and the trial
10
continued.
minutes.
Forensic evidence would be presented next. Evidence inside the salon showed that a struggle had taken place. Jolene's blood was found on Kessler's
Thank you,
scissors
guys.
and boots. Her blood was all the way from the blade to the handle, and the scissors had been found inside Kessler's own car. Jolene's blood was also found on a calendar at the reception desk and the
Like,
stylist's chair.
honestly, Raffle
Jean
Iron
Blundell,
might as
who
well.
was a
Like,
senior
who
crime
fucking gets
lab
away with
analyst
murder
with
these days that
FDLE,
isn't part of the
told the
government
jury
or
that
a
she had
very,
searched
very
a storage
rich
unit that
person?
belonged to Kessler.
Nobody.
She
Nobody,
found
that's
combat boots
who.
and a spray bottle, both of which had blood on them.
Murdering is not your
During
regular
closing
Joe
arguments,
Schmo's
Assistant
murder
Public
or
Defender
game anymore.
Thomas Townsend said,
Subscribe to
"Considered,
r//
committed,
anti-work.
concealed. Jennifer Seibert, Kimberly Kessler, whatever her name
Make
is,
murdering
she
every
did it."
man's game again.
The defense suggested that the search terms on Kessler's phone were taken out of context, but the prosecution replied, she wasn't a concerned co-worker searching for updates on the case. She was a murderer on the run. Prosecutor Townsend went on to list some potential motives for the murder. He said that Jolene had called Kessler fake and said that she was going to look her up online. Kessler also didn't like Jolene and called her a meth addict, adding that Kessler wanted Jolene's clients. Assistant State Attorney Donna Thurston then stated it was their belief that Kessler killed Jolene and got rid of her body by cutting it
Murderers
up
need
with the
to
electric
unionize.
knife she had purchased at Walmart. They suggested that Jolene was
They
killed
should
with
go on
Kessler's
strike, no more
scissors.
murders until they can get some
According to the
concessions from
defense,
forensic
the evidence
departments
only
across
showed
the
that a
nation.
fight had
Right?
taken
Yeah,
place,
like
not a murder.
obviously, if it takes place
The jury
in
then sent
a
off to
poor
deliberate.
neighborhood,
They
you
deliberated for
need
just
to
over 1
give
hour before
them a
returning
2-day
with a
head
verdict.
start. So no investigating
Kessler
the scene of the
refused to
crime
be
for the first
present when the
48.
verdict was presented.
Obviously. Like, I don't find that to be too much to ask. Like, just don't do your job maybe for a little bit. Police unions are supposed to be good. Why are you out here working?
No, thank you.
Idiot.
Do you want to go back downstairs?
Yes.
The jury found Kimberly Kessler guilty of the first-degree murder of Jolene Cummings. Outside of court,
That
Sheriff
sweet
Lieber
girl.
said,
I mean, she might
"It has
not be
been a
sweet,
long
but,
3.5
they keep
years. When we initially got the call of a missing person,
showing all
we
these
started
really pretty
investigating.
pictures
The
of
things we were
her, and
finding
like I
out to
know that
me
she's a
were just
mother.
shocking that something
Ugh,
like this would
bums
happen
me
in
out.
our community." He went on to state he did
Poor
not believe
thing.
that this was Kessler's first murder. "She is evil. She is evil in the flesh, and as soon as she is sentenced, I want her out of our jail."
Whoa,
because
okay,
we are
so
fed
y'all
up
don't
with
know
her
me
crap.
that well, and I don't want to scare you,
The
but murder
sentencing
seems
phase
easy.
was held
Do
towards
go
the end
on.
of January of 2022.
It's only scary if you shut up
As
after
Kessler was
that.
wheeled into the courtroom, she began
If you
to
stop
shout.
saying things about that. Concerned side-eye.
Judge Daniel sentenced Kessler to life in prison without the possibility of parole. It was a mandatory sentence, but he noted that even if that were not the case, life without parole would have been absolutely appropriate. From the courtroom, Kessler was transported to the Florida Women's Reception Center to begin serving her life
The
sentence.
captions were wild there.
The
Oh
move
no, I
was
didn't
a welcome
see.
relief to the staff at the jail, where she was being
I'm
held
sorry.
in the
I
lead up
looked
to her
down at my
trial.
yarn.
Sheriff Lieber and his employees celebrated with ice cream and cake. He revealed that an estimated cost for her suicide watch, medical cost, transportation and food was over $215,000.
Well, first you just have to choose
cake
a victim in a
had
route.
the
It
words,
can't be someone you know.
incarceration,
You can't be tracked or
relocation,
seen en
celebration,
route to intercept
written
them.
on the top
Okay.
in icing. When a person goes missing,
So
and
this is
presumed
this
dead,
is like a
there's
guide for
tsunami of
serial
emotions
killers.
for
This
those left
isn't
behind.
like
Without a body to
a
bury,
guide for
there
killing
really is
somebody
no
in
closure.
specific.
A mother has been left without her daughter, and 3
Like
children
this
have
has
been
to be
left
a
without their
serial
mother.
murder.
Some say that the hardest part of grieving is waiting for justice, but that justice
Then
can
you
never
isolate
really
and murder.
be
Don't even
complete
bother disposing of the
until
body. That's
final piece of the
amateurish.
puzzle is found.
Yeah, they can. They find a lot of their evidence. Like when they, you're not wrong. Like you're not wrong. Murdering someone specific would be really tricky.
Bessie,
Okay, let's
Bobby,
get put on a
this
fucking
episode
list.
all
Let's
about
go.
morbidology. As
If you have
always, thank
ideas.
you so much for listening.
Y'all, I think it's time for
Like
us to
I said,
take
a big
a
massive
quick
thank you to my
break.
newest Patreon
I am
supporter,
gonna go pee.
Trisha. If you'd like to join on Patreon, the link is in
By the way,
show
yeah,
notes.
y'all, if
I
you
recently
are
published
interested
a
in
new
joining
episode
Patreons
of
and not
Morbidology
mine for
Plus,
some reason, by
which
all
is
means,
only
I hope
available on the
that
Patreon
you
app.
support
In
Morbidology.
addition to
She
bonus
is just a
episodes,
very
you
kind
get ad-free
lady,
interrelease
and
episodes, behind the
I love the
scenes,
way that she
handwritten
covers
thank
these
you
things.
card,
I
and
think
some
that
exclusive.
she is absolutely. She's so smart. Like I just like her. We stand true crime queens. We stand them. I think it's probably no secret, even though I've never said it, that I like Bose. Like I think that Bose is the best. Anyway, okay, I am going to go pee. Everybody hang tight. I'm gonna run some ads. Please don't go anywhere. I would love so much if you guys could tweet out the stream or say in a Discord that does not belong to another streamer that they don't want you to post this kind of stuff in, but like post in whatever your social Discords that stream is happening if they feel like watching some crochet and true crime with us. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't do it. Don't go. I'm back. Hello. Hi, guys. Y'all are sick of trying to get away with murdering someone you know is just gross. Okay, listen. I don't know him, but I've spoken outwardly hateful things about him a lot. I would be maybe a prime suspect. I don't know, but I feel like a lot of people have said outwardly hateful things about him. We are continuing work. Little Dino Crafts. Hi, by the way, welcome. We are continuing work on the vest that we started last time. I literally was talking about Tucker Carlson. Holy shit. Did you just actually read my mind? That's crazy. Okay, let's pause the music here. That was a good time for that to happen. We can get back to our live scene. And once again, I'm going to make this big and I'm going to eat some flavored applesauce because I'm the worst. I'm so sorry. And did you guys pick one that you wanted to watch after Kimberly Kessler? Who doesn't love a fucking rags to riches story? Jacob Ind, the teenager that killed his abusers. Munchie's hitting bigly. Anyway, yeah, I think that this is a good one. Let's do this. 1:30 a.m. What's a sleep pattern? Oh man, I
rates of
don't go to bed
anxiety
until
and
like 5
depression
a.m.
doubled in the United States. It can often take weeks to get a traditional therapy appointment, and these can be expensive.
Oh yeah, I should have asked you guys already.
Cerebral is an
I'm sorry.
online
I'm the
mental
worst.
health
I'm
service
overly
that offers
high right now.
prescription
I
medication,
apologize.
counseling and therapy for
I'll
anxiety,
come down a little bit.
depression,
I promise.
ADHD, insomnia, and more. It's okay to not be okay. Cerebral is one of the few services out there.
I stand
to provide
morbidology.
prescription medication online through a licensed provider, and they ship it right to your front door. You can message your care team on Cerebral at any point, and through the app, you essentially have them with
Time
you
is too
everywhere
valuable to
you
waste
go.
it sweeping.
You can schedule sessions with your counselor or therapist at any given time, and it's totally affordable. In fact, it's a third the price of traditional therapy, and there are options with or without insurance. Morbidology listeners get 65% off their first month of medication management and care counselling at getcerebral.com/morbidology. Click the link in my show notes or go to getcerebral.com/morbidology for 65% off your first month. That's just a total of $30 to get yourself started. Join Cerebral today on their mission to make
Do
quality
y'all love
mental
flavored
health
applesauce?
care
Because I fucking
accessible
love flavored
and affordable
applesauce.
for all.
I just had the toddler special. Peanut butter toast and some applesauce. My all-time favorite is raspberry, but I just discovered this peach carrot kind that's really good. Right now, I'm eating a pomegranate flavored one, which is Josiah's favorite. The peach carrot
Welcome
is so
to
good.
Morbidology. I'm your host, Emily G. Thompson, author of Unsolved Child Murders, Cults Uncovered, Mysteries
Ooh.
Uncovered.
Have fun,
and
Mothman's
co-author of Unsolved
Mothman's
Murders
cousin. I just called you your
and
full
Cases
name like
Uncovered.
you were in trouble and I'm your mom.
Join Morbidology on Patreon for exclusive episodes of Morbidology Plus, exclusive merch,
I'm a
ad-free
fairly
non-release episodes,
anti-cinnamon
and much
person.
more.
It's a big time character flaw, I know.
Woodland Park is a city located just a 20-minute drive up the Ute Pass from the picturesque Colorado Springs, Colorado, United States. The convenient mountain enclave is known as the city above the clouds.
Peach carrot bread does
and is
sound
the perfect
fucking
location
bomb. That
for
sounds
those
so
who
good.
love to be in the great outdoors.
I don't understand why
1992,
peach isn't
city
a
would be rocked
flavor
by a
that
shocking
is
double
incorporated
murder.
into bread more
A double
often.
murder
It
that would only be discovered when a teenage boy came into school.
it like
to
de-sweetens
confess
down
to
really,
his role.
really nicely, like in a really interesting way. Just peach on everything, honestly. Peach is fucking spot. This is the wrong one. I'm so sorry. Surprise!
One couple who called Woodland Park home
so
were
sorry.
57-year-old
I
Kermode
can't turn it
Jordan
off.
and his wife, 41-year-old Pamela Jordan. Kermode had been an
Oh
engineer
my
at
goodness.
Digital Equipment Corporation since 1986, while Pamela
I
was
was
an
trying to do
administrative
this. I'm
assistant
so
at Care
sorry.
and Share Food Pantry. The couple were married in Las
Oh,
Vegas
fuck.
in November
Okay.
of 1982. Both Kermode and Pamela had children from
Chocolate
earlier
souffle.
relationships.
Let us know how it goes, Matt. I
Kermode
believe in you.
had a
I
son
think it's
named
really
Cameron,
rad that
while
you're
Pamela
getting
had a
super into
15-year-old
cooking.
son, Jacob, and a 17-year-old son, Charles. Kermode and Pamela had met in San Jose, California, around 4 years after she divorced Jacob and Charles's father, Charles. The boys would see their father, Charles, every other weekend and during the summer.
I hear that
and
they're
Christmas.
actually
When they were
not
13
that
and
hard,
9
that they
years
have a
old, the family
reputation for
moved
being
from
really hard. It's just
California
very
to Colorado
precise. That
after
it's not that
Kermode
hard. It's just
accepted
like
a job
you have to
at Digital
really
Equipment Corporation.
follow
Charles
instructions.
and Jacob were enrolled
get it
at Woodland Park Schools,
heated when it
where
needs
they
to be
enjoyed
heated and
sports
only when
both
it needs to be
participated
heated,
in
etc.,
forensic
etc.
classes.
Hi, Vex and Vixen.
Charles
It
had
goes.
suffered
How are
from hearing
you?
and sight
welcome back,
problems,
Moss.
but he was a good student, earning
Did you
impressive
figure out what you
grades.
need to?
Jacob had to repeat the 8th grade at the persistence of Kermode and Pamela. In the summer of 1992, Jacob started taking guitar lessons, and in November, he had a recital with his mother, who played the
Hi,
flute.
Kika.
Kermode
Hi,
was also
baby kitty
learning to
kitty.
play an instrument, the saxophone. It was the 18th of December 1992 when Woodland Park police received a phone call from Pamela's employer at Care and Share Food Pantry.
Come here, precious.
He asked them to conduct a welfare check on Pamela because she hadn't arrived.
This is my
into
senior
work
kitty. I'm
like
going
scheduled.
to give him attention when
Woodland
he
Park
asks
police
for it.
embarked on the
Please forgive
family's
me for a
affluent
moment while I
mountain
do
home
that.
Located in Ridge Drive.
He's been sick,
just northwest
and I don't
of
know how much
Woodland
time I
Park.
have with him.
It was
so
around
when he wants
11:50
attention, he
a.m.
gets
when a
it.
police officer checked the perimeter of the home but found nothing unusual. Around the same time, Woodland Police received a phone call from a counsellor and school principal at Woodland Park High School. They had a very disturbing story to relay. That morning, Pamela's 15-year-old son, Jacob Eind, had arrived at school via school bus. He was a freshman at the school. He had attended his first 2 classes before approaching the school counsellor and principal. He told them that he had been awoken that morning by the sound of gunshots.
Do you
He said
actually
that his
want
friend,
attention, or are you just trying to
17-year-old
sit up
Gabriel
here?
Adams,
It seems like you don't
then entered
really
his
want me to
bedroom
pet
and
you.
chillingly stated,
You just want to be here.
"I killed your parents."
Okay, kitty, kitty.
Jacob claimed he walked into his parents' bedroom, found that they were still breathing, and as he said, "I finished them off." The responding officer, who was standing outside the family's
Yo,
home,
would
then
anybody be
entered through
upset
an
if I
unlocked
back
door.
this up because I just
It was
missed
eerily quiet
everything.
as he progressed through the home.
Wow, wow. I'm
When he
sorry.
approached the
I'm
master
doing
bedroom, he couldn't
I'm
open
very
it.
sorry.
Cults Uncovered, Mysteries Uncovered, and co-author of Unsolved Murders, True Crime Cases Uncovered.
We only had to go back like
Join
3 or
Morbidology
4
on
minutes, I
Patreon
think.
for
So
exclusive episodes of Morbidology
I was just
Plus,
paying way too much
exclusive
attention to
merch,
Kika
ad-free
and
early
chat and
release
not enough
episodes,
to
and
true
much
crime.
more.
My attention is divided very, very many ways right now.
Woodland Park is a city located just a 20-minute drive up the Ute Pass
Absolutely,
from the
chef.
picturesque Colorado Springs, Colorado, United States. The convenient mountain enclave is known as the city above the clouds and is the perfect location for those who love to be in the great outdoors. In 1992,
Kika.
the city would be rocked by a shocking double murder. A double murder that would only be discovered when a teenage boy came into school to confess to his role.
He decided he did want attention.
One couple
when I
who
stopped
called
paying
Woodland
attention
Park
to
home
him.
were 57-year-old Kermode Jordan and his wife, 41-year-old Pamela Jordan. Kermode had been an engineer
You're my
at
sweet
Digital
kitty.
Equipment Corporation
You're my old
since
man.
1986,
Kika Kitty Cat. Kika
while Pamela
Muffington
was
Esquire
an administrative
Smith.
assistant at Care
I
and
love
Share
you.
Food Pantry. The couple were married in Las Vegas in November of 1982. Both Kermode and Pamela had children from earlier relationships.
His last name is Commode.
Kermode had a son named Cameron, while
How
Pamela
unfortunate.
had a 15-year-old son, Jacob, and a 17-year-old son,
Poor guy.
Charles. Kermode and Pamela had met in San Jose, California, around 4 years after she divorced Jacob and Charles's
Yeah,
father,
but I need to
Charles.
to
The boys would see their
crochet,
father, Charles,
unfortunately.
every other weekend and during the summer and Christmas. When they were 13 and 9 years old, the family moved
love
from
you so
California
much, sweet
to
kitty
Colorado
boy. You are
after
so
Kermode
loved.
accepted a job at Digital Equipment Corporation.
You
Charles and
stupid little
Jacob
animal.
were enrolled at Woodland Park Schools, where they enjoyed sports and both participated in forensic classes. Charles
love
had
him so
suffered from
much.
hearing and
He
sight
eats
problems,
dandelions whole.
but he was a good
What a
student,
champion.
earning impressive grades. Jacob had to repeat the 8th grade at the persistence of Kermode and Pamela. In the summer of 1992, Jacob started taking guitar lessons, and in November, he had a recital with his mother, who played the flute. Kermode was also learning to play an instrument, the saxophone. It was the 18th of December 1992 when Woodland Park police received a phone call from Pamela's employer at Care and Share Food Pantry. He asked them to conduct a welfare check on Pamela because she hadn't arrived into work like scheduled. Woodland Park police embarked on the family's affluent mountain home located in Ridge Drive, just northwest of Woodland
Yeah,
Park.
it definitely is.
It was around 11:50
speech
a.m.
to
when a
text.
police
It's
officer
not,
checked the perimeter of the home but found nothing unusual.
It's not built-ins,
Around the same time,
unfortunately.
Woodland police received a phone call from a counsellor and school principal at Woodland Park High School. They had a very disturbing story to relay. That morning,
Gonna have to
Pamela's
unwind some
15-year-old
yarn here.
son,
Apologies.
Jacob Eind, had arrived at school via school bus.
Yarn
he was a freshman
barf,
at the school.
yarn barf.
He had attended his first 2 classes before approaching the school counsellor and principal. He told them that he had been awoken that morning by the sound of gunshots. He said that his friend, 17-year-old Gabriel Adams, then entered his bedroom and chillingly stated, "I killed your parents." Jacob claimed he walked into his parents' bedroom, found that they were still breathing, and as he said, "I finished them off." The responding officer, who was standing outside the family's home, then entered through an unlocked door. It was eerily quiet as he progressed through the home. When he approached the master bedroom, he couldn't open it. It was locked. He managed to break his way through and found Kermode lying face down on the floor, surrounded in a puddle of blood.
Hopefully you're
Pamela
not
was lying half
playing
on
Alan
top of her
Wake there.
husband, and it appeared as though she was embracing him. The Colorado Bureau of Investigations was called to the scene. They cordoned off the home and conducted their examination, collecting evidence including blood-spattered carpet and plasterboard. Evidence inside the home indicated that Kermode and Pamela had put up a tough battle for their lives. They had both
Alan
been
Wake was a
shot
good game.
as they slept in their
I
bed.
liked it a lot.
But it was evident that they'd gotten out of bed and attempted to flee their attackers.
It probably didn't age
However,
well, if I
they
had
were
to
then
guess,
bombarded
but
with
it
bullets
was
that had
fun
been
for its
fired from
time.
2 separate handguns, determined to be a .357 caliber and a .22 caliber. When these gunshot wounds didn't kill the couple,
I never played the
their
American
killers
Nightmare. I
then
need
launched
to.
at them with knives, slashing their arms and hands as they desperately attempted to defend themselves. Ultimately, their autopsy would conclude that it was a single .357 caliber bullet fired point blank to their heads that had killed them. Kermode had sustained a number of gunshot wounds, including 3 gunshot wounds to the head, 1 from each gun. Pamela had sustained a number of gunshot wounds too, including 1 to the head. It was determined that the murders had taken at least 5 minutes to complete. 4th Judicial District Attorney John Suthers stated,
Missed that one in editing, I
immediately
guess.
upon seeing the scene, I saw that this did not take
You
place
think it
real
still holds
quickly.
up? Sick.
There had probably been a shooting, then an episode involving some terror, and then some further shooting.
Totally.
There was some
Yeah, I have
period
it. I just
of
haven't
time
played it yet.
when there was a
I don't
struggle.
know why. I love
15-year-old
Alan Wake.
Jacob and 17-year-old Gabriel were arrested and charged with the 2 murders. Jacob was
Hi,
arrested
Mark
at
Kiwi.
school,
How are
and when
you?
the sheriff's deputies arrived, he kept trying to speak to them about what had happened. Police Chief John Hogue said, "We kept saying, 'Son, we can't talk to you. We can't take statements from you.' By law, we could not talk to him until he had a guardian." Both the teenagers were ordered to be held without bond at the Zebulon Pike Detention Center. Around a mile away from the family's home, investigators embarked on Gabriel's home. Inside, they found a long-barreled .22 caliber pistol, a 4-inch Colt Python handgun, and a knife. All
Cold
of the weapons
Python?
were
What a
removed from the
bad
home
name for a
a
gun.
forensic examination to be conducted.
First
By
of all,
sight
when I
alone,
think
it was
snakes,
evident
I think
that all of the
melee.
weapons were coated in coagulated blood. As news of the murders and arrests were reported in the media, the community recoiled in horror. The murders were absolutely horrific, and to hear that Pamela's own teenage son
Colt
and a friend had
Python.
carried
Okay,
them
that
out
makes so much
was
more sense.
unfathomable to the
Still.
locals. Parricide is the killing of one's parents. It accounts for around
That is a
2% of all
cold-
homicides in the
I
United
need to quit
States.
smoking weed.
Around 300
I
each
say
year.
it every day.
Most of these cases, however,
I'm never gonna do it.
involve children that kill their abusive parents. According to Times Magazine, typically the child who commits parricide is between 16 and 18 years old, and they come from a white, middle-class family. Most have above-average intelligence with schoolwork below average. They are typically well-adjusted in school and the community, but most tend to be isolated and without many friends. Tributes for the couple came pouring in, with Jack Kellogg, the digital spokesman, stating, "This is a shock to all of us. Kermode was with us since 1986 and was well liked by everybody at Digital. He was a good engineer and well respected." Counsellors from Teller
Can
County
you
Social
imagine
Services would be
having
called
the
to Woodland
last
Park
name
School to speak with the
Toilet?
students and offer further services if needs be. Jacob was not known to police, but Gabriel had regularly aroused suspicions due to his obsession with martial arts and what he described as war games in the woods. The community would be left wondering what kind of motivation there could have been behind the seemingly random murders. According to students who knew Jacob and his brother Charles, however, they had often spoken about trouble at home. In fact, Charles had even moved out of the family home. This led to speculation that Jacob could have been abused at home. The investigation was still in its very early days, and Steve Clifton, director of the county's Department of Social Services, said, "There's no substantiated abuse." Jacob was said to be born in the wrong decade. He was a 60s enthusiast who often wore bell-bottom jeans and tight-fitting shirts. He was described by some of his classmates as being a
You want
flawed
to play
child.
Heavy Rain? I'm going to be honest
Some
with you,
said
I
he
do
dressed
not
this
like
way
David
only for
Cage
attention,
games
and
at
the next
all.
day would be wearing more modern attire.
I don't
In school, he
understand
typically
how
earned
he
top
gets
grades,
so
and he
much
enjoyed
funding
drafting
and
class.
why everybody
Christian Zajac, who was in his class, said
buys all of his
he would
games.
say stuff
I
to
think
get
that
the
they're
teachers to like him
bad.
more.
I always
and
am
everyone
just
could
like,
tell
I
he was
wish I
trying to
had
get the
those
teachers
20 hours
to like him
back.
more. Gabriel
But
was
he
nicknamed
does. He
Major
is able to
because of his
make
penchant
cutting edge
for wearing a
technology
green army
beautiful
jacket.
games.
Christian would say,
So there's that.
Everyone knew he was crazy, but we didn't know he was that crazy.
If you are into that kind
Some
of game, though, I don't
classmates
mean
said
to
that
yuck your
Gabriel
yum.
kept
I'm
blow
sorry.
darts and
I
other
just
weapons
I
hidden
do
in his
not
locker
like David
at school.
Cage games.
And it even suggested a blow gun war at Halloween, but everybody turned him down.
Next to Sean.
Much like Jacob, Gabriel too was a good student and earned above average grades. On the 21st of December, Kermode and Pamela were laid to rest. Their funeral was held at Mountain View Methodist Chapel, and it was led by Reverend William Wolfe. Following the service, they were cremated at Mountain Memorial Funeral Home. Towards the end of the month, Jacob and Gabriel were charged as adults with first-degree murder. They were additionally charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and a crime of violence. Jacob was also charged with
PMSing
solicitation
really hard, so
of
all I wanna
first-degree
do is
murder
fucking eat.
and was accused of attempting to persuade another classmate to kill Kermode and Pamela between the 1st of October and the 15th of December. Since the two teenagers were charged as adults, this meant that if convicted, they would be facing a sentence of life in prison without parole.
A hype train
Due to
is
the fact
close.
that they were both under the age of 18, they would not be
What?
eligible for the death penalty. Following the charges,
I timed
Jacob and
somebody
Gabriel were
out, and
transferred
Steam, or
to
not
the El
Steam,
Paso
fucking Twitch
County
just told me that a
Criminal
hype
Justice
train
Center,
is close.
where they would be housed separately
That's
and held
crazy.
without bond. At the time of the arrest, prosecutors have been pushing for a bill to be passed, which
I
would
don't
allow
think
more
that's
youths to be tried as
true.
adults. An identical bill, which had been backed by the Colorado District Attorney's Council the year prior, never made it out of State House Committee because of the hefty price tag. It would have been a 10-year, $3 million price tag. Nevertheless, Senator Ray Powers, who pushed for the first bill, would try once more. 4th Judicial District Attorney John Suthers said, "This is not the time to be showing up, asking for sentence increases, but the district attorneys, as a group, feel there is not enough public protection from violent juvenile
Moth, I'm sorry I didn't see your
offenders.
hydrate command.
Under the current Colorado Children's Code,
Thanks for looking out for
juvenile
me.
offenders are sent to special institutions
drink.
that provide
I did the
counseling
thing.
and schooling. The maximum sentence is 5 years. The prosecutor could try a juvenile as an adult, but only in 2 circumstances. If the juvenile is under 14 years old and charged with first-degree murder, or if the juvenile is 16 years or older and has been charged with a felony within 2 years of another felony conviction. In other instances, however,
These
a
are
district
some
attorney
fucking
could ask the court
convoluted
for special
fucking
permission
laws,
to try
man.
a juvenile as an adult. But when this happens, there's a certain criteria that must be followed. Under the new bill that was being proposed, prosecutors would be able to automatically try juveniles as adults if the offender is 16 years old or older and charged with a felony wherein a weapon is involved. According to the FBI, violent crime perpetrated by juveniles had increased during the 1980s, with the arrest rate among white juveniles for violent crimes increasing by 44%, and among black juveniles for violent crimes increasing by 19%. The bill was met with a lot of criticism, especially from defense attorneys and children's advocates, who believe that juvenile offenders, regardless of the crime, do not belong in an adult prison. They argue that juveniles can be better rehabilitated in a juvenile facility as opposed to an adult prison that would do nothing more than turn them inside out and make them even more dangerous and likely to reoffend on the outside.
Yeah, it's
Early the
almost
following
like
year, Jacob
prison
and
needs
Gabriel appeared in
reform
the
or
4th
something,
Judicial District
almost.
Court, where
Almost
Judge
like
Mary Jane
treating
Rooney
our
was
prisoners
handed
like
over
slaves
field
doesn't do
reports
anything
on the
to
2
help
teenagers
better them as
by the
people,
Teller County Department of
or
Social Services.
you know, like make up for what
She
they've
scheduled
done
the
or
motions
anything.
hearing for the 14th of
So
January.
weird.
At the later motions
Weird,
hearing,
guys.
Judge Looney would grant permission to the defense attorneys and the attorneys who represented the Jordans' estate access to the crime scene. They would appear in court once more in February for a preliminary hearing to decide whether there was enough evidence for Jacob and Gabriel to stand trial. The hearing would be the first time that the public got to hear many details about the double murder, and it was evident that Jacob and Gabriel were offering polarizing versions of events. According to Jacob, he
IDK,
was
some
the
of these
victim
people need
abuse
hard
at
prison like
home,
pedos.
and he had hired
Okay.
Gabriel to shoot and kill
I have to
Ramon
pause
Pamela.
and I have to respond
According
to
to
that
Gabriel,
because
however,
it's something that I feel
it was
very
self-defense.
strongly about, and I feel
Jacob's
like
friend,
it's
17
not exactly a popular opinion, but I feel like it needs to be said. And I don't care who you send this to. I don't care if a bunch of a bunch of boomers and conservatives call me a groomer, because I'm fucking not. I never have been. But I will say that I think that that kind of attitude is the kind of thing that makes pedophiles become offenders. And if they are just pedophiles and they feel like they are able to come forward and get help about it without being treated like they are a monster for just having thoughts and feelings being broken, then I feel like we would have a much better time. And like, I don't think that we'd have as many pedophiles. I don't think that we'd have as many offending pedophiles. I think that our shitty attitude towards somebody doing something wrong, turning them into a monster, making them less than human, strips us of a little bit of our own humanity and makes it so that these people become more dangerous. It's a thought pattern that I would love for you to try to adopt. It, like, stop having, actually. Mine is the one that you should adopt. I'm too high to grandstand, but like definitely, if if somebody ever comes to you and is like, I'm having inappropriate thoughts about children, instead of saying, oh, you're disgusting, what you need to say is, okay, let's find you some help because you're sick. Anyway, that's something that is just important to me because I care about those little kids not being hurt anymore. I don't care about fucking vengeance. I don't care about revenge. I care about no more little kids being hurt. I care about humans being treated like humans. Okay, sorry. Difference between a pedo and a pedo who actually did that shit? Yeah, of course there is, but still, all of them are human beings. All of them. And it's just dangerous to start treating anybody, even people who did terrible things, like they are scum or monsters or less than human. And of course, offenders are really fucking sick. Like, really sick and really selfish and have done terrible things. I don't disagree with that, even remotely. But still, the goal is always fucking rehabilitation. It's always rehabilitation. We want to make sure that they are safe. We want to make sure that our kids are safe. It's so frustrating to me, the way that people treat offenders. Not necessarily pedophile offenders, but prisoners. I feel like prisoners are treated so fucking terribly, and it makes more prisoners, essentially. I don't know. I feel like the way that the prison system has bred Americans to have these fucking vengeance boners is absolutely disgusting, and 1,000,000% is an idea that was fed to you so that private prisons could make more money.
Year-old David Maybe revealed that when Jacob came to school the morning after the shootings, he appeared to be extremely nervous and suspicious.
All of it should be rehab. There should be no prison. Should not be what prison is.
He was kind of looking around. He said he was thinking of going home and shooting himself. David was so concerned about Jacob that he informed Woodland Park High School officials. Jacob was called out of class by Woodland Park principal James Taylor, and Jacob said to the principal, "They hit me.
I could be behind it if that's what the end result was."
During the hearing, very few details about the alleged abuse were detailed.
I would want to see the research if that actually fucking
had been
works
the victim
first.
of abuse at home, and that his stepfather,
instead of making the problem
became
worse,
irrational and violent when drunk. His brother Charles had told investigators that Kermode had a drinking problem.
Sex is funky,
family
man.
had to hide guns
Sex and
knives in the
psychology
home whenever he
are
was drinking.
real wrapped up in each other.
Principal Taylor told the courtroom that Jacob told him that he had woken at around 1:10 a.m. by the distinct sound of gunshots coming from the master bedroom of the family home. This was expected, however, because Jacob said he had paid Gabriel to come to his home and kill his mother and stepfather. He said that he ran into the bedroom to see that his mother, Pamela, had been wounded, and that Gabriel was struggling with his stepfather, Kermode. He said that he heard Gabriel refer to Kermode during the scuffle
as a
hypocritical
Kermode
bastard. Jacob said that he shouted at Gabriel.
That's still
"They're
not
not
that much
dead.
better. It's
You
still
fucked it
okay.
up."
Imagine your name was
He
Turlet.
said that he fired one shot into Kermode's head and then shot his mother but missed and had to fire a second time. He told Principal Taylor, "Unfortunately, I had to finish them off." According to Principal Taylor, when Jacob confessed to him, he looked very shocked, tired, and in disbelief about what he had done. Jacob confided in his principal that after killing his mother and stepfather, he went back to bed. He said that the last thing he remembered was Gabriel standing next to his bed with a knife in his hand, and that it was dripping with blood. He awoke at around 5 a.m.
the socially
at
responsible
breakfast
part
and
of
then
the
got
brain's
ready
trying
for
to
school,
restrain the inner beast
taking
that
the
takes
regular
what
school
it
bus
wants.
that
Yeah,
stopped near the
absolutely.
family's home.
You're not wrong.
Before police arrived at the school to arrest Jacob, a teacher, Lucinda Reed, had taped a conversation he had made to her. Jacob had told Lucinda that he and Gabriel had planned for the murders to look like a burglary gone
Can you imagine
wrong.
just napping after
Jacob
killing
said to his
someone?
teacher
I wonder
he
if the
decided to kill his mother and
adrenaline fucked him
stepfather
up.
because they constantly
And like
made
he just had
demands of
to.
him, adding that they had arranged for him to go to counselling, but then never actually let him go. Teller County Sheriff's Deputy, Dennis Ogden, had been the first officer on the scene. He testified that he kicked in the locked master bedroom door. He found that the bedroom was in disarray. There was an overturned planter, a smashed ceramic duck, and sheet music which had been strewn across the floor. He told the courtroom the blood stained the door jamb, the carpet, and the bed.
Owie.
There were 2 .22 caliber slugs on the floor, close to the bed, as well as at least 3 bullet holes in the wall. On the bed, he found a box of bullets that was spattered with blood. Next, he spoke about the bodies of Kermode and Pamela. Both were clad in pajamas, and both were on the floor of the master bedroom.
Y'all spell it
Kermode's feet
Pyj
extended into the
or
bedroom.
Paj?
He said that his
I
body
think the
was
killers
soaked
who
with
eat
blood,
in their
and there's a
victims' homes are the most
.357
deranged,
caliber
super
bullet
creepy.
wound
I do
just
think
above
that
his
shit's
right
creepy
eye,
as hell.
a .22 caliber wound above his right eye, and bullet wounds to his right shoulder and
The
arm.
Dahmers.
He had also been stabbed in the back of the head, and there were knife wounds to his hands and arms, which indicated that he had put up a fight and attempted to defend himself from the knife attack. Underneath his lifeless body, he found a leather gun case with a 12-gauge shotgun inside and a .357 caliber gun holster, which was empty. Pamela was found curled around her husband's body. She had a .357 caliber wound to her right temple, as well as .22 caliber wounds to her shoulders. She had wounds from a knife to the side and back of her head and to her cheek and hands, indicating that she too had put up a struggle but to no avail. Blood found inside the home came back as a match to either Jacob or Gabriel, but only Gabriel was treated for wounds that were bleeding. The guns had been found in Gabriel's bedroom. Gabriel had provided a different version of events.
Okay.
Instead telling investigators that around 11 p.m. he had gone to his friend Jacob's home to show him how to use a sword. He claimed that Jacob had led him into a dark room in the home, and suddenly gunfire erupted. Gabriel said he thought that Jacob was trying to kill him.
Yes, another
and
parent murder,
blamed
but these
Jacob
parents
for
were
the
abusive.
murders. He claimed that he hadn't shot a gun and had simply tried to defend himself with a sword. Testimony would also be
That's
heard that Jacob
fucking
had tried to
hilarious.
enlist another classmate to kill Kermode and Pamela, but this classmate had refused. He had allegedly paid Gabriel $2,000 to commit the murders, and they had spoken about potentially poisoning the couple's coffee or spraying them with bear mace, which they had seemingly believed was a poisonous chemical. They had apparently settled on shooting the couple, believing that the murders would be quick and painless. The truth, however, was quite the contrary. Judge Looney would determine that there was enough evidence against Jacob and Gabriel to send them to trial, and in March they would be arraigned as adults. Gabriel pleaded not guilty, while Jacob and his defense team asked for a delay in entering his plea.
Feels bad to
Considering
laugh
putting forward a defense
at
of mental
some of this shit,
impairment,
but like
and
it's
they needed time for a
impossible not
psychiatric
to.
examination. Defense attorney Sean Kaufman revealed in court that his client had planned on pleading not guilty by reason of insanity because he did not know right from wrong at the time of the murders. Later that month, Jacob pleaded not guilty. While he hadn't mentioned the defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, that could be raised in the future. Gabriel's defense would attempt to get his statements to police following his arrest thrown out of evidence. His attorneys argued that his parents were intentionally misled about whether he could have an attorney present, and they were taken through a rarely used door to keep them from 3 public defenders who were waiting in the lobby of the police department. Judge Looney, however, would find that Gabriel was fully advised of his rights when he cooperated with police, and was even advised to cooperate by his father. His defense attorneys would then file a motion requesting that his murder trial be moved to another county, because it would be impossible to find an impartial jury. In the motion, they argued the potential jurors would very likely have been tainted by the media coverage of the case. They said that a false report had aired on a news broadcast that was corrected the following day, but argued that this had already caused irreversible damage to Gabriel and his defense.
I think that's reasonable.
Ultimately, Judge Looney would approve the request and move the trial from Teller County to Colorado Springs. Meanwhile, Jacob's defense attorneys would attempt to get some more evidence.
I also love her
excluded
accent
from the
so
trial.
much.
They argued the sheriff's deputies had entered the unlocked home where the murders took place, kicked in a locked bedroom door, and then videotaped the crime scene before a search warrant had been signed. Judge Looney, however, argued that this was not unreasonable for sheriff's deputies given the circumstances. They would also attempt to get Jacob's statements to the school counsellor and principal excluded from trial. They claimed that his rights were violated when the principal then called police. They also argued that his rights were further violated and police policy ignored when a family friend and Jacob's brother, Charles, were allowed to visit Jacob in custody before he was arrested. Judge Looney refused to request to have this excluded as evidence during the upcoming trial.
Yeah, I feel like a murder confession is evidence.
Child abuse as a defense. The allegations of child abuse have been thrown around several times throughout the past year and a half.
Sorry, I'm just kind of winding yarn by hand here. It shouldn't take me too terribly long.
He was being abused at home.
I should be able to get back to work within the next
their suspicions further.
5 minutes? I don't even think it will take me that long.
The defense, Jacob's defense
what
lawyer,
accent
Sean
is that?
Kaufman,
Irish.
Said,
Very
I want the
thick
jury
Irish
to hear
accent.
about my client's pain. Court documents that were filed revealed that Jacob had told his friends that he hated his mother and stepfather and had felt unloved and resented by his mother from birth. According to the motion, Jacob met with derision early on and endured abuse from the back of his mother's hand and from the paddle and the belt kept handy in the house. Horrible whippings from these paddles and belts were meted out to Jacob and his brother. Jacob's brother Charles would speak with Frontline.
Jacob was conceived to save the marriage.
Guess you are stuck with us,
to
Barry.
repair it. And he became the representation of her broken dreams.
I invite you to suck it.
And I think in many, many respects, she resented Jacob's entire existence.
The motion would also claim that Jacob had been sexually abused by Kermode, who had married Pamela when Jacob was 4 years old. Defense Kaufman said that he would be arguing that Jacob had feared for his life when he killed Kermode and Pamela, stating, battered children live in an environment totally different than most in which people aspire to raise their children. Prosecutor Bill Aspinwall would argue that the abuse was immaterial, stating, they just want to badmouth somebody who was shot to death and stabbed in their sleep. He then sarcastically added, let's just say it's okay for a youngster to kill his parents because he had a reason to dislike them. As the trial was fast approaching, the case against Jacob and Gabriel started to take shape. It was evident that Jacob's defense were going to put forward a battered child defense, the first to ever be used in the state of Colorado. While it wasn't a legal defense, long-term abuse can be presented as a defense to establish self-defense. Jury selection for Jacob's trial began in early May of 1994.
Do you guys ever watch that HBO documentary every fucking day of my life?
500 residents of Teller County
or maybe it's every day of my fucking life. It's the Wendy Maldonado case. It is
a week, that was whittled down to 250. A large jury pool was requested due to the media attention that had surrounded the controversial case. By the 11th of May, a jury consisting of 10 women and 4 men was seated, and the following day, the murder trial of Jacob Eind began. During opening statements, prosecutor Bill Aspinwall told the jury that
I highly recommend it.
Desperately sought out safety
in the master
bathroom.
It's at least a decade old by now.
He said they can't get in because on the other side of that bathroom door that you have to push your way into is Jacob Eind, holding that door shut, while his co-conspirator is hacking away at his stepfather and mother. He said that when Jacob did open the door, he assaulted the couple by spraying bear mace in their faces. He described how the Jordans,
really absolve you
who had been
of the
shot and
consequences
stabbed
of your
by
actions.
this point,
Agree.
were now temporarily
You said HBO.
blinded.
I wonder if I can find it on
They
HBO
struggled
Max.
to
I
breathe
feel
as
like
Jacob
HBO Max has
raised
like a lot.
.357 caliber revolver,
So I wouldn't be surprised if it
and
was there.
shot
That's
3
the first time
times,
I saw it was on
finally killing the couple.
HBO
He
on
described how
demand.
after the couple were dead, Jacob and Gabriel
Back
washed
when
the blood
cable
from their hands in
offered,
the bathroom
like
sink.
each
Afterwards,
cable company
Gabriel
offered
walked
their
home
own
where he
like
hid the murder
TiVo
weapons
service
before falling asleep.
Did they say why the friend helped? He
Prosecutor
paid him.
Aspinwall would portray Jacob as a cold-blooded killer who had planned the murders of his mother and stepfather simply because he hated them. He said, Pamela was chopped at, her skull opening up on the side, the back of her neck. Defense Tom Kennedy, on the other hand, offered a completely different version of the murders and the motivation behind them. He said that when people think of home, they think of it as a place where they can feel love, safety and security. He said, when Jacob Ine thought of home, he thought of it as a place full of fear, intimidation, humiliation, degradation and abuse. And every moment that he had to spend at that home, he spent it trying to avoid contact with his stepfather and his mother.
Child abuse is not
According to
always
defense Kennedy,
super
Jacob
obvious.
killed his abusive stepfather and his cold and controlling mother, adding, "This was only the end of the story, ladies and gentlemen. The story began when Jacob was born." He was putting forward the theory that Jacob had acted in self-defense after suffering years of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, and that he had no alternative.
I do wonder how
no
true
escape
the
but to resort
abuse
to
allegations
murder.
are.
He walked the jury through Jacob's early life, stating that Pamela and her first husband, Jacob's father, were in the process of ending their marriage when Pamela discovered that she was pregnant with Jacob, telling the courtroom that Jacob was an unwanted surprise that was an albatross around her neck.
Yeah, home is not
He
always
said that
a
there was
place
going
of
to be
love and
family members
comfort.
to corroborate the abuse,
It's
including
unfortunate.
Pamela's own mother and his brother. Speaking of Pamela, he said, she had cute pet names for the weapons that she used to discipline Charles and Jacob. Dr. Stick, always hanging, available. Send the boys to fetch Dr. Stick so she can punish these young children. He said that when Jacob was 4 years old, Pamela married Kermode, and the situation in the home changed drastically. He said that Kermode was an alcoholic, and when he drank, he turned nasty. He stated, living in that home, Jacob and Charles had no idea when the hammer was going to fall, what they might do to set off Kermode. And because of Pam's desperate need for financial security, she not only tolerated Kermode's behaviour, she mimicked it. According to defence Kennedy, both Jacob and Charles suffered abuse at the home, abuse that had left them scarred for life. Some of these memories, he said, were so suppressed and would take years to unravel, but said that what the boys do remember is disgusting,
She gave punishment tools and
humiliating
nicknames. What
sexual
the fuck?
abuse at the
There was that
hands of
wife
Kermode,
swap with
as well
the
as
dude
beatings with a
who
belt.
had the
He
whacker.
referred to
Anybody
as Billy
ever
Belt.
watch Wife
He revealed
Swap?
that Charles had desperately attempted to
There was a
protect
lot of
his little
child abuse
brother.
on Wife Swap.
In
It was
summer of
crazy.
1992, he moved out of the family home, leaving Jacob to bear the brunt of the abuse alone. He stated, the abuse, the sexual abuse, the violence in this home was the family's dark secret. The first witness during the trial to testify was Woodland High School principal Jim Taylor, followed by school counsellor David Greathouse, who told the courtroom that on the day Jacob confessed to the murders, he had been scheduled to see a mental health counsellor regarding his depression and anxiety about living at home. He told the courtroom that in the weeks leading up to the murder, he had spoken to Jacob about his home life. On the 10th of December, he had spent 2 hours speaking with Jacob and Charles about Jacob's increasing anxiety about his life at home. Jacob confided in his counsellor that he couldn't sleep well and struggled to get to sleep before midnight. He said he stayed at school as long as possible so that he didn't have to go home to Kermode and Pamela, and when he did go home, he simply hid in his bedroom. He told the counsellor the last family meal he had was on Thanksgiving of 1992.
Jesus.
He said that in the week before the murders, Jacob looked gaunt and appeared depressed and unkempt. According to the counsellor, neither Jacob or Charles had said that they were physically or sexually abused at home, adding that if they had have done, he would have reported it to police. Some evidence had been collected at the boys' high school, including a map in Gabriel's locker. It showed his home on Columbine Village Drive and Jacob's home on Ridge Drive, around a mile away.
Well, if anybody wants to take the low-hanging fruit, it's there.
Other. The map was marked with escape route and escape route 2. In Jacob's room, investigators had also recovered a 3-foot-long sword,
I just put that in the
a large
long-
folding knife, a smaller
The
knife,
wrong
a bayonet,
stitch.
and 3 throwing stars. Prosecutor Aspinwall had wanted the jury to see the weapons, to try and show that he was not controlled by Kermode and Pamela. He said, the defendant will say he's unfairly disciplined. Seems to me, Pamela Jordan, had a right to discipline a 15-year-old boy who had knives in his room.
Oh, yeah, that lady
This
who
was an
she's like,
individual who
I
should
am
have
a
been
warrior of
disciplined
God.
and maybe even disciplined more than he was.
She has...
In Jacob's bedroom, investigators had also found
like
a recipe
short,
to make a bomb,
dark
as
hair.
well as a
She's
letter from
very
his girlfriend,
obese.
telling him
I
she
believe
too
she's
could kill
missing
her
some
parents.
teeth.
Police
She's
officer
exactly
Curtis
the
Richter
woman that you
would tell the jury that in
pictured
Gabriel's bedroom,
when you
they'd found
pictured
hidden
a
underneath
crazy
pile of
religious
clothing,
woman
a 22
talking
caliber
about being a
handgun,
God warrior.
a .357 caliber called Python handgun, ammunition in a pouch, a large knife, and a number of items that had been stained with blood. There was also clothing inside a clothes dryer, which he believed contained clothing that Gabriel had washed to remove blood. The prosecution would reveal that Jacob had a plane ticket to fly from Colorado to Chicago 2 days after the murder. They highlighted the fact that Jacob said he could not escape the home. However, the plane ticket was from Jacob's birth father, and he sent him one every year so that they could spend Christmas together. Charles, Jacob's brother, would be called as a prosecution witness. He told the jury that he had tried multiple times to tell people that he and Jacob were being abused at home. He had contacted police in 1992 and 1993 to tell them that they were being abused. When Jacob was arrested, during an interview with police, Charles had spoken about verbal put-downs directed at him and his brother by Kermode and Pamela, as well as Kermode's excessive drinking. He said they had a lack of freedom.
You've watched
and had
that
some
episode
physical
so many
punishment,
times.
And described Kermode and Pamela.
I think
as
I watched
uncaring
it twice.
parents who wanted to control the both of them. He said that the only affection within the family's home was between the brothers and the family's dogs. Prosecutor Aspinwall said that during the interview, Charles never mentioned sexual abuse. Charles said to the jury that while the family had enjoyed an upper-middle-class lifestyle, there was very little for him or his brother to be happy about. He said that in August of 1992, he finally moved out of the abusive home and into a small cabin located around half a mile away from his high school. He said that he had moved out because of Kermode, who he described as an alcoholic.
Is that
his mother
true,
said that
Sperry?
Kermode had quit drinking on at least 3 occasions.
That's
Each
fucking
time he started
sick,
drinking
if
once
that's
more.
true.
Charles testified that when Kermode
amazing if
drank,
that's
he would
true.
wake Jacob up and keep him up for hours. He was forced to
Like,
listen
it
to
sucks
Kermode
that it
as he
took a
drunkenly
tragedy.
discussed the government and communism. He said, "He would also hit me, but he would never remember it the next day. Jacob hated Kermode for it, and so did I." He said how he, Pamela, and Jacob had found Kermode passed out on the floor due to excessive drinking, adding that they had to hide his gun after he came home
That's
drunk from a
dope.
bar,
I'm happy
claiming
to
that he was
hear
going
that.
to shoot somebody who had disagreed with him. Charles said to the jury,
I am
"We
not
were
the
trapped.
one to
We
fucking
both
be
felt
like, yeah,
trapped.
but you
I moved
said
out because that
I
was available
promote
to me
growth.
by
When people
law,
show growth,
whereas
we
Jacob
give
had to
them
stay
the
there
grace
3
that
more
they
years."
deserve
To someone
for
that
having
immature,
shown grace
it seemed
to
like
grow.
a lifetime. Prosecutor Aspinwall
Her daughter
asked
died in a
Charles
car
why they
accident.
didn't
That
report the abuse,
sucks.
but he replied that they had tried to, but
That
nobody listened
sucks.
to them. He said that he had spoken to middle school teacher Lucinda Reed, as well as the counsellor.
He'll be
David
14? Oh, he's an old
Greathouse,
man.
And 2 Teller County Department of Social Services workers. He said that Lucinda had begged Pamela to seek counselling, but he was very critical of David, the counsellor, who had testified, stating, "He didn't do a damn thing to help Jacob out. He didn't do his damn job." He said that during his initial interview with police, what he described that went on in the family's home was a shadow of what it was like living in that house. He said that he didn't want to remember what exactly went on at the family's home, and that each time he tried to remember, he couldn't function anymore. He said that when he spoke to Jacob after his arrest, he had told him that he wanted the pain to end. The middle school teacher, Lucinda, was called as a witness, and she told the courtroom she never suspected that Charles and Jacob were being abused at home because there were no textbook symptoms. While she didn't feel the need to report suspicions of abuse, she said that she did have concerns. She said that in spring of 1992 she had asked Pamela to
for the
meet
follow.
her
I
after
appreciate
Charles
it.
told
You know
her
that feeling you get when you
Kermode
hear a
went
brand new
on
song on the
drinking
radio and you're like,
binges and
ugh,
passed
new
out.
music. And then it turns
She
out
said
it's
that when she met
actually
with
a
Pamela,
banger.
Kermode was
That's
there,
the feeling that I just
so the
got from you
discussion
following my
never
channel. Thank you
came
so
up.
much for being
But
my
she did suggest
unexpected
to the family
slap.
that they attend counselling. She said, Kermode was not receptive at all. He didn't say anything. A couple of months later, Pamela called Lucinda and said that Kermode had agreed to seek counselling but she would later learn that they never actually attended any counselling. Jacob's girlfriend, Stephanie Ensley, would tell the courtroom about her relationship with Jacob. She said that they used to chat on the phone well into the night and would talk about practically anything, even their parents. She said that on the 16th of December, Jacob had told her that he hated his stepfather and mother, adding that he had a gun and was going to shoot them both. This conversation was around 11 p.m. Within 2 hours, Kermode and Pamela would be dead. Stephanie said that she did not believe that Jacob was being serious. When Jacob and Stephanie spoke about their parents, Jacob confided in her that he was being physically and emotionally abused.
I feel like telling your girlfriend that
and marks to his neck,
as a young man is
shoulders,
really embarrassing.
Upper back, and upper arms.
Believe this.
She said,
I believe it's true.
He didn't mind doing some chores, but he had to do everything. Another friend of Jacob would testify during the trial. David Maybe said that Jacob had erroneously believed that Gabriel had been bailed out of jail. He told the courtroom that Jacob, who was in jail, then called him up. Jacob told David that he was worried that Gabriel would hurt his surviving family, in particular, his brother Charles. He then said, "I need you to find somebody to get Major." David asked what he meant, and Jacob allegedly replied, "Think." When prosecutor Gordon Dennison asked what David thought Jacob meant, he responded, "I thought he meant to find him, and I guess, shoot him." He additionally told the courtroom that Jacob had asked him several times to help him kill his stepfather and mother because he was tired of them telling him what to do. Armanda Lee, a classmate, would describe Jacob to the jury as a loud, obnoxious geek who did not get on very well with his classmates. He said he didn't believe that he was being abused at home and said, "One time he told me he got somebody to kill his parents by the name of Major. It seemed kind of like a joke because I never thought Jacob would do anything like that." Armanda and Jacob had been good friends, he said, and often went hiking together and even had sleepovers. He said that Jacob was always pleasant while at his home.
He didn't sound much like a friend, calling him an obnoxious
stepfather. While Armanda said he didn't believe that Jacob was abused, he contradicted himself when he said, "He always, for as long as I knew him, talked about how much he hated his parents. He said his parents would beat him and put him through mental head trips." In further testimony, Dr. David Bowerman would take the courtroom through the injuries that had been inflicted on Kermode and Pamela. He said that Kermode had been shot a total of 5 times, while Pamela had been shot 3 times. The fatal bullets that ended their life were fired from between 20 to 30 inches away. The prosecution rested their case, and now it was time for the defence to present theirs.
Hi, does you remember watching your content years ago? Happy you
to
are
life
alive
at the
and hopefully
family
well.
home.
I'm hanging in there,
They
man.
ramped
Silence,
up
how are
by the
you?
defence. They were claiming, after all, that Jacob was a battered child.
I'm
Testimony
hanging
would then
in
be
there.
presented by some of the family. Kermode's cousin, Doug Kermode, described how when Jacob was around 5 years old, he witnessed Kermode slap him. Emotion overcame Doug as he said he believed that Kermode had given Charles and Jacob the right guidance, such as when he encouraged them to befriend a disfigured boy. However, he and Kermode's first wife testified that Kermode could be violent, especially when he was drunk. He detailed how when Kermode slapped Jacob very hard, he then set up a camera and wanted to take a photograph of Jacob crying, but other family members stepped in. Barbara Tarantine, Kermode's first wife, would tell the courtroom that Kermode had slapped and punched her and pushed her up against a wall on several occasions. She said, "I would have to describe Kermode's behaviour in a domestic situation as violent as opposed to peaceful." Luby Thornton, Pamela's close friend of 20 years, would say that she had always believed that Pamela was far too tough on her children. She portrayed her friend as a cold and strict
Punish
mother
Harley!
who had hit her
Thank
son
you so much
at
for the
least
follow. I
twice.
appreciate it
She
very
said
much.
it
You
was
know that
control.
feeling you get
It
when
was a
you're
set
chatting
pattern.
up somebody
6
new
o'clock, they were
and
in
you're
bed.
like, "What's your
If they
favorite
broke that
band?" And they're
rule,
like,
there
"No,
were
what's your favorite
consequences.
band?" And
If there
then
were certain
you're
gestures
like,
or words
"On
they
3,
used,
1,
she
2,
would
3,
make
and you
them
both
bite
say
into a
Led
bar of
Zeppelin.
soap.
That's the feeling that
She
I just
spoke about
got
Dr.
from you
Stick,
following my
the
channel.
wooden
Thank you
paddle
so
that was
much
kept in
for
the family's kitchen.
being my
Ruby
Zeppelin
had seen
buddy.
Pamela strike Jacob on the
My
bare
fellow
bottom
Zepp
because he had
head.
come out of his bedroom
I don't even know if
after
you
he
like
was
Led
sent to
Zeppelin. That's
sleep.
just my favorite band.
Ruby described one incident which took place when Jacob was just 9 months old.
Well, not only was she unhappy with her marriage, she was also unhappy with being pregnant with her second child. He was about 8, 9 months old.
Zeppelin
and we went in,
unfollowed?
but she did not know I had followed
What?
it in there. And she just kind of grabbed Jacob, and she goes, "I just hate you.
They're the
She goes, "I
best
wish you had
band.
never
They're
been
the
born,"
best
you know.
one.
When Pamela noticed that Lupe was there and had heard what she
Demonstrably.
said, she quickly picked up Jacob and began cuddling him. She said that Charles was a
Been
little
a
bit
long
chunky
month
as
already,
a
but
child,
hanging in. Might fall
and
asleep in a
Pamela and
bit,
Commode
but I'm
would
trying to
often
stay
make
up
fun
to
of him
catch
for
a
his
stream.
weight,
If I
and
passed
even
out,
forced
enjoy
him
the
to eat
lyrics. Well, thank
celery
you so
and
much.
carrots, while the rest of the
Awesome
family
music
had
choice.
hamburgers
See,
and
see,
French
Sperry.
fries.
Look
When
at
Jacob was
me.
a child,
Look
he
at
had a bit
me.
of a stutter, and Luby said that
Led
Commode and
Zeppelin
Pamela would mock him
rules.
for his speech impediment. Speaking about Commode's drinking, she said one day she had come to the family's home to find him passed out, stinking of alcohol and the furniture in complete disarray.
Do I need to start handing out
Charles would
bands?
also be called to testify once more, and this time he went into disturbing detail about what went on behind closed doors at the home. He said that he and Jacob had both suffered years of sexual abuse at the hands of Commode.
Yeah, Matt, that shit
adding
bums
that
me
it mostly
out.
took place
Like,
when they
especially,
returned
it's
home from
hard
school.
to adopt a
He
kid.
chillingly stated, "We didn't know if it was going to happen that day or not.
Hell yeah,
And we
Punish
didn't know
Harley.
who he was going to choose, but we knew it was going to
Legit.
happen by the look on his face."
I don't get
He
a
said
lot
that
of free
Commode would tie
time, but
them
the
to
free
the
time that I
toilet,
get, I am
get them undressed,
crocheting
and then
or
tie their
like
hands
practicing
and
my
feet
knitting.
so they
I
couldn't move.
have never knit a
Charles
full
Lynn said.
project before. Well, that's not true. I used to knit
Charles said that
scarves,
the sexual
but
abuse
that doesn't
started
count.
when he was around 8
And I
years
only
old,
knew
and Jacob
the knit
was around
stitch.
4 years old.
So
He said
I
that their
think
mother Pamela used a heavy hand.
I don't
and would wash
remember
their
if that's
mouth with
the
soap, hit them with a
garter
belt,
stitch
a
or the
wooden spoon,
stockinette
and a cutting
stitch,
board.
but I think
These
it's one of
punishments were
those
meted out if the boys ever said
where
no to
every
her,
stitch was
left
knit
toys out,
one.
watched the wrong TV channel, or played in the back garden without permission.
I don't mind Led
He revealed
Zeppelin,
that they
but
kept a
I'm more of an
calendar to
AC/DC
document
if we're
his
talking
weight,
classic
as
rock.
well as how
Man, I
many
used to really
lashes
like
he and his
AC/DC, but
brother
I have
received
fallen
with the
off.
belt and switches.
You talking about me, LMA?
Charles recollected
Led
how
Zeppelin is
one
my very
day
favorite band.
He had been hit
Zeppelin
32
Zoso.
times during a spanking.
I think they're the best
As
of all
he
time.
said, he had looked at Commode the wrong way.
Ugh.
He went back to detail the sexual abuse that had happened in the bathroom of the family home. During these sexual assaults, Commode would hit Charles and Jacob.
I won't. I'll spare
He
you
went
all.
into quite graphic
But I
detail about what happened during these sexual
Love me
assaults.
some fucking Led Zeppelin.
Have us give him trust,
You have a Zoso tattoo? That's rad.
then tell us. She would.
Night, Dragon Rana. I hope you have a wonderful evening. You've been making a amigurumi plushies. Do you want to share any of them?
And after he was done, she
If you
would
have them
dress.
posted anywhere, feel free to just link them in chat. If not, then you can join the Discord, but you'll have to wait 10 minutes before you post. It saves us from a lot of
Afterwards,
one,
Commode would
spam,
order the
like
boys to
bots
shower
and stuff,
because they were
and
dirty.
two,
He described how
haterade.
on one occasion he had returned home early
For
from
some
elementary
reason,
school.
there's a
Jacob
couple of
was
losers
in
who are really
kindergarten
obsessed
at
with
the
me that like to
time.
come and
It
try
was
to
home already.
ruin my
And
good
he said that
time
the courtroom he heard Jacob screaming and
every
pleading
once in
for
a while,
Commode to
and they
stop.
fuck with my viewers and
He
shit, and I hate
said,
it so much.
I knew what
so
was going
that
on. I
stopped
heard
it from
the
happening
same
in
words,
Discord so often,
the
at
same
least.
kind of words. I slammed the door really loudly so that he could hear it, because hopefully Commode would stop if he knew that I was home. He didn't. Charles said to the jury that he had tried to tell his mother about the sexual abuse one day when Commode was passed out drunk, but nevertheless, she didn't leave Commode. Charles said,
I'm glad I
before his
talked
mother
over
married
the
Commode,
details
she
of
was a
that
warm and loving
TBH.
mother, but
I
she
don't think that I
became
want to
cold
rewind it.
and
I don't think I
hateful.
want to know.
According to Charles, he and Jacob had remained quiet about the sexual abuse because Commode had instilled fear in them by threatening to kill them if they ever told anybody about what he did to them in the bathroom. He said, I vowed after the first bathroom session that I was never going to tell anybody. mainly because
So sorry,
Kermode's
this is
mom
an
told
English
us
chat. I'm
that
gonna have
nobody
to
would
ask
believe
you.
us
I
if we did.
not that I have anything
He said that he
against
still
Spanish
struggled to
because I
talk about
don't. I
the
think it's a
sexual
beautiful
abuse,
language.
even to
I
his
just don't
therapist.
understand it, and I think most
Charles would
people
speak
here
with
don't.
Frontline about
So I'm
the
gonna have to
testimony
ask you to
during
speak
his
English.
brother's
But
trial.
you are so
I
welcome
did my
here.
best
Just
as
so you
far
know,
as
I hope
explaining to the
that's not
court
offensive to you.
the
Again,
type of
nothing
environment
at
that
all
we
against
were in.
Spanish or Spanish speakers. I would
The
love
pain
to learn Spanish.
that we were experiencing and
Just
being
I don't
inflicted
know
upon.
it.
Even the sexual abuse. I broke my code of silence. And in front of the whole world to see with the
The
cameras
repetitive
rolling and
themes. Zeppelin
everything,
has such a variety of
he would,
subgenres within.
wait
Yeah,
until we got home.
That's exactly. I feel like
Oftentimes sneaking up behind me,
AC/DC is a little
or
samey,
Jacob,
and I feel like that's probably really
and,
comforting.
throwing us into the bathroom
For a lot of people, and why
literally
they are
taking
so
us
many
by the
people's
shoulders
favorite
and
band.
tossing us
Same thing
into
with Guns N' Roses.
in the
Hey,
bathroom, and there
don't
he
worry,
would
I speak
hit-
English. Thank you so
hit us
much.
across
I
the face and,
apologize. I really wish that
body and
everybody could
say,
just understand
"Get
every
on the
language.
toilet,"
Ugh,
and,
that shit
he-
makes
he
me
would
hot to
pull
think
the
about that. I'm
ropes
such a
out
fucking language
from
nerd.
underneath the credenza.
4 years of Spanish in the American school system. I only comprehend
always
half of that. Yeah.
It was always, I mean, to say it was maniacal would be an understatement. Just
Okay, so
laughing, chuckling.
the reason that I
Pleased
sounded
with
so
himself.
excited there was because I thought that
Psychiatrist Dr. David Castor
ASDGES.
compared Jacob
I don't know how to
to a
pronounce that. I'm so
prisoner of
sorry.
war,
I thought that
explaining to
that
the
was them
courtroom
saying
that
it.
child abuse isn't intentional.
And I was really impressed. I was like,
and
okay,
sadistic
only 4
attack
years
on a
and you're doing
child's
whole
person,
sentences,
or
bud. That's
soul,
sick.
with specific intent to control. He said, prisoners of war know about this. He said that every day in the Jordan household was torment for Jacob and Charles, and he explained the battered children don't flee their environment because they feel as though there is no escape. He stated that Jacob told him on one occasion Pamela ordered him to climb a ladder to clean a second-story window.
Stuff with
Jacob
Soph.
was terrified of
already,
heights,
hey?
and he begged his mother not
Fucking
to
look
force
at you
him to climb
go.
the ladder, but she did nevertheless.
Are you excited about it?
She promised she would keep her foot on the bottom
Who
of the
doesn't love a
ladder,
change of
but
pace
when
anyway?
Jacob got up to the top,
What is my
she
Discord?
left.
Discord.gg/fartslide. We'll get you right there.
He detailed further abuse at the home, including Jacob and Charles being forced to clean the hardwood floors over and over again over the course of 24 hours until they got it right. They were ordered to clean the dishwasher with a toothbrush. Dr. Castor and another psychologist, Dr. Frank Barron,
Silk Nav, if you
who
gotta go,
classified Jacob
bud,
as legally
please don't
insane,
by any
but they said he was a
stretch
fearful
feel
child
obligated
who'd
to
lived
stay
in
here. There's gonna be a
constant
lot of triggering
expectation
stuff when we
of
listen
harm.
to true crime,
Another
and I'm gonna
psychologist, Dr.
fully
Ann
understand when
Hicks
people
Taylor,
can't
who interviewed Jacob after the
listen.
murders, testified that he had told her he took
Please
non-prescription
never
drugs
feel
and played
obligated to
Russian
stick
roulette
around
to try and
despite
kill
your
himself
mental
in the days leading
health
up to the murders.
screaming at you to go.
She said,
You do
Jacob
not owe
didn't
me
get
a
any
goddamn
counseling,
thing,
so the
and I want
pressure
you to make sure that
continued to
you're
build.
okay.
His options continued to die. When you're in a debilitating
It's at a
state, the way
cinema,
we see
which
the
is much
world
more
is
fun,
so
and it's
fearful
outside fast food, which is
anyway,
what I was
you
doing for
lose
3+
all
years.
ability to
Fuck
think you can get out of
yeah.
it. She said that the breaking point for Jacob was Charles moving out of the home because Charles had been the buffer in the family.
Yeah,
and had saved him from some of the abuse.
discord.gg/fartslide. We'll get you
She
there.
said he held on to a rescue fantasy that his brother could somehow save him.
You'll be fine. Good.
But when he left, that fantasy was shattered. Jacob's grandmother, Grace Tambeth, would beg the jury to save her grandson, telling them, Jacob has a good heart. Please help him. Please. Grace was the mother of Pamela, and she corroborated the abuse. She said that her daughter was loyal and loving, but said she had witnessed her spank both boys extremely hard, and she had told her to stop, but Pamela ignored her. She described Kermode as somebody who made her skin crawl, and she believed that Kermode had changed her daughter. Also called to the witness stand was the 22-year-old son of a longtime friend of Pamela. He was set to tell the courtroom that when he was 8 years old, Pamela had fondled his penis and forced him to touch her inappropriately.
What?
However, the judge would rule that he couldn't testify in regards to this because Pamela had not been accused of sexually assaulting her sons, just Kermode. Closing arguments were to follow.
It's still abuse!
Prosecutor Aspinwall said to the jury, this isn't a case about parricide.
It's
to kill
still
one of your parents.
abuse!
Those are words that make murder palatable.
If the grandma knew, why didn't she
He
do
urged
anything?
them
Yeah.
to forget about the question
I mean, it was her
of
daughter.
abuse,
I feel like that's
instead
the hardest
focus on the
person in the
question
world
of
to be
self-defense,
persecutory.
stating, it's imminent.
Persecutory?
It's going to be happening soon.
What
Not
is the
being
word that I'm
spanked,
looking for here? I'm
not
high.
being
I'm
put in
sorry.
a closet, not being slapped in the face. You have to be afraid of being killed before you can take
To be
someone else's
confrontational
life.
with. We'll go with
Defense
that.
Kaufman said that the abuse was much more than just a simple spanking.
I applied before I got
stating,
fired because they were
"This
cutting
is
my
a case
hours.
about
I guess
terror,
I knew
about
what was
a lifetime
up in
of
good
terror."
timing.
And Jacob
Fuck
Ein's
yeah.
life
So
is about how a child,
that
through a
genuinely
course of 15 years, could be the victim.
made me
of
feel a
kind
bit
of
lighter. I'm
terrorism of the
excited. I'm
soul.
really glad that you're
He
sorted
said that
out.
the jury were only shown a glimpse of the horrors that were inflicted on Jacob
And
and
I would
Charles.
report my
He
kid
said that
if they were
self-defense should
abusing
be
my
measured by
grandchild.
the totality
Totally.
of
I
Jacob's
agree. I'm
life.
just saying, like, maybe
evidence
that's a
presented during
reason
the
why
trial
she
was
didn't.
extremely polarizing.
I am with you. Like,
On one
don't get it
hand, Kermode
twisted.
and Pamela were described as abusive parents, and on the other, they were painted as caring parents who wanted the best for their family. The crux of the case would be whether the jury
I really
believed
do
that
wish the
Jacob
grandma had done
been
something.
abused at
I feel like
home,
this
and
tragedy
whether he
could have
felt
been
as though
fucking
there was
avoided.
no other alternative than to murder his mother and stepfather. The testimony presented by the defense in particular was extremely disturbing and heartbreaking, and illustrated a very terrible home life for both Jacob and his brother Charles. It was now up to the jury to decide
I'm just
whether
confused
Jacob
on her
was
behavior.
guilty
Yeah,
of
I
first-degree
fucking,
murder
I fully
or not
agree with
guilty.
you.
The verdict reads, we the jury find the defendant Jacob Eind
Chain 2
guilty
and work
of first
3
degree
double
murder.
crochet in
They
each
would
chain
ultimately
1 space from
find
previous
Jacob
row.
Eind guilty
Then
of the
chain
murder
2.
of Kermode and Pamela Jordan.
So easy.
The juror would state that they felt as
I
though
can do
they
that.
had been backed into a corner by evidence and Colorado law, stating the main thing was that he confessed to doing it. Under Colorado law, self-defense only applies when somebody feels imminent danger or serious bodily injury or death. Jacob showed little emotion as the verdict was read aloud. He smiled as the jurors were led from the courtroom and even said, "Good job," to the prosecutor. His defense lawyer stated, "I guess my gut feeling about this case is that it's too bad somebody didn't react until it was too late. Jacob Eind is a good kid. He just never had a chance. The problem is the law doesn't recognize the situation a child finds himself in. Self-defense is the bar fight scenario, not years and years of abuse where you finally explode." Jacob was automatically handed 2 life without parole sentences. Judge Looney lamented her inability to sentence him to something more lenient. She said, "I'm not saying that a long sentence, including a life sentence, is not appropriate for first-degree murder. I think it is. But what I think may be inappropriate is that at some point in the future, parole may not be considered for any individual." She said that she would have preferred to structure Jacob's sentence based on the facts of the case.
So why didn't she? She's a
Jacob
judge.
read aloud a letter in which he criticised the justice system, as well as his defence attorney.
Like, she's allowed to do
for not
that, isn't
allowing
she?
the real truth to be known. Judge Looney asked him what he meant, and he said that while some of the truth came
Hear what's
out,
happened in
it had been
Tennessee?
distorted.
It didn't pass,
He
did
said,
it?
"Oh well, what's done is done.
Most
Can't
sexual
gripe
abuse could
about
be
the
avoided
past
with
much."
something as simple as sex
He
ed.
said that his future,
Full agree.
albeit spent in prison, would be better than his past. Gabriel Adams would stand trial shortly thereafter, and he too would be found guilty of the murders of Kermode and Pamela Jordan. Much like Jacob, he was handed 2 life sentences without parole. Over the forthcoming years, Jacob would appeal his murder conviction and his life sentences, and so would Gabriel.
I don't think so. She's
In
still bound by
1998,
legislature.
Jacob revealed that Kermode wasn't
which
the
to seem
only
tough
one
on
to
crime will
sexually
pass
abuse him.
mandatory sentencing
He said that his own
laws.
mother had sexually abused him, but he was not allowed to present the evidence during trial. He was hoping to gain a new trial, and his family were all supporting him.
That's crazy.
Pamela's own sister,
I
Cindy
thought that
Sandotz,
judges could be
revealed
like,
that
no,
Pamela
this is
herself was an
inappropriate and I won't
abused
sentence
child.
this.
And as an adult, she in turn abused her children. It was allegedly her stepfather who had abused her. Loopy,
What a
who
fucking
testified during the
bummer.
first trial, would reveal that on one occasion,
Human nature
when
is.
Jacob wasn't older than 4 months old, she had witnessed Pamela fondling his penis. It was Loopy's son, Eric, who had wanted to testify that Pamela had sexually abused him too when he was just 8 years old. He stated, "The
Nope,
kids are not
ostensibly
lying.
That's when the governor
Jacob said that
should
memories
step
of sexual
in with the
abuse at the
pardon.
hands of his own mother went back to when he was
You know
4
more
or
about our
5
process
years
than
old.
I do.
He said that she had forced him to perform oral sex on her. In 2012, the United States Supreme Court ruled that mandatory sentences of life in prison without parole for crimes committed by juveniles violated the constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment. It was
Agree.
retroactive, meaning that it applied to older cases too. This meant that Jacob and Gabriel could one day be released from prison. Just 2 years later, however, Gabriel hanged himself in his cell at the San Carlos Correctional Facility. His suicide had come before he got the chance to go before the parole board and fight for parole. He had been housed in a prison for those who were mentally ill. He had suffered from extreme
Devastating.
paranoia and had refused visits. He was said to not be in touch with reality. In 2018,
Devastating.
Jacob was granted a new trial. Judge Jane Tidball ordered that his murder convictions were vacated because he was denied his constitutional right to testify during his first trial. Instead of stand trial again, Jacob pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, explaining that he plotted the murders to end a lifetime of torture, abuse, and despair. He was resentenced to 60 years in prison, which meant that he could apply for parole in just a couple of years. In March of 2021, Jacob Eind was paroled from prison. His father, Charles, was waiting for him at the prison's parking lot along with his wife, Denise, who he had married while behind bars. During his years of incarceration,
so
Jacob
weird.
received a paralegal certificate and earned a PhD.
If I was a person in
theology.
prison...
Currently, Jacob lives alone in an apartment while his wife lives in Ireland, where she is originally from.
Okay.
He has said that he hopes one day to move to Ireland to be with his wife, where he is hopeful that he can live a peaceful and quiet life of anonymity.
For years, I mean, when things get real bad, I'd be able to tell myself, okay, but they'll be
I
gone.
just feel like I wouldn't be
And
able to
so I
trust
don't
any
have
of
to
those,
put
like,
up with it
prisoner
much longer.
groupies. You know what I mean?
Sanctuary within that fantasy.
Wait,
of
people
it
who were
being
sexually
over.
abused, murdered
And
their
it's still
abusers, and
almost
went to
half
prison?
fantasy for me,
Sad.
all
Honestly,
the
I'd
way
argue
up till the
self-defense.
point
That's
of
what
the
they did.
murders.
That's what they
I
tried.
mean, even when up until
But because
first
they
trigger was
planned the
actually pulled,
murder,
it was still to me
it
half
didn't-
fantasy. All I wanted
It didn't work out.
was something to end. I didn't really grasp the permanency of their deaths. Definitely didn't understand the gravity of what it means to kill somebody. I mean, I didn't think that they would feel pain. I didn't think that anybody else would be affected.
The murder of Kermode and Pamela Jordan rocked the quiet community of Woodland Park. By first appearances, it seemed like a typical case of a rebellious teenager lashing out at his parents. However, it soon became apparent that the case was much more complex than that. Jacob Eind had been the victim of more than a decade of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse that ultimately culminated with the brutal murders of his tormentors.
It worked. It just worked entirely too slowly, I think. Stuff was so... But I do agree that something, like some form of rehabilitation does need to be had for somebody who murders somebody, let alone their parents, hey? And I know that he was being, abused, and
Patreon supporters, Clara and Rachel.
he must have been very
Patreon
sick.
seriously goes such a long way.
But that's
As you
all the
know,
more
I'm a
argument
one-woman
for
show, and it helps to defray the
intervention.
costs of
Right?
freedom of information requests, archive subscriptions, hosting, and much more.
I'm glad
In
it
return for
worked
your
out
support
the
on
way it did
Patreon,
instead of
I
worse.
send out a
Instead of him
handwritten
being
thank you
in
card
prison.
and merch.
Instead of him
You also
having
get bonus
fucking killed
episodes of
himself like the other
Plus,
kids that needed
which
help
aren't
and
on the
didn't get
regular
any.
podcast platforms,
You know what I mean?
ad-free
It
and
sounds like he
early
does
episodes,
understand the
behind
weight
the
of what he's
scenes,
done a
including
lot
case
better.
Files, videos and audio. And
Cross
of
talking
course,
with YouTube
my
viewers here.
undying
If nothing else, you could make
Just
the
a little
argument
reminder
that
that
the
I'm
state
going
of
to
mind
CrimeCon
PTSD can put
London
you
in June of
would at least
2022.
constitute an insanity
Last
plea.
year was
Now that that's
absolutely
better.
amazing.
I feel
It
like
was
that
so
would
fun
have
to
gotten
get
a
to hang
better
out with some fellow
treatment.
podcasters
I agree
and
they
some
should have
of my
went to
listeners.
prison, but I disagree
So
with
if you
how
want
long
to
they were in
hang
prison.
out
Yeah, I
and
feel
have a beer
that.
and
I
talk
feel
all
that.
things true crime, make sure to get a ticket.
I am
Use my code
desperate
window
for
that's in the shattered
prison
window
reform though.
to get 10% off your
TBH.
ticket.
All right,
Remember to
let's
check us out at morbidology.com
choose
for
another.
more information about this
You know what? Real quick potty break for everybody. It's been a while. Everybody get up, touch your toes, get a snacky. We'll be right back. Azuma, you can't see it, but hopefully you can hear it. I'm doing it. Thanks for looking out for me, bud. Hello? This is just a long silence at the end of this song, hey? Very cool. All right. We fuck with that, I guess. It's time to choose a new morbidology. Prisons are private in the USA? Oh yeah, they're for profit. Yeah. Yep. It's a fucking capitalist wonderland in America. Okay. Remember the Blackstone House of Horrors? That shit fucks with me. Not as much as that fucking Rockstar from yesterday did. But it fucks with me. We've got an hour left of stream. Huh. There's a way to funnel money out of the general public and into the pockets of the ultra-rich. The U.S. has implemented it 100%. You know you made it when you have a prison named after you. Yeah, straight up. Okay. I think that we will do... This one is exactly an hour. Okay. If I could just get 4 readies in chat for the first time tonight since I'm a fucker and haven't been doing that enough. We will get started and I will get back to I think that I'm going to finish this vest tonight. I could be wrong. It could be a lot more involved than I think, but I think I'm gonna. All right.
Is there anything more
You guys are the
important
best.
than taking care of yourself? Everybody knows that when you're not feeling the best, you can't be your best. Well, that's where Sambucol comes in. Sambucol makes you feel better with powerful immune support, powered by nature's super fruit, the black elderberry. There's been a handful of mornings where I've woken up feeling rubbish, and Sambucol has given me that control back by supporting my immune system and making me feel better. It's not a chore to take Sambucol either because it tastes amazing, and my personal favourite is the syrups.
I do need to start getting some vitamins.
Well. It's easy to incorporate Sambucol into your wellness
Your mother
routine.
smelled of elderberries.
I personally take Sambucol each
Your
morning
mother
with
did
my
smell of
breakfast.
elderberries. You know
Get
that means
15% off
she's a
your
drunk,
next order
right? Because
at
elderberries used to be like
$9.99 or more.
the cheapest wine, and so winos would always smell like elderberries.
Morbid15 for 15% off.
Your mother smelled
Look,
of elderberries.
let's be real. We need to take better care of our teeth, especially over the festive
No idea, just
period.
Monty Python things.
I know from
That's fair enough.
personally,
Monty Python
I eat enough
rules.
candy for 20 people. Well, that's where Quip comes in. The Quip electric toothbrush is loved by over 7 million people. It has a lightweight and sleek design for adults and children, time sonic vibrations with 30-second pulses, a multi-use travel cover, reusable handles, and more. Quip offers lots of other products to make sure your mouth is in tip-top shape, including floss, refillable sugar-free gum, refillable mouthwash, and more. If you go to getquip.com/morbidology right now, on top of their holiday savings, you'll get your first refill free. That's your first refill free and up to 40%
This voice couldn't
off
sell me
bundles
air if I was
at
on the moon. Oh my god, I love her voice.
getquip.com/morbidology. That is spelled GETQUIP ip.com/morbidology. Quip, the good habits company.
Hi, Evil Tiki. How are you? The haul was yesterday. My stuff that I ordered still isn't going to be here until the 13th, but I got a bunch of yarn and stuff, and we decided that we're going to make a plushie for Bear Taffy, and we decided that we're going to make it a ghost. Like, it's his mascot, Bear, but as a ghost because creepy crochet. I'm very excited about it. I have the perfect yarn to use. I'm very excited about it.
Welcome to Morbidology. I'm your host, Emily G. Thompson.
Crab salad sandwich. Yum. That sounds fucking incredible.
And co-author
that sounds very good.
True crime cases uncovered.
Fucking love
Join
crab, dude.
On Patreon
I like
for
artificial
episodes
crab
of
too.
Morbidology
Oops,
Plus,
I don't need to do that here.
Merch, ad-free, and early
Obviously,
release
I prefer
episodes
real
and
crab,
much
but
more.
even artificial crab is very good. I think that they do a really good job of
in early
simulating it.
2018, an inmate
That
at Santa
is
Fe County
correct,
Jail
but it sounds
heard some
so
grisly
weird and
details
gross
from
to
a
call it
fellow inmate.
simulated crab.
It was a confession that her son had been murdered. Rumors in jail and prison can't be right.
Oh, it's so
but an
good.
investigation
Zeppelin
would
Sosa.
uncover
Oh my god,
that
it's
this
so
was
good.
certainly more than just a rumor.
Pollock is a pretty good fish to use for imitation crab. Duly noted. I just buy
It was January of 2018
imitation crab. I just
when
buy
an
it.
inmate in the Santa Fe County Jail in New Mexico informed a guard of something she had heard, a potential homicide. She revealed that 35-year-old Tracy
am
Ann
particular
King
about,
spoke finding her son dead at home.
which
and
brands
blamed her
I get
boyfriend,
back
42-year-old
in
Thomas
Iowa,
Wayne
so I
Ferguson,
wonder if
for
it's
causing his death.
different fish.
Time,
used.
both Tracy and Thomas were in jail for probation violations. Thomas had been on probation after pleading guilty to kidnapping and aggravated battery of a family member back in 2014, while Tracy was on
Also, who
probation
came first,
after
the
pleading
artist
guilty
or the
in
fish?
August to attempting to tamper with evidence which was in relation
sorry.
to concealing cocaine. Rumors in jail are rife, but
Everyone
authorities decided
unsubscribe,
that they would investigate.
unfollow on Twitter.
This was a very serious
Leave the
crime that somebody was
Discord.
confessing to after all. And as it turned out, Tracy
Unpledge on
certainly did have a
Patreon.
son,
Get-
13-year-old
Let's go.
Jeremiah Valencia. Investigators would listen in on a phone call between Tracy and
Oh, you got to see
Thomas,
Nick today?
during which Tracy
I never get
said
to
that
see
she had
Nick
been
anymore. I like to
crying
lurk in
about
his
the
chat a
hater.
lot, but
When Tracy was interviewed about her son by investigators,
his
claimed
stream times
that
do
Jeremiah
not
had
jive
simply
with my
ran away
schedule at
from
all
home,
anymore.
and she didn't know where he was. However,
But that is
she would
rad.
eventually confess that on the 26th of November,
I haven't seen the neck
she had
in
just come out
forever.
of jail for a
He
previous
and
charge.
Lynn Mac got
When she returned
married.
to the
This is
phone she
like I'm
shared with
saying this like he
Thomas on
told
New
me, but
Mexico
I'm just a creep who
503.
like remembers
found
all of his
Jeremiah
happy tweets
dead.
because I want good
She
things for him.
claimed that he was wrapped
But
up in a
he and
blanket
Lynn
on
Mac
the
got
bed.
married. He lives in Ireland
According to
now. It's
Tracy,
all.
she
I
confronted
feel like
Thomas.
he's
She
where he
claimed
wants to be, and
he
I'm
grabbed
super
Jeremiah's
stoked for
body,
him.
put it in his car, and sped off.
Did he seem pretty happy?
When asked why she didn't
I
call
hope he
police,
did.
Tracy said that she was so scared of Thomas that he had abused Jeremiah in the past, and that she strongly believed that Thomas had murdered Jeremiah. She also claimed that sometime later, Thomas drove her to a location
He said he's
just
coming
off
back
New
stateside
Mexico
for a minute. Oh, no.
503 near Nambi, and informed her
It's very
that he
unfortunate.
had
for
buried
him.
Jeremiah nearby. With a potential graveside, investigators embarked on the scene located off New Mexico 503, just north of Santa Fe. They were taken to the specific area by Tracy. With the assistance of a cadaver dog, investigators found a suspected burial site that had been somewhat sloppily concealed by tree branches. They would unearth
He's playing a
small
pretty rad
body stuffed
Metroidvania game. Did you
inside
catch
a
the name of
plastic
it?
storage bin.
I've
Sergeant
been
Richard Matthews
craving
would
a
announce the grim
Metroidvania.
discovery to
I
the
haven't
public.
really been in love with any new ones since
And that was hard. These
Salt
things
and
stay with you.
Sanctuary.
Especially,
I played that after Hollow Knight, though.
especially when
I think that
you
Salt and
recognize
Sanctuary and
everything
Hollow Knight rank about the
Thomas
same
and
for me.
Tracy would be charged with
Axiom
child
Verge,
abuse
do it.
resulting in
Okay.
death, tampering
Well, I
with
can't
evidence,
afford
and
it right now,
conspiracy
but
to
I'll
commit
wish list
tampering
it.
with evidence. However, these weren't the only arrests in the case.
And then if it goes
shortly
on
be
like a
announced that
mega sale
Thomas's
once
own
bills are
son,
paid, or
19-year-old
if it's
Jordan
just
Anthony Nunez, had been arrested and charged with the same
like
things.
super reasonable if it's not like
Back
a
when the
$70
search for
game or
Jeremiah's
whatever.
body was being conducted, investigators had spoken with Jordan. He first of all stated that he had just
I will
reconnected with his
probably be able to
father
do this after
back
bills
in
are paid this month.
October, after being away
Add
from
to your
one
wish
another
list.
for
Done.
around a year.
I have not been paying
He
attention.
said that a few
to the
days later,
morbidology
his
at
father
all.
then took Jeremiah
In
to live with a
Fernax.
family member in Mora. Investigators then spoke with Jeremiah's 13-year-old sister, who informed them that Jeremiah had been living in Mora.
Oh no,
with a
I'm
family
so
member.
sorry.
However,
Have you
she then said that Jeremiah was at the family's home on the 6th of December for a birthday party. But this was the day
have
that
you
Tracy had claimed
closed the
Thomas
app,
had driven
like
out to
closed
show her
the
where
app
Jeremiah was
altogether?
buried. It was quite evident that the family had been colluding.
It's like a proper
to try and come up
classic
with some
Castlevania
kind of
style
cover story.
Ooh.
But that cover story was crumbling to pieces. Jeremiah's sister would eventually
Axiom
admit that
Verge
she had been
is
told by
my kind of
Thomas
aesthetic for
that
sure.
if anybody asked about Jeremiah, to just say that he was staying in Mora with family. When Thomas was interviewed by investigators, he had essentially
and this one's
blamed
also
his
only
own
$20.
son
Hell
for
yeah.
Jeremiah's death.
Wish
He
listed.
claimed that Jeremiah and Jordan had been playing
Done.
aggressively when Jeremiah died, adding that he didn't think to call the police or call for an ambulance.
You were looking
out
into
of fear that he would be
Infernax
blamed.
recently.
He said he didn't know where Jeremiah had been buried, but said that he knew who had buried
Bloodstained
the
is
body.
awesome. What's bloodstained?
He
Oh wait,
refused
I have a
to
key for
identify this
bloodstained.
person.
What is bloodstained?
By this point in the investigation,
I don't want to
Jordan
take it
changed
when
his version of events.
I don't want to take it when I
Now,
like
claimed
don't
that
know
on
what
the
it
night that
is and I'm
Jeremiah
not like
died,
super.
His father had punched him in the face and stomach.
Like I would feel like a
numerous
dick for
times
just being like, yeah,
and
I'm a
said that
streamer,
Jeremiah
so
was
give me
bleeding.
that. You know
He said
what
that his
I
father
mean?
then dragged
Especially since I won't
Jeremiah
be
into a
covering
back
it on the
room of
channel.
house, locked the door behind him, and started to play really loud music, so nobody could hear.
Made by the main
what
dude
was
who
going
made
on
Castlevania.
inside the room.
So I think that we
He said
found
that his father then told
J-Rod's
him that if anybody
favorite
ever asked where Jeremiah
genre
was,
of video game.
to tell them.
And also
that he
Basic
was
Benji,
with
thank you
an
so much for
uncle
the
in
follow. I
Mora.
appreciate it. You know that feeling that
Claimed
you
that he
get
also put
when
padlocks
you
on
have
all
a
of the
pain
doors of
deep
their
down in your
home
belly and
to
then you
ensure
belch
that
it out.
nobody could leave.
It doesn't smell and it feels
Tracy would
all
also
better.
change her version of events
That's the
when
feeling that
presented
I
with
just
the other
got
versions
from
of
you
events
following my
that
channel. Thank you so
investigators had
much for
received.
being my sweet relief.
Well, she had first of all claimed that Thomas disposed of Jeremiah's body when she returned home from jail. She now claimed that Jeremiah's body was actually kept hidden away in the garage for 3 days.
Hi, Chester. How's it
before
going?
Thomas and Jordan wrapped him in the plastic sheeting and then stuffed him into a plastic storage box.
Wow, I
She told investigators
really have
that
let
she,
a lot of
Thomas, and
this get
Jordan
by me.
then drove down New Mexico 503 to the area where they then buried his body. Santa Fe County
Hanging in
Sheriff
there, Chester.
Robert Garcia told
We're
a press conference
making
following
really
the
good
charges
fucking progress on
provided
this
a grim
vest tonight.
update in the case.
Hell
He
yeah,
struggled to
Basic
hold back
Benji.
tears as he revealed that
Welcome. Everybody make
Jeremiah
sure that Benji feels
had
welcome.
endured
This is
years
their
of abuse,
first chat,
neglect,
first time in chat.
and even torture.
Although I've seen a lot, this is very gut-wrenching.
It's hard to sleep at night. Just thinking about the abuses poor child went through. This poor child suffered at the hands of a monster.
When Jeremiah's younger sister was interviewed,
Forced
she
out and
disturbingly
came back.
revealed
We
that
shall see if it
Jeremiah
improves.
would
I hope
frequently
so.
be beaten by Thomas, sometimes
So
so brutally
sorry.
that he needed
Wrath
to
of
use
the
a cane
Lamb,
to
though,
walk
hey?
or use a wheelchair.
Wowee.
Sheriff Garcia described the case as gruesome and heartbreaking, and said that Jeremiah would be forced to sleep inside a locked dog kennel. He stated,
Jesus Christ.
I can honestly say that this poor child suffered at the hands of a monster. Jeremiah's 13-year-old sister said that on the day that Jeremiah had died, Thomas had began punching him in the living room, and then dragged him into the kitchen and into the bathroom where the attack continued. She said that after the brutal beating, Jeremiah was put back in the dog kennel, and she suggested that Jeremiah probably died alone in the dog kennel
That is
after
so
the attack.
fucking sad.
After
Holy
realizing
shit.
that he was dead, she said that Thomas and Jordan then moved his body into the bedroom. She further told
Is it taking
investigators
some
that her
getting
mother
used
knew
to?
about the dog kennel.
Zeppelin?
When
I
Thomas
imagine that
wasn't
that is a
around,
trip to
she
go
would
back
sneak her
to that.
son water. By this point, Jeremiah's autopsy had not yet been completed, so his cause of death was not yet known, nor were the extent of his injuries. But that would come with the autopsy report. Sheriff Garcia would state during a press conference, In my years
Yeah,
in
we're
law
talking
enforcement,
Isaac
I
Azuma.
would think that this is one of the most terrifying types of investigations that I've seen. Although I've seen a lot,
The makers of Hollow
this
Knight are
is
working on
very
a new one.
gut-wrenching.
That's been whispered
To the
about
point
for
where
a
you
little
go
bit
home and it's hard to
now.
sleep
Yeah,
at night,
I really
just
hope
thinking
so.
about the abuses.
I hope
the
so.
poor
I think that
child went
they have a lot of
The murder
interesting
of
stuff to
Jeremiah was
say,
exceptionally
and I'm
disturbing.
here for it.
From the manner of death to the fact that
Beautiful,
nobody even noticed
beautiful little
that
game.
Jeremiah was missing. As it transpired, Jeremiah hadn't been enrolled in school. The last time that he was enrolled in the district was when he was a 6th grader back in 2015.
Nami
And
was
this was the last
super
time he
easy to
attended
pick back
school.
up. Knowing the
Santa Fe
items and
District
stuff is the hard
Attorney
part.
Marco
I imagine
Sena
especially
would
the
state in the
stuff
media,
that like the
"I
item
am
is in the
sickened
new
by
game,
this
but it
horrific
is
tragedy.
different.
We are a close-knit
Like, does
community,
different
and this
shit.
touches so many of our families. I want northern New Mexicans to know that this case is of the highest priority, and I will do everything in my power to seek justice for this
My
innocent
power.
child.
Golly.
We are in the very early stages of this tragedy, so tonight I ask
I
all
love
of
it.
New Mexico to pray for our community.
They changed some of the old items that sucked.
Jeremiah
yeah.
was described by the family's neighbors as a quiet boy who loved playing with his dogs.
Silksong is probably
His
a ways
neighbor,
off.
Al Martinez said
Um,
that sometimes he saw Jeremiah in the yard with his sister, but said that he
Is
mostly
Silksong-
remained silent. However,
A,
he would
the
always
new
say hello,
game,
but
B,
that was about the
a
extent of the
sequel,
conversation
or
that he got out of
C,
him.
all of the above.
The family had a litter of puppies in the summer beforehand, and Al recollected how he always saw Jeremiah playing
Remembering
with them,
certain pairings
adding
and all
it
that meta
appeared as
shit.
though
Being
he was in
able to
love with the
have
puppies, and they were his best friends.
soul
While the
hearts that
family had
go off the
neighbours,
screen.
They were isolated. When they moved in, Thomas installed a chain link fence to separate themselves from the rest of the street. Al would state, I think about
See,
that,
okay.
how little interaction
plays
there was
Hornet,
with his
gotcha.
family. There were never any other people. The family home hadn't seen any life until Jeremiah's body was found. Now, people came by hourly to leave flowers, trinkets, and letters of condolences for a boy who had seemingly lived a life of loneliness and pain. Jeremiah's grandfather, Rick Tapia, said that he loved playing music and mechanically tinkering. At one point in time, Rick had been appointed by the court as Jeremiah's temporary guardian. He said that while in his care, Jeremiah enjoyed playing the trumpet and taking things apart to put them back together again.
Whoops.
Rick had cared for Jeremiah and his sister in 2011, following a state Children, Youth and Families Department investigation into the family, which had raised concerns about the children's
I haven't
care.
played enough Risk of Rain
These custody
2.
arrangements lasted for a year before Jeremiah and his sister were returned to their mother. This wasn't the first time that Tracy had given up Jeremiah and his sister. In 2008, Rick and his wife had petitioned for guardianship of Jeremiah and his sister, and Tracy would sign off on the agreement, writing, I do not want to cause any more destruction in the children's lives. Both Tracy and Thomas
Yeah, I
had
saw
lengthy
people
criminal
were
records.
streaming the
While
crap
Jordan
out of Risk of
had been
Rain
awaiting
2.
trial
2 new
on a battery
characters
case from
too.
back in
That's sick.
December. Tracy had pleaded guilty to no contest a
Me and
number
Goose
of times
Feathers
since
used to play Risk of Rain
2009
1, and it
for
was
a variety of charges.
That's some of my
including
fondest memories.
shoplifting,
Do y'all remember
attempted
Goose Feathers? What a
shoplifting,
talented
criminal
dude.
trespass,
Everybody say hi to Goose
and
Feathers.
attempt to commit a felony with a possession of a controlled substance.
He did
She had
Rex's
been booked
branding.
into the Santa Fe County
He was a
Jail
genius.
a total
I
of 23
really miss that guy.
times.
He was so great. He was very
Thomas
funny.
had 20 years worth of charges, including counts
So
relating to
talented.
kidnapping,
Super
domestic
smart.
abuse, abandonment or abuse of a child, and a charge of criminal sexual penetration that would be dropped as part of a plea agreement. In 1996, he had served probation for a drug charge, and when he violated this probation,
Kidnapping
he served 6
Star.
months
I don't know
in
who
jail.
Star is. I'm so
In
sorry.
2001, he was sentenced again to probation for shoplifting. In 2003, Thomas had been found guilty of battery on his wife at the time, Amanda Ferguson, in
This
Santa
guy
Fe.
sucked.
In this case, Thomas had knocked Amanda down.
He might still
punched
be
her in the
alive. I
head,
don't know.
Choked her until she fell unconscious, and then kicked her in the upper
Got
torso.
big into
and
Isaac around
upper
that time
back.
with Northern Lion playing OG Isaac for sure. Absolutely.
Did he hit you in the mouth at all?
Yes. He would push me away or he'd backhand me like that.
During his trial for this case, a doctor testified about the injuries on
fucking
Amanda.
glory
I
days,
noted
man.
some
That was back when I was
abrasions to
relevant.
The left side of her face and forehead, a contusion to the right forehead, contusion to the right face, an inner lower lip laceration, a contusion to the left jaw, 2 contusions on the front part of the neck.
A paramedic would also testify that at the time of the attack, Amanda had been pregnant and holding their baby. She would describe the injuries that the attack had
It's actually
on the
always
baby.
relevant.
So I noticed that she had 2
Speaks to
hematomas
me.
on her head. When I pointed him out to her, she said that her husband did that when she was being, when he was
I'm a
assaulting
boomer
her.
now.
Thomas was
I'm an
sentenced to
internet boomer
unsupervised
now.
probation for 6 months on the condition that he
Gotta
attend
start thinking
court-ordered
about putting
counseling.
money down on a funeral
Then
plot
3
and
years
stuff.
later, while living in Texas, he was charged
Star
with
Snipe,
obstruction.
Doxy is the one who got me
In
into Wrath of the Lamb way
2014,
back in the day.
Thomas
Really?
was indicted on felony charges of criminal sexual penetration, kidnapping, aggravated battery against a household
That makes me
member,
happy that I brought
and
you
interference
Wrath
with
of the Lamb.
communication.
That makes me really happy. I
In
would
this
do it
case,
again.
Thomas had kept his longtime girlfriend, who was not Tracy, at his home for 5 days, during
You
which he
start
beat
sending
and
memes at you
sexually
again, Doxy.
assaulted her.
Always send me
The woman
fun
was able
memes.
to contact her mother, who in
Always.
turn contacted police. While in jail on this charge, Thomas's public defender filed a motion to review his
I miss you
release
in the YouTube
conditions.
gaming sphere.
In
Sorry,
this
too many of
motion,
those people are
he wrote that since
fucking
his arrest,
assholes. I can't.
Thomas had been studying anger management and
can't.
codependency issues. The prosecutor
I'm
replied,
sorry.
stating that the $250,000 bond was reasonable, given how violent the crime was and his prior convictions.
Also, I just don't
Wrote,
like who
"The
I
evidence was
am
presented
when I'm
in
not
support
doing
of
well
his
at video
detention
games.
includes the fact
It's
the defendant
easy
was
content.
convicted for a similar series of
and it's
crimes
fun.
in
It
Texas
truly is.
and
But
violated
like when
his
I don't
parole
do
in that
well, I
case
just
by
get so
acquiring these
mad,
new
and I don't
charges.
like it.
His behaviour shows a disregard for the court-ordered conditions of release, parole, and the law in general. According to the prosecutor, Thomas had actually attempted to kill himself as opposed to be arrested for the attack on his girlfriend. When police had arrived to arrest him, he had taken an overdose on prescription medication. Then in 2015, Thomas had reached a plea agreement
Not
in
begging
which he
you to come
pleaded
back.
guilty
Sorry,
to
I didn't mean to
kidnapping
make
and
you.
aggravated battery
You don't owe me an
against the
apology or
girlfriend.
anything.
The plea agreement stipulated that his conviction be classified as non-violent. He would be sentenced to 10 years and 8 months in prison, but then the judge suspended almost 7 years and 8 months
I
of
guess that was
the
my
sentence
shitty apology
and credited
for
Thomas
not doing
with
it anymore.
495 days for the days he had already spent in jail. He was released on 5 years of supervised probation and was ordered to be on an electric monitor for 2 years. In February of 2016, a prosecutor filed a motion to have Thomas's probation revoked after a probation officer went to his home and found his girlfriend, who wasn't Tracy, had evident signs of battery. Thomas would admit that he had violated the probation by having negative contact with police. The judge would allow Thomas to remain on probation despite the fact he had violated it, and despite his probation officer's recommendation that he serve out the remainder of his sentence in jail. Then on the 20th of November 2018, around a week before Jeremiah was killed, a deputy district attorney would file another motion to revoke Thomas's probation. In this motion, he referred to Thomas as an absconder for failing to report to his probation officer in June and for failing to follow court orders for requesting permission to move homes. The fact that Thomas had
Yes,
such a lengthy
Barry, I'm with
criminal
ya.
record
I'm
but was walking
super
free
with ya.
raised many questions, with State Police Chief Pete Caceres stating, "How many times in this state do we give individuals a second, third, fourth and fifth chance? After 25 years of doing this, it's just frustrating. The system needs to be looked at. We need to find out why this guy was out, quite frankly."
And we have to ask ourselves, why are these
Firing off the first meme.
evil
I'll
people
definitely check
in
after
our
stream.
community walking around with the rest of us?
The sister of Thomas's victim in the 2014
Sorry, I just wanted to
case
see where we were
said
at
that Thomas
here.
was smart when it came to picking who he dated, stating that he picked those who were vulnerable, those who had children, or those who had a criminal background, and then he used that to manipulate and control them. She stated, "Me and him never saw
Hi,
eye
King
to
Natsu.
eye
We're working on a
because I'm
circle
strong woman.
vest.
He doesn't like strong women."
Ooh.
For dry
Are we
January
getting an
and
ad read?
beyond, there's no better time to try Shirley. They offer craft great-tasting wines that don't compromise your health or come feeling rubbish the next day. Shirley works with a talented team of winemakers to bring you amazing
anytime I drink, I
de-alcoholized
definitely
wines
feel like rubbish
that
the
fit any
next day
lifestyle,
or two.
whether you're wanting to be healthier or just cut down on your alcohol. With Shirley, you can wake up with a clear head and
Oh,
a happy mind.
so it's not alcohol.
Gone are the days of rubbish sleep and low productivity that often comes after drinking alcohol. You You can swap your after-work glass of wine for Shirley, or bring a bottle to a friend's house and see the difference.
What is
Head
Shirley?
on over to highshirley.com.
Just make 2 batches of beer?
/
Fun. What kind?
Morbidology. That
Just
is
like a Pilsner or a lager? Or?
surely.com/morbidology. And use the code morbidology for
blend
20% off your first order. Is there something interfering with your happiness, or are you apprehensive about reaching out for help? BetterHelp is here to help you, and they're today's sponsor of Morbidology.
A black saison
BetterHelp
and a lager.
is not self-help.
That's fun.
It's professional counseling available to you online or over the phone. BetterHelp is more affordable and accessible than traditional offline counseling, and they offer financial aid.
That looks super complicated.
Sadly,
You're awesome.
sometimes
It's
traditional
really not.
offline
It's very
counseling is
easy.
not
It's very,
locally
very
available
easy.
for everybody. But BetterHelp
I mean,
is
crochet in
available for
general. If
clients
you
worldwide.
if you
They
don't
have
know
licensed
if
professional
you don't know how
counselors
to crochet, it's a
specializing
little
in
bit
broad
daunting.
variety
But
of areas,
if you do know how to
including
crochet, this
depression,
pattern is
sleeping,
pretty easy. It's
self-esteem,
written
grief,
not
and
that
much
great.
more. Everything you share with your
But
counselor is confidential.
the pattern is
and they are
pretty
matched to your
simple.
specific needs. I want you to start living a
The last
happier
batches
life
were
today.
a coffee
As
stout and peanut butter
listeners,
stout.
you'll
I
get
miss
10%
beer,
off
man.
your first
I
month
was
by
really
visiting our
passionate
sponsor
about
at
craft beer, and I can't do it now.
betterhelp.com/morbidology.
If I have like,
join over 1 million people.
if
who
I
taken
have
charge
a
of
single
their
beer,
mental
I
health.
risk having a 2-day
Again, that's
hangover.
betterhelp.com/morbidology.
It's not always that severe with
Back
that
in
little.
2015 in Santa Fe, Thomas
But
had
like
pleaded
anytime
guilty
I
to
have a
kidnapping
hangover, it
and
will
aggravated
last
battery. And
the
after his
whole
release,
day
he
at
faced up to 9
least.
years if he violated his probation.
Until like
And violated his probation.
from
He
waking up to
certainly
going
did.
to bed, I am
But less than
hungover
a year
with
later, he was arrested again for attacking
bad
another woman.
headaches
It
and
was either a
lethargy
miscommunication or a
and
lack of
nausea.
communication between prosecutors in Rio
I just
Rancho and
cannot
Santa Fe,
drink like I used
which
to.
resulted
I
in
always
Thomas
got
not
pretty
being
bad hangovers
arrested
though.
and sent back to prison. According to prosecutor Natalie Perry, she was told that the Rio Rancho case would not proceed.
Never
while the
gotten into
staff at the
brewing, but I
prosecutor's
make wine
office
and
in Santa
meads.
Fe
That's awesome.
were unaware that Thomas
mead
had
is new
pleaded
for me. I'm
guilty
still
in the
drinking
Rio
the last
Rancho
batch we had.
case.
That is fun. You guys
This meant
do
that
fun
at the time
stuff.
that Jeremiah was killed, Thomas really should have been in prison, because that guilty plea was essentially Thomas admitting that he had violated his probation. Furthermore, the New Mexico Probation and Parole Division had an address for Thomas when he stopped checking in with his probation officer and was deemed an absconder from the law. They went to check on him at the home he shared with Tracy. They knocked on the door and nobody answered, so they simply just left. They didn't leave any paperwork announcing that they had visited, and they never checked back again. If the New Mexico Probation and Parole Division had have checked back when somebody was home,
poor child,
there's every chance that they could uncover what was happening to Jeremiah behind that
Fell
closed
through
door.
every crack.
Just a few days after Jeremiah's body was unearthed, dozens of locals gathered for a candlelight
We're about
vigil.
to do
Pictures of
the
Jeremiah
final
were placed on a makeshift
row
altar, which was
of
placed
the
in front of
border,
the
which is
playground at the
very
Nambe Community Center. Katrina Hernandez, who
Never liked
organized
beer,
the
but I
vigil,
did
said,
get a chance to
before
try
those
some
in
Blue Moon
attendance,
test flavors, and holy
we
shit,
just
a few were
wanted
really
to do
good.
something to support
Like they
the
had a
family
blackberry
during
chocolate
this difficult
porter.
time.
Yum. Blackberry is
As a
like one
community,
of my
we
favorite
feel for him,
flavors.
and we feel for the family. The vigil began with a recording of Amazing Grace
I
while
love
prayers
beer.
were recited. Jeremiah
I
had
want to
been the
get into
third community
distilling, but that
member to be
isn't
the
legal
victim
per
of
se.
a violent
Isn't
death
it?
in the recent
Best
years.
mead I ever made was a
and those in
citrus
attendance
mead,
called
and I
on the
just added
community
it for the
to
acid
do
and the
better.
few nutrients, so I
One woman
don't have
stated,
to add yeast food.
"This child
Yeah, fair
had
enough.
no one. We need
You
to
grow your
recognize
own
that.
grapes.
We also
That's
need to
so
recognize
fun.
that we all had some kind of responsibility in it."
Can I come and stay at your
The woman said that she
vineyard?
had driven past the unassuming home on numerous occasions, completely oblivious to the horrors
Fun.
that were unfolding behind that front door.
He went through hell. Yes, he did. But you know what? Right now, he's here with us. And he's smiling down at us. That's our guardian angel. And he's going to stand up and he's going to protect every other kid that this is happening to. Yes. It's going to stop.
These children need to stop dying. It's awful. I've seen Christine this on the news. It's every day it's happening to one of our children. They're putting him in the ground.
So much
They're
fucking
our angels.
Kika
These
hair
children don't know any
already.
better.
Jeremiah may have lost his life, but he's going to give life to a hell of a lot of kids. Amen.
God, this is so sad. These people are so devastated.
The case really hit home for one person in attendance, Andrew Valdez, whose 3-year-old son, Leland, who had been the victim of a child abuse murder at the hands of his mother's boyfriend. He stated,
So sad.
"It's happening way too often in this state. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done now." One woman in attendance said that she had grown up with Tracy and revealed that on one occasion, Tracy had called her up and asked her for help getting out of her violent relationship with Thomas. The woman said,
Work one slip
she was
stitch in
afraid
the
of this
third
man.
double crochet
Another
of the
person in
first
attendance,
double
Bert
crochet
Gonzalez,
shell.
reiterated a similar story, revealing that Tracy had called his eldest
work
daughter,
8
who she used to go to school with, and
treble
asked her for help
in the next
reading
chain 2
Thomas.
space.
Some children who had attended
Okay.
school with Jeremiah in the past were in attendance.
Oh yeah,
Savannah
that
Molina
makes
said
sense.
that she and Jeremiah had been the best friends while in school. She described him as a very sweet and caring person, and said that she and his other friends had wondered where he was when he stopped coming to school. Tracy, Thomas, and Jordan were all hoping to receive bail, but the Santa Fe District Attorney's Office would file a petition to keep them behind bars until they went to trial. The petition would state that Thomas had admitted to
Gonna really
punching
quick make sure
Jeremiah
that this
in
is
the
a treble.
face
Trebles are
after he
pretty
said
rare.
something.
Yeah, we got a treble in here.
Afterwards,
Okay.
He took him into a back room, shut the door, and brutalized him. The petition read in part, Ferguson choked the victim, holding him against a wall. Ferguson then turned the victim upside down and slammed the victim's head into the ground several times. The petition also revealed that Jordan had told investigators that Jeremiah would not be fed while in the dog kennel, and that Thomas would punish him by hitting his fingers with a hammer. Inside the
Jesus
shed at the
Christ.
home, investigators had found a hammer, which fit the description provided by Jordan, alongside a wheelchair that Jeremiah had to use because of the prolonged abuse. They also found blood on a carpet where it was believed that Jeremiah was beaten to death by Thomas. The petition wrote that while Tracy wasn't there when the fatal beating had taken place, she knew that he had been subjected to months of abuse and torture.
Yeah.
And failed to act or protect her son.
Yes.
The read in part, the defendant was more concerned about her outstanding arrest warrants and law enforcement contact than she was with the well-being and protection of her 13-year-old son. It would
I
also
want
be
to
revealed
barf.
that investigators had found Facebook messages from Jordan, who had said that if Tracy ratted him out, then he would murder her too. Jordan would actually provide more gruesome details about what Jeremiah had endured before his murder. He said that Thomas would often beat Jeremiah with brass knuckles, a cane, a homemade spear, a 5-pound hammer, and steel-toe boots.
What is a
He had
5-point
also been
hammer?
forced to wear an adult diaper and had been forbidden from using the bathroom. He said that Thomas frequently urinated on Jeremiah and would use the homemade spear to choke him. According to Jordan, there were at least 2 occasions where he thought that Jeremiah was going to die while being choked by Thomas. On these occasions, Thomas would push the
This is a
spear
lot.
to Jeremiah's neck and lift him up against a wall, completely cutting off his air supply. Speaking about the
It's
day that Jeremiah
bad.
died,
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Jordan said that his father had punched him in the face with such force that he thought that Jeremiah's teeth had been knocked out before his head was slammed repeatedly off the floor.
Any
Seemingly wanting
adult
to
that can
distance
do that
himself
to a
from the
child
murder,
is
Jordan then claimed that his
seriously
father had
fucking
pointed a shotgun
unwell.
at his head and forced him to help him move Jeremiah's body from the dog kennel to the bedroom.
Hi, bud.
In the wake of
Monstro wants
Jeremiah's
to hang
murder,
out.
many would call for New
I would
Mexico's
very
child
much
abuse
like some
laws to be
Monstro
changed,
snuggles after listening
including
to all
one that
this.
would make intentional
Monstro?
child abuse resulting in death a first-degree felony, which would be punishable
he
by a
decided
life
to go eat
sentence,
instead.
regardless of the child's age. At the time, the law was limited to victims 12 years old and under, which quite frankly made no sense. A child of 13 years old would be no more able to defend themselves than a child of 12 years old or younger. Lawmakers would advance this bill by the 1st of February, and it would next go to the House Judiciary Committee. Some people who opposed it said that a blanket change could result in a juvenile who kills another juvenile being sent to life in prison. However, Representative Sarah Maestas Barnes, who put the bill forward,
Is a meat
said that a grand
tenderizing
jury
hammer.
would
I
not
don't know that
consider
for
a
sure,
juvenile
though.
killing
Yeah,
a
that's,
juvenile child abuse. As mentioned, Jeremiah had not been enrolled in school at the time of his death.
It certainly
This
doesn't
raised many
sound like a thing
questions
that
as
you
how
use
this
to beat
wasn't
a
planned.
child.
According
I
to
don't
West
know.
Las Vegas School
I'm no
District,
expert.
Jeremiah and his sister had been enrolled in the district in the fall of 2016.
His
But
parents
in
did some
February of
pretty
2017,
awful stuff, and he was
they were
lucky
both
enough to
withdrawn
move to the
from school
streets
by
when he was
Tracy.
14.
According to Santa Fe Public
Fuck,
Schools,
man.
Tracy had begun paperwork.
We need better social
to enroll
programs.
Jeremiah and his sister at Capshaw Middle School in March of 2017. This was around the time that Tracy, Thomas, and the two children moved from Las Vegas to Santa Fe. However, the paperwork to enroll them in the school was never actually completed, and the two children simply fell
More
off the radar.
resources for
If Jeremiah
kiddos
and his sister had been enrolled in school in Santa
Honestly,
Fe,
anybody,
then it
men,
would have been
women,
the school's
anybody
policy
that
to
is
investigate
being
where they
abused,
were,
like
and they never
more
showed up to
resources
school.
need to be
At
available
Santa
for
Fe
people
Public
like
Schools,
that,
staff
and
are required
knowledge
to make
of
at
those
least 5
resources
attempts to make contact when a
needs to
child is
be
absent from school, and then a record
given
of these
freely and
absences are
abundantly,
kept on file.
much like
Jeremiah
love
had earlier been enrolled
and
in
patience.
Santa Fe Public Schools, but the family had moved to Las Vegas for some time, and he was then enrolled there. When they returned to Santa Fe, Tracy simply didn't complete the enrollment process. Between 2015 and 2016, Jeremiah had been enrolled at Carlos Gilbert Elementary School, and they would post a tribute for him. As they said, once you're a Blackhawk, you're always a Blackhawk. They said that Jeremiah had made friends easily and had always been very polite, friendly, fun-loving, and extremely hard-working.
Also, maybe stop
He was
means
athletic
testing
and
that
adored
shit.
playing
Big
sports,
agree.
mostly basketball. In fact, he had once said that he dreamed of becoming a professional basketball player. It was at this school that Jeremiah had learned to play the trumpet and was a member of the school
I don't know.
band.
There's a lot.
One teacher said.
Thank you,
He
Evil
knew he
Tiki. Have a
belonged
good
here
one.
And was happy to be a part of
I'm
our
looking
community.
forward to reading your meme
Jeremiah
later.
was well liked and known as a fun kid to play and joke with, and he wanted to learn as much as he could in school.
Okay, we have to do a little bit more
Jeremiah
yarn
also wasn't
unwinding
afraid
here,
to ask
guys.
for
So
help
sorry.
when he needed it in school, whether that be from his fellow classmates or from his teacher. Those who knew him in school said that when he received that help, he was always very gracious and always made sure to say thank you. He was such a kind boy that he made sure to open doors for teachers and even hug them.
Oh, I did this already.
His teacher said that
Sick.
despite his young age, it was clear he had a strong
This is
moral
actually going to be
compass.
fine, maybe.
If he made a mistake, he would apologize and then learn from it. One teacher said, if any child would step up, to
Chels!
stand with, or
Thank
protect
you so
others,
much for following.
it was
I
Jeremiah.
appreciate it very much. You
He
know
was a
that feeling
kind
that
and
you
loyal
get
friend
when you
to
think
his
that somebody
classmates.
maybe doesn't like you that much, but then
On
you
the 7th of
overhear them
February,
talking about how
Jeremiah
cool you
was
are.
laid to rest.
That's the feeling that I just
For
got
the
from you
funeral
following my
procession,
channel.
his
So
family
thank you
went
for
to the
being
Rivera
my
family
sneaky
funeral
eavesdropping.
home, where an employee explained how the mass was going to proceed. He told the family to place their hands on the casket, telling them, go ahead and leave your handprint on the casket, like Jeremiah left his handprint on all of your lives. The casket was then blessed by a priest and led down the aisle of St. Anthony of Padua Catholic Church. Hundreds of people packed into the church to celebrate the life of Jeremiah and to mourn his passing. At the front of the church were photographs of Jeremiah, smiling during a much happier time in his life.
Man, I've lived
His
through some
family
like
recollects
fucked up
some fond
shit.
memories,
I've lived
such
through
as
some
how
shit that
Jeremiah
people
loved
should not
being
fucking
outside,
live through.
especially camping and fishing.
But dying
recall
at
how he loved
13
building
years
things
old
and
to
how he had a
that
very
kind of
close bond
abuse
with his
where you're
sister,
being pissed on,
Reverend Vincent
being
Dominic,
beaten,
said before a crowd, he tried to make
spending
other kids
nights
happy.
in adult
He was a
diapers in a
suffering kid,
dog
but
kennel.
he was trying to make other
That-
kids happy because he knew what it was to be unhappy. Following
Just
the service,
ask me how
Jeremiah
I
was
know
buried
there's
in
no
St. Anthony's
God.
Parish Cemetery. Among those in attendance were the investigators who had been working on the case. In front of his grave, Jeremiah was blessed while balloons were released into the sky. As the casket was lowered into the ground, the song See You Again by Charlie Puth and Wiz Khalifa played out on a radio. A couple of days after the funeral was held, a grand jury would indict Thomas on 18 felony charges, including first-degree murder, kidnapping, child abuse, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy. He had originally been charged with child abuse resulting in death. The search warrants relating to the murder would be released, and they revealed some more gruesome information about Jeremiah's death. His autopsy revealed lacerations that were consistent with
Bubba.
sexual
How are
assault.
you?
Portions of his body had also been burned. Thomas would subsequently plead not guilty
We're
to
listening
all
to
of
another
the charges
fucked
he
up
was
child
facing.
abuse case.
Shortly thereafter, Tracy would be indicted on 12 counts, including 2 counts of child abuse. 3 counts of tampering with evidence, 6 counts of conspiracy to tamper with evidence, and 1 count of obstructing an investigation of child abuse or neglect. Jordan would be next, and he would be indicted on 13 counts, including 1 count of child abuse resulting in death, 5 counts of tampering with evidence, 6 counts of conspiracy to tamper with evidence, and 1 count of obstructing the reporting or investigation of child abuse
too often
or
when I
neglect.
do a treble.
With the charges handed down, the Children, Youth and Families Department would announce they had already taken a number of steps to strengthen the child protection system. They were now offering hands-on training for police officers on how to use their new web portal that gave quick access to information on troubled families. This would
What
include
is a treble?
details
It's a triple
on custody
crochet.
disputes, allegations
So,
of abuse or neglect, as well as concerns about drugs and violence. They had also
a single
started
crochet is
campaigns
when
at
you
schools that
don't
would raise
yarn
awareness
over
among the staff
before
members
inserting
of signs
into
of
the
abuse
next
within pupils
stitch.
and how to report any concerns that they
Pulling
may
up
have.
a loop,
In early
yarning over
April,
and
Thomas
going
was
through.
in
That's
court
a
again,
single
where he was to be
crochet.
sentenced for violating probation in the 2014
In American
domestic
terms, anyway.
violence case.
A double
It was long
crochet
overdue.
is where you yarn
His
over
victim
once,
in this case, Amanda, would tell Judge
insert,
Glenn
yarn
Ellington
over,
about
drop
the
a
years
loop,
of abuse she had
yarn
sustained
over,
while
pull
in a
through 2,
relationship
yarn
with
over, pull
Thomas.
through 2. That's
She
a
said,
double crochet in the
I
United
was with
States.
a demon. There was
A
no
triple
escape.
crochet.
She said that he physically
United
and sexually
States
abused her for years
is
and
where
isolated her from all of her friends
you
and family.
wrap twice
Thomas would be sentenced
before
to
inserting into
almost
the next
6 years
hook,
in prison.
yarning over,
It was a very bittersweet moment
drawing
because
up
it
a
just
loop,
showed that Thomas
yarning
should have been
over,
behind bars at
pulling
the time
through
of
2,
Jeremiah's
yarning over,
murder.
pulling through 2,
A new
yarning
search
over,
warrant
pulling
release
through
would
the
suggest
remaining
that
2.
Jordan had a more active role in Jeremiah's murder
triple
than
crochet in the
initially
United
believed. Investigators have been able
And
to obtain Facebook messages.
You don't do them that
had been
much
sent
in the
before
projects that
Jeremiah's
I
body
do
was
anyway.
found.
I just
In
don't
one,
see too many
Jordan
treble
had wrote that he
crochets.
felt as though people were looking at him differently, like he had done it all by himself. He goes on to
Thank
state
you,
that what
Bumble.
he had done
It's
was just an
it's one of those
accident.
like
The message
hippie
read,
circle vests.
I'm just on wanted here,
but
that's cool,
since we're
but I can see it
big
in your
titty goth
eyes
girlfriends
and
in
Tracy's
this
eyes.
channel, I'm making
Y'all
them
don't
in
want me
black.
here ever
I
since
think I'm
that
gonna make
shit
a
happened.
lacier
And
one
they
with
look
a
at
big
me
fat
like I
needle
did it all
later
by
and
myself.
see how that does.
They did it
and
too,
I'm
and what I did
looking
was
forward
an
to
accident.
seeing how that
I
comes
never
out.
meant
I
to
think
do
that
that.
with a
I missed
lighter
that
weight
little fucker
yarn,
too.
it would be really pretty
I feel bad
too.
for what I did, and if I could
Very
do things
lacy.
different, I would, but I can't. I have nightmares and shit. I think about that kid every day, because I looked into his eyes as he left. I see that look every day. After the release of the new search warrant, Jordan would plead not guilty, and just a couple of days later, there was a massive update in the case. On the 26th of April, just 3 months after the arrests, Thomas was found dead in his jail cell. He was found by a guard at 11:15 p.m., hanging from a bedsheet in his jail cell. Attempts to resuscitate him were unsuccessful, and he was pronounced dead by the state office and the medical examiner. His suicide had come just as he was about to be transferred to a state-run prison
Sometimes
to begin
the trash
serving
takes
his 6-year
itself out, hey?
sentence for violating his probation. He would be at the prison while awaiting trial for the murder of Jeremiah. District Attorney Marco Cerna said that he was angry about his death, stating, I don't believe Ferguson is going to receive the full justice my office was going to bring against him, to bring justice to Jeremiah, the family, and the people of northern New Mexico. Thomas's defense lawyer, Michael Jones, would state that he wanted his suicide investigated, adding that he hoped county officials would hold the jail accountable if needs be. He said to the Santa Fe New Mexican, the jail has a responsibility to all inmates to ensure they are safe, regardless of what they are charged with. County Communications Coordinator Christine Mihalik was stated in a release that staff at the jail address mental health issues and suicide prevention, but said that their efforts cannot guarantee that inmates won't try to harm themselves. It read in part, despite the best of intentions and practices with respect to suicide prevention.
It feels like we're making one too many in these, and then when I nail them down, when I like anchor them down with the slip stitch, it's perfect every time.
Thomas had actually left behind a suicide note in which he professed his innocence in the murder of Jeremiah and expressed his hatred for law enforcement and the judicial system. He also wrote personal messages to family members, but it was not disclosed what those messages were. There was also writing on one of the walls which read, I died here, along with Born 10/4/75. Died 11/26/17. He had also written on the desk, "I love my son, Jordan." Around 2 months before his suicide, he had also attempted to send a letter to Tracy, which read, "I really do want you to know, baby, that I am not the one who did this, and that I am truly sorry for your loss. It was my loss too, because I really do love you all so very much." Another portion of the letter referenced Jordan. It read in part, "I know for sure bringing him down here was a big mistake. Don't get me wrong, I love him too, but all he's done since his being here was caused a lot of problems between all of us, and it cost me our family. I ain't mad at you, and I still love you very, very much. I swear to God I do. I don't think you feel the same way about me anymore, because I'm sure he's blaming me for what he did." A further search warrant would be released in July, and it revealed that Jeremiah had actually reached out to a family member over Facebook to report that he was being abused by Tracy and Thomas. The female relative would express concern over Jeremiah and his sister, and Tracy would respond by stating that Jeremiah was a manipulative liar. The female relative simply ended the conversation there instead of going to police.
What the fuck?
The following month, Jeremiah's cause of death would finally be publicised. He had died from blunt force trauma, and his autopsy noted numerous old and new injuries that were consistent with being beaten and tortured in the lead up to his murder. The autopsy report also said that there was no conclusive evidence that Jeremiah had been sexually assaulted. However, it could also not be ruled out. Jeremiah had sustained multiple jaw fractures, a displaced eyeball, tears in his scalp, cheek, and ear, as well as a broken hand and broken ribs.
Jesus fucking
Medical
Christ,
examination
dude.
had been hampered due to the fact that Jeremiah was heavily decomposed by the time his body was found.
Really?
The toxicology report would be just as disturbing. It revealed that when Jeremiah died, he had alcohol and methamphetamine in his system.
Jesus Christ.
District Attorney Marco Cerna stated,
Imagine being
"Unfortunately,
drugged
it's not
and put through
surprising,
that hell.
given what this
Oh,
poor kid had
God.
to go through in that house." He announced that they would need to be investigating this to see if further charges needed to be filed. Methamphetamine was the drug of choice for Tracy, as well as Thomas.
Surprise!
In September, it was
Jesus.
disclosed the prosecutors now speculated that it was actually Jordan, not Thomas, who had killed Jeremiah. According to new court documents that were filed, Jordan had repeatedly tortured Jeremiah with a homemade spear, as well as a button-controlled shock collar. Even more disturbing, they also believed that Jeremiah's younger sister may have been forced to take part in the torture. According to investigators, they had found more evidence on Jordan's Facebook, in which he bragged in messages that he took someone off the map and did some dirt. It would be revealed that Jeremiah's sister had actually told investigators that Jordan tortured Jeremiah on a daily basis for at least a month. He would stab him with a homemade spear and would constantly shock him with the collar. Nevertheless, Jordan would still be fighting for bail, and towards the end of September, he would appear in court where Jeremiah's younger sister would testify about the horrors that transpired at the home. Speaking of Thomas, she said,
I mean, it was all
hard.
of them, wasn't
It was not
it?
fun. He was always angry and was always being mean to everyone in the house. He would take his anger out on all of us. He would hit us or hit the dogs. She detailed the day that Jeremiah died.
Yeah, my mother was getting mad at Jeremiah, and so he put him in the dog cage in the living room. He was really skinny, and he all his cuts were infected. He started to flip the cage, and I told him to leave him alone, and he didn't. And then he pulled him out, and his head was just kind of dangling.
She said that she and Thomas were planning to pick her mother up from jail when Thomas locked Jeremiah in the dog kennel. She said that Jeremiah eventually fell asleep, but Jordan began flipping the kennel to wake him up.
Ugh.
She said that Jordan then pulled Jeremiah out of the kennel, and she described
Sleep would
how
be
his
your
head was
only
dangling,
reprieve in a
and he
home like
never
that.
woke up. Speaking of her brother's appearance on that day, she said, he was really skinny, and all of his cuts were infected. He had a black eye, and his tooth was knocked out. She said she had previously been forced to watch as Thomas poked Jeremiah with a spear.
Jordan poked Jeremiah with the spear.
Yes.
She went on to say that Thomas forced her mother to abuse her son when he didn't feel like doing it. She said, "He would just tell me to do it. I was too afraid to tell him no." Amanda Nunez, Jordan's mother, would also testify. She said that she had married Thomas when she was 14 years old and had stayed with him for 16 years. She said, "He was abusive and I was an obsession. I wasn't even a person.
Why
I was just his thing.
was she
He
allowed
liked
to
beat
marry
on.
at 14?
When we had kids, it got even worse. It wasn't something I could stop."
I do personally
She
know
said that she had
somebody
3
who has
miscarriages
murdered
because Thomas
his
had beaten
dad.
her so badly, adding that he left her for dead on several occasions. Speaking of her son Jordan, she said that Thomas didn't believe that he was his son because of his skin tone, and that he had punched Jordan when he was just 2 months old. She testified. He said he wished the little son of a bitch would die. Amanda also said that Thomas would force Jordan and his other siblings to hit one another, and he tried to force her to hit the children too, but she refused, which always resulted in more beatings for her. Judge Wilson would acknowledge that Jordan had been controlled and manipulated by his father, but he said that Jordan was still a threat to the community and ordered that he remain behind bars. In November, a vigil was held for Jeremiah. It had been around a
They
year
all
since
need
he was murdered.
so much therapy.
A number of his loved ones, as well as other members of the community,
They all need so
would
much
gather
therapy.
at Frenchie's Field in the west side of Santa Fe to reminisce about Jeremiah. There were a number of photographs of Jeremiah in happier times, and his aunt, Selena Miera, said, "I just want people to remember Jeremiah the boy, not the way he died. He was a person. He had his whole life ahead of him.
I don't
and it
know
was
whether
just
it's
taken
past
away."
or not, but
Jeremiah's
the fact that it's
half-sister,
gotten
Karen
this far
Gonzalez,
is fucking
described
insane.
him as being very sweet and very helpful, adding that he certainly wasn't shy and would just go up and introduce himself to people in his search for friends. The photographs of Jeremiah were attached to the windshield of 2 cars, alongside some blue and yellow balloons
You think it fails
that had
to
the Batman
pass?
logo on the
Good.
front. Jeremiah had loved Batman. Towards the end of November, it was announced that Tracy
I
had accepted
cannot
a plea
believe
deal.
how
In
fucking
court, District Attorney
detached
Cerna
the South
said,
has become from
"As we continued to
reality."
flesh out information during this case, it was brought to our attention that at times, Tracy was kept drugged by Mr. Ferguson and was also beaten herself. He said that under the law, Tracy was required to speak up about the abuse that was being inflicted on her son, but also said that Tracy was willing to take responsibility. Deputy District Attorney Todd Bullion told the courtroom that Tracy had first of all met Thomas when he was selling her narcotics. As soon as the relationship began, Thomas was abusing her. It was revealed that he forced her to stay in the home and even watched her with surveillance that he had set up. As part of the plea deal, Tracy pleaded guilty to 1 count of child abuse resulting in death and 3 counts of conspiracy to traffic methamphetamine.
Society's become kind of fucked lately.
The charges
It's
against
challenging
her
to watch
were
the news
dismissed.
politics sometimes.
Her pleas
Big
would have
agree.
carried a 21-year prison
I mean, it's
sentence.
not like the
prosecutors
bill changes much.
suspended
Child
9 of
marriage is
those
legal
years
all over the
under the
states.
condition that Tracy
There's-
help in the prosecution of Jordan.
There's
This
a
meant
lot
that Tracy
wrong
would be sentenced to
with
just
marriage
12
laws
years
in the United States.
in prison. Outside of court, her mother, Teresa Tapia, said, "I think it was pretty fair under the circumstances. Tracy was a victim, and they all knew she was. She didn't know what kind of man Ferguson was. I know she loves her children, and I know Jeremiah loved his mother." In March of the following year, it was announced that a bill had been created to track students moving between public school districts. The bill had been inspired by the tragic murder of Jeremiah.
This is like
Which
that
essentially fallen off
Gabriel-
the education system's radar.
There was a
and his family
Netflix
moved from Las
special
Vegas to Santa Fe.
about him. What was his last
House
name?
Bill
It's so
447
fucking
passed the Senate
sad.
23
It's
to
just
17,
like that case.
which meant that it
It's
would now
like
be heading
just like
to the
that
governor's
case.
desk. With the case against Jordan proceeding, it soon became apparent that his defense were going to be arguing that he was mentally ill.
Oh,
and
excuse me, I'm
unable
so
to form
sorry.
the specific intent
I've been
to
so
commit the
tired all
crimes.
day.
His defense lawyer, Mark Ernest, filed a notion of his intent of such, but he didn't specify what condition would have prevented Jordan from forming intent. His defense team were also wanting to access family history and were investigating whether Jordan had been abused by his father while growing up. They were also wanting to explore the impact that childhood abuse could have had on Jordan. Some additional charges would subsequently be filed against Jordan.
Well, considering what the mothers of yesterday's fucking
Jordan
subjects
was accused of flipping over the dog kennel that Jeremiah
like,
was
we
locked
shouldn't
in,
be surprised.
forcefully
Like, if
striking
that
him
shit
in the
isn't just like
genitals, forcing
outlawed
him to consume
outright.
methamphetamine, striking him with a spear, using a shock collar on him, and holding him in a fireplace.
People are going
a wrongful
to do
death
it.
lawsuit would be filed in Jeremiah's name, and an attorney representing his
Tennessee
state
shit
would
is
state that
fucked up,
Jeremiah
yeah.
would still be alive if state, city, and county officials had not failed him. Attorney Francis Carpenter wrote in the wrongful death complaint, "This case presents a tragedy that resulted from a toxic blend of apathy, understaffing, negligent operation of a building and equipment, bad police training and supervision, investigation and follow-up, and systematic failures by the agencies whose purpose it is to provide for public
What was
safety."
that Gabriel kid's name? What was
The
that
defendants named in the
documentary
lawsuit were the
called? It's
Santa
fucking
Fe County Commission,
brutal.
the Sheriff's Department, the City of Santa Fe, and 2 of its police officers, as well as District Attorney
It's
Marco
very,
Cerna
very sad. The mother
and
was
Deputy
just
District
as bad as
Attorney
the father in
Michael
that one,
Nunez.
though.
The lawsuit was seeking unspecified damages on
Was just
behalf
as cruel.
of Jeremiah's sister. Santa Fe would agree to pay $25,000 to settle the wrongful death lawsuit. The murder trial of Jordan was scheduled for mid-2020, but in March, it was announced that he too had accepted a plea deal, much like Tracy.
Gabriel
He
Fernandez,
pleaded guilty
that's
to
it,
recklessly
yeah.
allowing the abuse of Jeremiah
God, that shit
and 2
is
counts of tampering with evidence.
Jordan says he rattled the cage. AV says he flipped it. But regardless, their own statements, that is also corroborated by the DNA evidence, shows that Jeremiah was in that kennel, and that's likely where he took his final breath.
Jordan's sentencing phase would follow, but not before Tracy was to be formally sentenced. Victim impact statements were allowed from the family, and Jeremiah's aunt, Celine, asked the judge to impose the maximum sentence. She said that she had been trying to find Jeremiah and his sister for several months in the fall of 2017, but couldn't find the family anywhere. She said, "How in the world could
So
a mother
sorry.
let someone beat, torture, and kill her son?" She had gone to
Agree.
police to try and get them to help her find them, but by the time they took any interest, Jeremiah was already dead. Tracy was sentenced to 21 years in prison with 9 years suspended, which meant that she would
My
be
sister
serving
would
just 12
fucking
years.
never. But
She
if I
refused to make a
ever
statement. She didn't explain
suspected
herself,
her
and she
of
didn't apologize.
treating her kids
Jordan's
like
sentencing
that,
phase would be next.
I would not
His defense were
rest
wanting to
until they
argue
were
for the
living
lowest
with me.
sentence possible,
Like, I would be
which be
poor as
14
fuck,
years,
but I would
while the
figure it the fuck
prosecution
out.
was arguing for the strictest, which would be 22 years. During the sentencing phase, graphic photographs of Jeremiah's body were displayed. District Attorney Mary Carmack
don't get me wrong, no
Alkes
matter what we
argued that
do
the
as a
severity of the
society, shit like this
injuries
will always
inflicted
happen. It's
on
just about
Jeremiah
lessening the frequency.
indicated that the
Huge agree,
abuse
yeah.
was a
I'm with
serious
ya.
violent offense, which would require
I feel like,
Jordan to
actually,
serve at least
honestly, in a
85% of his
society
sentence
where we're
before
healthy
being
about
considered for parole.
mental
She
health,
said, "Tommy was the bad guy in all of
where
this,
we're
while
like
Jordan
actually
watched.
pro mental
That's
health,
the
this
problem.
kind of stuff doesn't have to
Jordan watched
happen
and occasionally
at all.
participated. He got the benefit of a plea bargain because of his lesser involvement. But even though it was lesser, it was not less. It still resulted in Jeremiah's death. She presented the homemade spear, a sledgehammer, and a dog kennel, all of which had been tested positive for Jeremiah's blood. Crime scene photographs also showed that blood was found in every single room in the family's home. Defense Ernest argued that Jordan did not commit a serious offense and argued for a reduced sentence. He cited the fact that Jordan had been abused as a child at the hands of Thomas. He also said that Jordan felt remorse for what he had done to Jeremiah, and that should have been taken into consideration. Mental health experts, however, would give contradictory testimony about the impact his traumatic childhood had on his ability to resist participating in the fatal beating. Dr. Jeffrey Rowe, who was testifying for the defense, said that Jordan had post-traumatic stress disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder that was brought on by an abusive and neglectful childhood.
I like to factor
Jordan had
in
been in state
remorse
custody from 6 years
when the
old
charge is
to 9 years
torture.
old,
Yeah,
which he said had stunted his
if
cognitive
there's no remorse
abilities
when the
and made it
child is
impossible to
screaming
stand
in
up
front
to
of
his
you,
father. The prosecution witness, Dr. David
then
Salzberg,
the remorse in that
disputed the diagnosis of
courtroom
post-traumatic stress disorder.
is for
He said that while
your
Jordan
being
reported
caught,
some
not
flashbacks from his
for
childhood
the
abuse,
life you
he
destroyed.
didn't claim to have experienced persistent and intrusive thoughts of the abuse. He said that Jordan had stood up to his father before and had argued with him, adding that he was even in a better position than Tracy to leave and get help. Before being sentenced, Jordan would speak to the courtroom. He said, "I hope that moving down here to get to know my father and forgive him would help me to get to know myself better and help me fix what felt broken inside. I want you to know that I'm truly sorry for my failure to call 911. That's a fact I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life."
Your failure to call
Jeremiah's
there's
aunt
nothing
Celine
else
would reject the apology
that you're sorry for?
stating that it sounded rehearsed and insincere. Jordan would ultimately be sentenced to 21 years in prison. In handing down the sentence, Judge Wilson said that Jordan had seen Jeremiah in a wheelchair and hobbling on a cane with extreme injuries. But despite this, he never did anything to stop the abuse. The grim murder of Jeremiah Valencia led to many questions about the probation system and the revolving door of jail. Time and time again, Thomas Ferguson had committed extremely violent crimes, but each time he was let go with very little more than a slap on the wrist. While Jeremiah had been abused at the home by Thomas, it was when Thomas's son, Jordan Nunez, moved in that things for young Jeremiah took an even more tragic turn. A turn that would result in him dying alone in a dog kennel. While Jeremiah lost his life to child abuse, his death was not in vain. And in the aftermath, a number of changes were made. Changes that will hopefully protect more of New Mexico's children. Well, besties, that is it for this episode of More.
All right, well, we're...
As always, thank you so much.
We're going to finish it probably next stream, if I had to guess. We're on, like, the last row of the border here, and the back panel looks very easy.
If you join,
so we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and stop this
as
here.
Well as some cool exclusive merch.
There probably won't be any like bonus stream or anything tomorrow. I would love to be able to relax. I probably won't even have time to, but I have a lot of shit that I have to do, but probably no stream. I very quickly want to first and foremost thank my patrons. This time I did have it, and it loaded really easy for me. My patrons, Laura Cody and Katie Bailey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. If you guys are interested in my Patreon, I don't know if I have a link available, but it's really easy to find. It's just patreon.com/ZER0DOXY. Follow me over on the Twitter sphere at ZER0DOXY. And please join the Discord. If you want to chit chat with the Doxy clan all ding dang day, every ding dang day, we want to have you. So if I could get y'all to in chat, say your cat or dog's name, and if you don't have one, make one up, then we will just have a big fat raid to pass on to somebody. I would like to do that. Don't you guys want to pass a big fat raid off onto somebody cool? I think we should do that. So hang tight for commercials, and we will do the damn thing. Hang tight.